ஆற்றங்கரைகளில் உருவாகி
அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வளர்க்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிடமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
நன்றி. வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த நாளில் உலகின் தொன்மையான நாகரிகங்களில் ஒன்றான சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டு அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு 100 ஆண்டு நிறைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கிற்கு வருகை புரிந்துள்ள விருந்தினர்களை வரவேற்கவும் இந்த மாநாடு எதற்காக முன்னெடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது என்பது குறித்து நோக்க உரையாற்றவும் மதிப்பிற்குரிய நிதித்துறை முதன்மை செயலாளர் மற்றும் தொல்லியல் ஆணையர் திரு உதயச்சந்திரன் IAS அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். Now we request the Principal Secretary, Department of Finance, Commissioner of Archaeology, to deliver the request to the object of the conference.
சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பின் 100 ஆண்டு நிறைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கை தொடங்கி வைத்து சிறப்புரை ஆற்ற இந்த நிகழ்விற்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கும் எங்களுடைய தொல்லியல் துறை வழிநடத்தும் அமைச்சர் என்ற முறையில் மட்டுமல்லாமல் தொல்லியல் ஆய்வாளர் வல்லுநர் என்ற அடைமொழிக்கு பொருத்தமான தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்களை அன்போடு வரவேற்பதில் தொல்லியல் துறை. இந்த நிகழ்வில் தலைமை உரை நிகழ்ச்சி வந்திருக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் மதிப்பிற்குரிய தலைமைச் செயலாளர் அவர்களையும் இந்த நிகழ்வில் பங்கேற்று சிறப்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் செய்தி தமிழ் வளர்ச்சித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களையும் அன்போடு வரவேற்பதில் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். இந்த நிகழ்வில் நன்றி நிகழ்வு இருக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சுற்றுலா மற்றும் பண்பாட்டுத்துறை செயலர் உள்ளிட்ட அனைத்து அரசு அலுவலர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வரவேற்புகள். இந்த மேடையை பல அறிஞர்கள் அலங்கரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுள் மிக முக்கியமான முன்னாள் இந்திய ஆட்சிப்பணி அதிகாரி என்ற சொல்லை காட்டிலும் சிந்துவெளி ஆராய்ச்சியாளர் என்ற சொல் அவருடைய முகத்தில் வளர்ச்சியை அதிகம் வர வைக்கக்கூடும் திரு பாலகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்கள் வந்திருக்கிறார். மிகச்சிறப்பாக வழிநடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கும் பேராசிரியர் ராஜன் இருக்கின்றார். அவர்களுக்கு எங்களுடைய வணக்கங்கள். அது மட்டுமின்றி இந்த மேடையை அலங்கரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் பேராசிரியர் ஜாமிசன், பேராசிரியர் நயன்ஜோத் லஹரி, பிரபல எழுத்தாளர் டோனி ஜோசப் ஆகிய அனைவரையும் நான் அன்போடு வரவேற்கிறேன். A warm welcome to all of you to this International Conference on Indus Civilization Conference. இந்த அரங்கில் உலகெங்குமிருந்து பல தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்கள் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் எங்களுடைய அன்பான வரவேற்புகள். அரங்கம் நிரம்பி வழிந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே நிறைய தொல்லியல் ஆழ்வர்கள் காத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். உலகெங்கிலும் இருந்து இந்த இணைய வழியில் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை உலகத் தமிழர்கள் கண்டுகளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் தொல்லியல் துறையின் சார்பாக எங்களுடைய அன்பான வரவேற்புகள் இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்திற்காக. இந்த கருத்தரங்கின் நோக்கத்தை முறையாக பதிவு செய்து உலகெங்கும் எடுத்துச் செல்ல இருக்கும் இதழியல் நண்பர்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கங்கள். நிதித்துறையின் நிதித்துறைக்கே உரிய இயல்போடு மிக சிக்கனமாக இரத்தின சுருக்கமாக என்னுடைய முகப்புரையை நான் முடிப்பதாக எல்லை வகித்து கொண்டாலும் தொல்லியல் துறையினுடைய தாக்கத்தினால் உலகத் தமிழர்களின் ஆழ் மனதிலிருந்து அகழாய்வு செய்தால் முகிழ்த்து வரும் தமிழ் பெருமிதத்தை இந்த அறிஞர்கள் நிறைந்த சபையில் தவழ விடுவதை என்னுடைய கடமையாக நான் கருதுகிறேன். தொல்லியல் துறையை பொறுத்தவரையில் இந்த அரங்கம், இந்த மேடை மிக முக்கியமான மேடை. ஏனென்றால் இதே அரங்கத்தில், இதே மேடையில் 5 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் நடந்த ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியில், அது பண்பாடு மற்றும் அருங்காட்சியகங்கள் குறித்தான ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி, பல்வேறு நிகழ்வுகளுக்கான அந்த நிகழ்ச்சி, அருங்காட்சியகங்கள் குறித்தான ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி, பல்வேறு நிகழ்வுகளுக்கான அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் இடைச்செருகலாக ஒரு துணை நிகழ்வாக மிகுந்த தயக்கத்துடன் தடைகளை தாண்டி ஓர் அறிக்கை வெளியிடப்பட்டது. அது கீழடி ஆய்வறிக்கை. அந்த கீழடி ஆய்வறிக்கை, மிகுந்த தயக்கத்துடன் வெளியிடப்பட்ட அந்த கீழடி ஆய்வறிக்கை தடைகளை தாண்டி உலக வரைபட எல்லைகளை எல்லாம் மீறி தமிழர்களை சென்றடைந்தது. கீழடி என்ற அந்த ஒற்றை சொல் உலகத் தமிழர்களை ஒன்றிணைத்தது. அதன் எதிரொலியாகத்தான் கடந்த வருடம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் திறந்து வைத்த கீழடி அருங்காட்சியகத்திற்கு கடந்த 2 ஆண்டுகளில் மட்டும் 6 லட்சம் பார்வையாளர்கள் உலகெங்கும் வந்து பார்த்து சென்றிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த வகையில் தொல்லியல் துறைக்கு இந்த மேடை மிக மிக முக்கியமான மேடை. அந்த வரிசையில்தான் இந்த பண்பாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. இந்த பண்பாட்டு கருத்தரங்கில் உலகெங்கிலும் இருந்து பல பேராசிரியர்கள் வந்து கலந்து கொண்டு அறிக்கைகள், ஆய்வு கட்டுரைகள் வாசிக்க இருக்கிறார்கள். புகழ்பெற்ற ஐரோப்பிய, அமெரிக்க பல்கலைக்கழகங்களிலிருந்து அறிஞர்கள் வருகை புரிந்திருக்கிறார்கள். நாட்டின் மிக முக்கியமான முன்னணி நிறுவனங்களிலிருந்து, இந்திய தொழில்நுட்ப கழகம் IIT உட்பட பல முக்கிய நிறுவனங்களிலிருந்து தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்கள் வருகை புரிந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, பல முக்கியமான ஆய்வுகளை செய்த பல அறிஞர்கள் இங்கு கட்டுரைகளை வாசிக்க இருக்கிறார்கள். தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்கள் குழுமி இருக்கின்றார்கள் இந்த அவையில். அதையும் மீறி தொல்லியல் ஆர்வலர்கள் நிறைய பேர் இந்த அரங்கத்திற்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவ்வளவு முக்கியம் வாய்ந்த இந்த கருத்தரங்கில் என்னவெல்லாம் நடக்கப் போகிறது என்பது குறித்தான முன்னோட்டத்தை ஒரு சில வரிகளில் சொல்வது என்னுடைய கடமை. சிந்துவெளி குறியீடுகள் பற்றி இந்த அரங்கம் விவாதிக்கும். சிந்துவெளி குறியீடுகளுக்கும் தென்னிந்தியா, குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்பாண்டங்கள் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கும் குறியீடுகளுக்கும் இடையேயான அபூர்வமான ஒற்றுமை குறித்து இங்கு ஆய்வு கட்டுரைகள் வாசிக்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன. நூற்றாண்டு காலமாக தீர்க்கப்படாமல் இருக்கக்கூடிய சிந்துவெளி புதிர் குறித்து, அதன் எழுத்து முறையை படிப்பதற்கான சிக்கல்கள், சவால்கள், வழிமுறைகள் என்ன என்பது குறித்து ஆழமான 3 கட்டுரைகள் இந்த ஆய்வரங்கில் வாசிக்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன. இடப்பெயரியல் ஆய்வு. கொற்கை என்றும் வஞ்சி என்றும் தொண்டி என்றும் தமிழ் பெயர்கள் ஏன் சிந்துவெளி பகுதிகளில் நிலவி வருகின்றன என்ற கேள்வியை முன்வைத்து இடப்பெயர் ஆய்வுகள் குறித்தும் இந்த அரங்கில் விவாதிக்கப்பட்டு இருக்கின்றன. மரபணுவியல் குறித்து தமிழ்நாடு தொல்லியல் துறை மதுரை காமராசர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய மிகச்சிறந்த உயிரி தொழில்நுட்ப துறையுடன் சேர்ந்து அமெரிக்காவின் ஹார்வர்ட் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் உள்ள டேவிட் ரீக் லேபரட்டரியுடன் இணைந்து நடத்தும் அந்த மரபணுவியல் ஆய்வு முடிவுகளுடைய தொடக்க முடிவுகள் மிகவும் உற்சாகம் அளிக்கும் வகையில் இருக்கின்றன. அது குறித்தும் இந்த ஆய்வரங்கம் விவரமாக அலசி ஆராயப்படுகின்றது. அதே போல பாறை ஓவியங்கள், சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகத்தினுடைய எச்சங்கள், அதனுடைய சுவடுகள் பாறை ஓவியங்களில் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கின்றனவா என்பது குறித்தும் இங்கு விவாதிக்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன. முத்தாய்ப்பாக சொல்ல வேண்டுமென்றால், தமிழ்நாடு தொல்லியல் துறை பல முக்கியமான தொல்லியல் ஆராய்ச்சிகளை முன்னெடுத்து வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதற்கான முக்கியமான காரணம் எங்களை ஊக்கப்படுத்தும் ஒரு வாசகம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்களால் தமிழ்நாடு சட்டமன்றத்தில் கம்பீரமாக உரத்து சொன்ன அந்த வாசகம்தான் எங்களை உந்தி சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அந்த வாசகம், இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தின் வரலாறு இனி தமிழ் நிலப்பரப்பிலிருந்து தான் எழுதப்பட வேண்டும் என்று தமிழ்நாடு சட்டமன்றத்தில் கம்பீரமாக அவர் உரைத்த வாசகம்தான் எங்களை இந்த அளவிற்கு தொழிலியல் முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்ள துணித்திருக்கின்றது. அவைகளெல்லாம் மிகச்சிறப்பாக அந்த தொல்லியல் ஆய்வுகள் மிகச்சிறந்த தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்களால் வழிநடத்தப்பட்டு அதனுடைய முடிவுகள், தொடக்க நிலை முடிவுகள் உற்சாகம் அளிக்கும் வகையில் அமைந்துள்ளன. ஆனால் அவற்றையெல்லாம் அவசரம் கருதி நாங்கள் வெளியிடுவதற்கு நாங்கள் தயாராக இல்லை. உலகின் மிகச்சிறந்த நம்பகத்தன்மை வாய்ந்த தலை சிறந்த பரிசோதனை கூட்டங்களுக்கு அனுப்பி அவர்களுடைய முடிவுகளை வாங்கி மிகச்சிறந்த தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை பெற்று அறிவியல் பூர்வமாக சான்றுகளின் அடிப்படையில் தமிழின் தொன்மையை நிறுவுவதுதான் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம். அந்த வகையில் சொல்லப்போனால், தமிழர்கள் எளிதில் உணர்ச்சி வசப்படக்கூடிய மென்மையான இதயம் கொண்டவர்கள் என்ற ஒரு சொல்லாடல் உண்டு. அதன் உண்மைத்தன்மை எவ்வளவு இருக்கும் என்பதையெல்லாம் புறந்தறிவிட்டு பார்த்தால், அந்த மென்மையான இதயம் கொண்ட அந்த தமிழர்களுக்கு, உலகத் தமிழர்களுக்கு, தொல்லியல் ஆர்வலருக்கு நாங்கள் சொல்லிக்கொள்வதாம், இனி வரக்கூடிய தொல்லியல் முடிவுகள், தொல்லியல் துறை அறிவிக்கப் போகும், வருங்காலங்களில் அறிவிக்கப் போகும் தொல்லியல் துறையினுடைய தொல்லியல் முடிவுகள் அத்தனையுமே மென்மையான இதயம் கொண்ட உலகத் தமிழர்களுக்கு தொடர்ந்து இன்ப அதிர்ச்சி கொடுக்கும் வகையில் அமைந்திடும் என்ற வானிலை முன்னறிவிப்பை மட்டும் நல்கி இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்துக்கு வருகை புரிந்த அனைவரையும் வரவேற்பதில் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை தமிழக தொல்லியல் துறையின் சார்பாக எங்களுடைய அன்பார்ந்த மனமார்ந்த வரவேற்புகளும் நன்றிகளும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மாண்புமிகு நிதித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சிந்துவெளி காளை மாதிரியின் உலோக சிற்பத்தினை நினைவு பரிசாக வழங்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். சிந்துவெளி காளை மாதிரியின் உலோக சிற்பம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசாக வழங்கப்படுகிறது. மாண்புமிகு நிதித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இப்போது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு புத்தகம் வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கிறார்கள். மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் முக்கிய விருந்தினர்களுக்கு நிதித்துறை முதன்மை செயலாளர், தொல்லியல் துறை ஆணையர் திரு உதயச்சந்திரன் IAS அவர்கள், சுற்றுலா பண்பாடு அறநிலையங்கள் துறை முதன்மை செயலாளர் திரு சந்திரமோகன் IAS ஆகியோர் புத்தகம் வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கிறார்கள். We request Principal Secretary, Department of Finance and Commissioner Archaeology and Principal Secretary, Tourism, Culture and Religious Endowment Department to felicitate our special guest on the dais. நன்றி ஐயா. மானுடத்தின் எழுதப்படாத மற்றும் எழுதப்பட்ட தொன்மைகளை தொல்லியல் தடயங்களாகவும் மொழியியல் கூறுகளாகவும் வரலாற்று ஆவணங்களாகவும் அறிய முடிகிறது. அந்த வகையில் தற்போது சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டின் தொல்லியல் சிறப்புகள் மற்றும் அடையாள கூறுகள் பற்றிய காணொளியை காணலாம். Now audio visuals depicting special features of Indus civilization.
இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தின் நாகரிக தொடக்கம் சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு. 5000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு இந்தியாவின் வடமேற்கு பகுதியில் பாகிஸ்தான், ஆப்கானிஸ்தான், ஈரான் வரையில் சிந்து நதிக்கரையை சுற்றி 10 லட்சம் சதுர கிலோமீட்டர் பரப்பளவில் சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடானது மிகப்பெரிய நகர நாகரிகமாக பரவி இருந்திருக்கிறது. ஆனால் இப்படி ஒரு மிக பழமையான பண்பாடு இருந்து வந்தது 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டின் தொடக்கத்தில் தான் உலகத்திற்கே முதலாக தெரிய வந்தது. லாகூர் முல்தான் இடையே ரயில் பாதை அமைக்கும் பணி நடந்து கொண்டிருந்த போது சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகத்தின் சிதைவடைந்த பகுதிகளில் இருந்து கொண்டு வந்த செங்கற்களை கட்டுமான பணிகளுக்காக பயன்படுத்தினர். அந்த செங்கற்களின் தரமானது அவர்களை வியப்படைய செய்ததோடு சிந்துவெளி பகுதிகளின் மீது ஆய்வாளர்களின் கவனத்தை திருப்பியது. 1842 சார்ல்ஸ் மேசன் சிந்துவெளி பகுதிகளின் இடிபாடுகளை பற்றி எழுதினார். அதனைத் தொடர்ந்து 1872-73 அலெக்சாண்டர் கனிங்ஹாம் இப்பகுதியில் ஓர் அகழாய்வை நிகழ்த்தினார். அதன் பிறகு 1921-22 ஆண்டு ஹரப்பா பகுதியில் தயாராம் சகனியும் மொஹஞ்சதாரோவில் ரக்கல்தாஸ் பானர்ஜியும் அகழ்வாய்வுகளை செய்தனர். சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகத்தின் முக்கியமான கூறுகளாக நிலத்தடி வடிகால்கள், கிணறுகள், தானிய சேமிப்பு கிடங்குகள், பொது நீராடும் குளம், மழைநீர் சேகரிப்பு கிடங்குகள் என ஆச்சரியமூட்டும் வகையில் திட்டமிட்ட நகர அமைப்புடன் கூடிய செங்கல் கட்டுமானம் அகழ்வாய்வில் வெளிக்கொணரப்பட்டதோடு சுடுமண் சிற்பங்கள், விளையாட்டுப் பொருட்கள், அணிகலன்கள், அரிய கல்மணிகள், செப்பு பொருட்கள், எடை கற்கள், வணிகத்திற்கான முத்திரைகள் என ஏராளமான தொல்பொருட்கள் வெளிப்பட்டுள்ளன. சிந்துவெளி மக்கள் பயன்படுத்திய வரி வடிவம் இன்னும் படிக்கப்படாத நிலையில் அவர்கள் பேசிய மொழி திராவிட மொழி குடும்பத்தை சார்ந்ததாக இருக்கலாம் என்றும் இந்தோ ஐரோப்பிய மொழி குடும்பத்தை சார்ந்ததாக இருக்கலாம் என்றும் அது ஒரு மொழி வடிவமே இல்லை, வெறும் வணிகத்திற்கான குறியீடுகள் தான் என்றும் ஆய்வாளர்கள் இடையே பல்வேறு விதமான கருத்துகள் நிலவி வருகின்றன. ஆனால் சுனிதி குமார் சாட்டர்ஜி, ஹென்றி ஹீரோஸ், அஸ்கோபர் போலா, ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன், ஆர் பாலகிருஷ்ணன் போன்ற பல ஆய்வாளர்கள் சிந்துவெளி மக்கள் பயன்படுத்திய மொழி திராவிட மொழி குடும்பத்தை சார்ந்ததாக இருக்கலாம் என தங்களது ஆய்வு முடிவுகளை முன்வைக்கின்றனர். தற்போது தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை செய்து வரும் பல்வேறு அகழ்வாய்வுகளில் குறியீடு பொறிக்கப்பட்ட பானை ஓடுகள் ஏராளமாக கிடைக்கின்றன. இந்த குறியீடுகள் சிந்துவெளி குறியீடுகளோடு ஒத்துப்போவதோடு அவற்றின் தொடர்ச்சியாகவும் இருக்கின்றன. இன்னும் முழுமையான ஆய்வுகளுக்காக இந்த குறியீடுகள் அனைத்தும் தொகுக்கப்பட்டு வருகின்றன. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடானது பல கூறுகளை தாங்கியுள்ள ஒரு பழம்பெரும் நகர நாகரிகம் என தி இல்லஸ்ட்ரேட்டட் லண்டன் நியூஸ் இதழின் மூலம் உலகிற்கு அறிவித்தவர் அன்றைய இந்திய தொல்லியல் துறையின் தலைவராக இருந்த சர் ஜான் மார்ஷல் அறிவித்த நாள் செப்டம்பர் 20, 1924. இந்திய வரலாற்றிற்கு புது வெளிச்சம் பிறந்த ஒரு முக்கியமான நாள். சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு அறிவிக்கப்பட்ட நூற்றாண்டை முன்னிட்டு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஜான் மார்ஷலுக்கு சென்னையில் திருவுருவச் சிலை அமைக்கப்படும் என்று அறிவித்திருக்கிறார்கள். இதன் தொடர்ச்சியாகத்தான் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறையும் ரோஜா முத்தையா ஆராய்ச்சி நூலகமும் இணைந்து சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கை ஒருங்கிணைத்துள்ளனர்.
இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தின் வரலாறு இனி தமிழ் நிலப்பரப்பில் இருந்துதான் தொடங்கி எழுத வேண்டும் என்பத சான்றுகளின் அடிப்படையில் அறிவியல் வழிநின்று நிலவுவதே நமது அரசினுடைய தலையாய கடமை.
Very important conference. It's indeed a great honor for me and a pleasure to be celebrating the centenary of a very major event in our history, that of the Indus civilization.
தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களின் முழக்கத்தை முன்னெடுத்து தமிழர்களின் வரலாற்றை உலக அரங்கில் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கும் பணியை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை முழு வீச்சில் செய்து வருகிறது. இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தின் வரலாற்றை இனி தமிழ் நிலப்பரப்பிலிருந்து தொடங்கி எழுதுவோம்.
Now we would like to introduce Dr. Greg Jamison. He is a professor of anthropology in the College of General Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. He is an anthropological archaeologist whose primary research interests include the Indus civilization of ancient South Asia, inscribed seal production in use, craft production, and experimental ethno-archaeology and the origins of cities and states. May I invite Dr. Greg Jamison to address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, eminent scholars, students, and friends, good morning. I am Greg Jamison, and it is an honor for me to be here at this conference in recognition of the centenary of the announcement of the Indus civilization. Research over the past century has firmly established the Indus as one of the world's earliest, most unique, sophisticated, and longest-lasting ancient civilizations. This is a time for celebration. We also recognize the significance that the Indus civilization has played throughout the Indian subcontinent for thousands of years. We also recognize that there is much work to be done. There are still many questions unanswered about the Indus civilization. And part of the reason why this conference is so valuable is because it provides an opportunity for scholars, students, and the general public to discuss these issues, try to come up with innovative solutions, and apply new methodologies to the study of the Indus civilization and its writing. More broadly, international conferences and events such as this are crucial to increase awareness of the Indus outside of the South Asian subcontinent. There are people all over the world interested in the study of the Indus civilization who recognize its significance and unique character among the world's earliest urban societies. International conferences such as this, publications, and especially collaborative research with South Asian scholars and students is absolutely crucial to advance the global awareness of the Indus civilization and its cultural heritage. I'd like to thank the Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu, and the Research Library for hosting this conference, facilitating my participation, and I am very much looking forward to the next 3 days. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to introduce Mr. Tony Joseph. He is a journalist by profession and the author of Early Indians, The Story of Our Ancestors and Where We Came From, which has been translated into 6 Indian languages. The book won the Tata Literature Live Book of the Year Award in 2019. He has been the editor of leading business magazines and currently working on a sequel to Early Indians. Now may I invite Sir Tony Joseph to address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister, friends, academics, and scholars. What a fantastic start to 2025, the 101st year of the discovery of the Harappan civilization. And how heartwarming it is that this is being organized by the government of Tamil Nadu and is inaugurated by the Chief Minister, Thiru M.K. Stalin. The work of Sir John Marshall and his team put a firm archaeological basis for taking the Indian civilization back a few millennia. And the discoveries of population genetics in just the last decade have solved what looked like completely unsolvable and difficult problems, including who the Harappans were and how they are connected to the rest to the people living in the Indian subcontinent today. We also now know that we are all Harappans in a genetic sense and in a cultural sense. As far as I know, this is the only major international conference of this scale to commemorate this anniversary, that it is being held in Chennai and being inaugurated by none other than the Honorable Chief Minister is heartwarming. It also tells us that the responsibility of keeping alive the memories and spirit of the Harappan civilization falls on all of us. Let us hope that this seminar will be a major step towards better understanding of the historical links that connect, that bind all of us, whether we are in the east, in the west, in the north, or the south. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு கண்டறியப்பட்ட நூற்றாண்டு நிறைவு விழாவில் தலைமை உரையாற்ற மதிப்பிற்குரிய தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் தலைமை செயலாளர் திரு முருகானந்தம் IAS அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். May I invite respected Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu to deliver presidential address.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, respected Asiriyaraya, esteemed scholars from across India and from abroad, Mr. Uday Chandran, Mr. Chandramohan, Mr. Balakrishna IAS, good morning to all of you. 1924 ஆண்டில் அன்று ASI டைரக்டர் ஜெனரலாக இருந்த திரு ஜான் மார்ஷல் சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டை கண்டுபிடித்து உலகிற்கு அறிவித்தார். அதற்கு முன்னர் ASIயின் தொல்லியல் நிபுணர்கள் இறந்தவர்களின் குன்று மவுண்ட் ஆஃப் த டெட் என்று அழைக்கப்பட்ட மோஞ்சதாரோ மற்றும் ஹரப்பாவில் அகழாய்வுகள் மேற்கொண்டனர். 1500 சதுர அடி ஸ்கொயர் கிலோமீட்டருக்கு பறந்து விரிந்து கிடந்த ஒரு மகத்தான நகர்ப்புற பண்பாட்டின் எச்சங்கள் கண்டறியப்பட்டன. இந்த கண்டுபிடிப்பு இந்திய துணை கண்டத்தின் ஏன் மனித குலத்தின் வரலாற்றை திருப்பி போட்டது. அதுவரை இந்தியாவின் வரலாறு 3500 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னர் வேத காலத்திலிருந்து தான் தொடங்கியது என்று உலகம் நம்பியிருந்தது. ஆனால் 5000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னர் ஒரு உயர்ந்த நகர்ப்புற பண்பாடு, sophisticated urban civilization இருந்ததை திரு ஜான் மார்ஷலின் கண்டுபிடிப்பு வெளிச்சத்துக்கு கொண்டு வந்தது. இந்த பண்பாட்டின் சொந்தக்காரர்கள் யார்? இவர்கள் என்ன மொழி பேசினார்கள்? எப்படி இந்த மகத்தான பண்பாடு எப்படி அழிந்தது? இந்த கேள்விகளுக்கெல்லாம் கடந்த 100 ஆண்டுகளாக பல்துறை ஆய்வுகள் மூலம் அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் மெல்ல மெல்ல விடை அளித்து வருகிறார்கள். இந்த காணொலியில் காட்டியது போல சர் ஜான் மார்ஷல் தொடங்கி பல்வேறு அறிஞர்கள் இது திராவிட பண்பாடு என்று தரவுகள் அடிப்படையில் தெரிவித்துள்ளார்கள். திரு பாலகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களும் ஊர் பெயர்களை ஆய்வு செய்து நம்மளுடைய சங்க இலக்கியங்களில் உள்ள தரவுகளை கொண்டு அவர் இது திராவிட பண்பாடு, தமிழர் பண்பாடு என்று கூறியிருக்கிறார். இந்த மோஞ்சதாரோ ஹரப்பா பகுதிக்கு வெறு அருகாமையிலேயே பலுச்சிஸ்தான் பகுதியில் பிரஹி என்ற மொழி, ஒரு திராவிட மொழி, தமிழை ஒத்த மொழி இன்று வரை பேசப்பட்டு வருகிறது. அது இதற்கு ஒரு மிக சிறந்த ஒரு சான்றாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் நம்முடைய அனைத்து கேள்விகளுக்கும் முழுமையான பதில் வர வேண்டும் என்றால் சிந்துவெளியில் கிடைக்கப்பெற்றுள்ள எழுத்துக்களை, இந்த மொழியை நாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். அதற்கான முயற்சி 100 ஆண்டுகளாக நடைபெற்று வந்தாலும் இதுவரை ஒரு முழுமையான வெற்றி நமக்கு அதில் கிடைக்கல. அசோக பிராமி எழுத்துக்கள் அதிர்ஷ்டவசமாக ஜேம்ஸ் பிரின்சப்ஸ் என்ற ஒரு ஆய்வாளர் 19வது நூற்றாண்டில் படித்து பல உண்மைகளை வெளிக்கொண்டார். அது முன்னர் பல கல் தூண்கள், பல கல்வெட்டுகள் அவர் படித்த பிறகுதான் இந்தியாவில் அசோகர் என்ற ஒரு மாமன்னர் இருந்தார், பெரும் பகுதியை அவர் ஆண்டார், புத்த மத கொள்கையின் அடிப்படையில் அன்பு மரணம் உடைய ஒரு சிறந்த நல்லாட்சியை வழங்கினார் என்ற உண்மைகள்லாம் நாம் தெரிந்து கொண்டோம். அதுவரை அப்படி ஒரு மன்னர் இருந்ததே இந்தியர்களுக்கு தெரியவில்லை. இதுபோன்ற ஒரு நல்ல வாய்ப்பை நமக்கும் இயற்கை வழங்கும் என்ற நம்பிக்கையோடு நான் இருக்கிறேன். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு சிறப்பு விருந்தினராக நமது மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர்கள் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். உலகமே திரும்பி பார்க்கும் வகையில் கீழடியில் ஆய்வுகள் மேற்கொண்டு தமிழ் பண்பாட்டின் தொன்மையை உலகறிய செய்தவர் நமது முதல்வர் அவர்கள். அதேபோல இன்று என்றும் இல்லாத அளவிற்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் 8 இடங்களில் புதிய அகழ்வாய்வுகள் நடைபெற்று வருகின்றன. கீழடியில் அருங்காட்சியகம், பொருணை அருங்காட்சியகம், மாபெரும் சோழர் அருங்காட்சியகம், தஞ்சையில் கங்கை கொண்ட சோழபுரத்து அருங்காட்சியகம், தமிழ் மற்றும் இந்தோ ஐரோப்பிய மொழிகளுக்கு உறவு குறித்த ஆய்வு என்று பல்வேறு முன்னெடுப்புகளுக்கு மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அனுமதி அளித்துள்ளார்கள். இப்பணிகள் நிறைவடையும் போது தமிழர் பண்பாட்டின் தொன்மையும், தமிழ் மொழி திராவிட மொழிகளுக்கு தாய், ஆரிய மொழிகளுக்கு மூலம், உலகத்தின் முதல் மொழி என்ற உண்மையை அறிவியல் பூர்வமாக தக்க ஆதாரங்களுடன் நாம் உலகறிய செய்வோம். No force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come என்று விக்டர் யுகோ கூறினார். அதுபோன்ற நேரம் வந்துவிட்டது. இனி வரும் காலம் தமிழின் காலம், தமிழர்களின் காலம். தமிழின் தொன்மையையும் தமிழர் பண்பாட்டின் மேன்மையையும் இனி யாரும் மறுக்க முடியாது, மறைக்க முடியாது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கு இந்த முன்னெடுப்புகளுக்கெல்லாம் வலு சேர்க்கும் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். இந்த ஏற்பாடுகள் செய்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. முதிர்ச்சி அடைந்த நகர நாகரிகத்தின் அடையாளமாக போற்றப்படும் சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு நூற்றாண்டு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கில் சிறப்புரையாற்ற மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். May I invite Honorable Minister for Finance and Archaeology to deliver special address.
ஏறத்தாழ அரை நூற்றாண்டு காலத்திற்கு முன்பாக இதே அரங்கில் முரசே முழங்கு என்கின்ற நாடகத்தை மறைந்த நம்முடைய மதிப்பிற்குரிய MR ராதா அவர்களுடைய தலைமையிலே நடத்தி இன்றைக்கு நூற்றாண்டு கண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு இந்த நூற்றாண்டு விழா கருத்தரங்கத்திற்கும் இதே மன்றத்திற்கு வருகை தந்து இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு பெருமையும் சிறப்பையும் உருவாக்கி தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர், நூற்றாண்டு விழா கண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய கலைஞர் அவர்களாலே உருவாக்கப்பட்ட திருவள்ளுவர் சிலைக்கு வெள்ளி விழாவும் கண்டு இன்றைக்கு இந்த மாமன்றத்திற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை உங்கள் அனைவருடைய சார்பில் நான் முதலில் வருக வருக என்று இருகரம் குப்பி வரவேற்று என் வணக்கத்தை தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். மேடையிலே வீற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ் வளர்ச்சித்துறையினுடைய அமைச்சர் அவர்கள், மதிப்பிற்குரிய தலைமை செயலாளர் அவர்கள், மதிப்பிற்குரிய நிதித்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்கள், மதிப்பிற்குரிய நம்முடைய சுற்றுலாத்துறையினுடைய செயலாளர் அவர்கள், மேடையிலே வீற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய ஆய்வு நெறி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள், திரளாக கூடியிருக்கக்கூடிய தொல்லியல் ஆர்வலர்கள், ஆய்வாளர்கள், மதிப்பிற்குரிய நம்முடைய தமிழர் தலைவர் ஆசிரியர் அவர்கள் உள்ளிட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய தலைவர் பெருமக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு வணக்கம். எல்லோருடைய இளமைகளிலும் இருந்து நீங்கள் எண்ணி பார்ப்பீர்கள் என்று சொன்னால், நம்முடைய பள்ளி படிப்புகளிலே இருந்து சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம், மொஹஞ்சதாரோ, ஹரப்பா இந்த 3 சொற்களும் எல்லாருடைய பள்ளி படிப்பினுடைய நாட்களிலும் நிச்சயமாக மறைந்து விடாத பெயர்களாக இன்றைக்கும் இருக்கும் என்பதை நான் உங்களுக்கு நினைவூட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியமில்லை. தமிழுடைய அந்த காலையும் நீண்ட அந்த கட்டட அமைப்புகளும் அருமையான அந்த பொய்யையும் நம்முடைய குழந்தைமையினுடைய நினைவு குறிப்புகளில் என்றென்றைக்கும் பதிந்திருக்கக்கூடிய வடிவங்கள் என்பதை நாம் மிக நன்றாக அறிவோம். எனக்கு ஒரு தொடர்ச்சியான கேள்வி ஒன்று உண்டு. சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகம் ஒரு புதினமா அல்லது அது ஒரு புதிரா என்கின்ற அந்த கேள்வி எனக்கு எப்போதும் உண்டு. சிந்து நாகரிகத்தினுடைய அருமையான ஒரு நகர நாகரிகம், அற்புதமான கட்டடக்கலை, சிறப்பான மண்பாண்டங்கள், அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அரசன், அங்கே காணக்கூடிய நடனமாதுவினுடைய சிலை, அவருடைய போக்குவரத்து வசதிகள், அவர்களுடைய வணிகம், இவற்றையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கருத்திலே கொள்வீர்கள் என்று சொன்னால் அது ஒரு புதினமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு ஒரு தன்மையுடைய கூறுகளை உடைய ஒரு நாகரிகமாக இருந்தது. ஆனால் அதே சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம் ஒரு புதிரா என்று கேட்டால் ஒரு நன்கு வளர்ந்த ஒரு எழுத்து முறையை கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த நாகரிகம், அந்த நாகரிகத்தினுடைய எழுத்து முறையை இன்னும் முழுமையாக சரியாக படிக்க முடியாத ஒரு காரணத்தால் அது இன்றைக்கும் ஒரு புதிராக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நிலை இருக்கிறது. நூற்றாண்டுகளுக்கு பிறகும் மேடையிலே வீற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர்களும் அவர்களுக்கு முன்னாலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர்களும் அந்த புதிரை விடுவிக்கக்கூடிய முயற்சியில் தங்களை தொடர்ந்து ஈடுபடுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மிக முக்கியமான சிரமம், எகிப்திலே இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த ரோசட்டா கல்லில் இருமொழி பதிவுகள் இருந்ததால் அவற்றை எளிதாக நாம் மொழிபெயர்த்து படிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்புகள் வந்தது. ஆனால் சிந்து வழி குறியீடுகளுக்கும் முத்திரை எழுத்துகளுக்கும் அந்த வாய்ப்புகள் இல்லாத காரணத்தினாலும், அது மற்ற இடங்களிலே இருப்பதைப் போல சுவர்களிலே எழுதப்படாத ஒரு காரணத்தினாலும், முத்திரைகளிலே மிக குறுகிய அளவில் எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய காரணத்தினாலும் இன்றளவும் அதை படிப்பதிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய சிரமங்களை ஆய்வாளர்கள் உணர்ந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் தான் சிந்து வழி நாகரிகத்தினுடைய இந்த எழுத்துக்களை படித்திட வேண்டும் என்கின்ற முயற்சியை தொடர்ச்சியாக அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் மேற்கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த நாகரிகம் எந்த நாகரிகத்தினுடைய தொடர்புடையது என்பதை நமக்கு முன்னாலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் ஹீராஸ் பாதிரியாரிலே துவங்கி நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் அது தொடர்ச்சியாக நம்முடைய மறைந்துவிட்ட ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன் அவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அஸ்கோ பார்பலாவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, மேடையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பாலகிருஷ்ணன் சாராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அத்தனை பேரும் சொல்லுவது சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம் என்பது நம்முடைய நாகரிகத்தினுடைய திராவிடத்தன்மையை கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நாகரிகம் என்பதுதான். எனவேதான் இதை முற்றிலுமாக அறிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய அளவில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அகழ்வாராய்ச்சிகளின் மூலமாக அங்கே பெறக்கூடிய மட்பாண்டங்களில் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகளினுடைய வழிகொண்டு சிந்துவெளியினுடைய அந்த ஆய்வு முடிவுகளை நாம் அறிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய, எழுத்து முறை அறிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய இந்த பணிகளுக்காக இந்தியாவின் வரலாற்றில் அகழ்வாராய்ச்சிகளுக்கு என்று 5 கோடி ரூபாயை உருவாக்கி தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே முதலமைச்சர் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் என்ற வகையில் இந்த பணிகளை அவர்கள் முடுக்கிவிட்டிருக்கிறார். எனவேதான் அது ஏற்கனவே நாம் பல ஆய்வுகளில் எடுக்கக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலைகள் இருந்தாலும் சரி, சூலூர் தட்டிலே இருந்து அல்லது நம்முடைய திண்டிவனம் பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சானூரிலே நடக்கக்கூடிய அங்க மட்பாண்டங்களிலிருந்து ஒரு காலத்திலே அந்த ஆய்வுகளிலே கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகள், நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய இந்த திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியிலே மேற்கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அகழ் ஆராய்ச்சிகளிலே பல இடங்கள், அது ஆதிச்சநல்லூராக இருந்தாலும், சிவகலையாக இருந்தாலும், கீழ்நமண்டையாக இருந்தாலும், இந்த இடங்களிலெல்லாம் நடக்கக்கூடிய துளுக்கர்பட்டியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆய்வுகள் மூலமாக நமக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகள் சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகத்திலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த பண்பாட்டு எழுத்து முறையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகளுக்கு இணையாகவோ அல்லது ஒத்திருக்கக்கூடியதாகவோ அது இருக்கிறது என்பதை நாம் தொடர்ச்சியாக சுட்டிக்காட்டி வந்திருக்கிறோம். இன்னும் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், இங்கே பார்த்திருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த காளையின் உருவத்தை நீங்கள் பார்த்திருப்பீர்கள். இந்த காளை சிந்துவெளியினுடைய காளையாக இருந்தாலும் கீழடியிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த திமிழுள்ள காளை தான் சிந்துவெளியிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த காளையாக இருக்கிறது. ஆதிச்சநல்லூரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தாய் தெய்வம் தான் சிந்துவெளியிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய தாய் தெய்வமாக இருக்கிறது. சிந்துவெளியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு விலங்குகளை நாம் அறிந்திருக்கிறோம். காண்டாமிருகம் இருக்கிறது, புலி இருக்கிறது, எருமை கூட இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் நினைவிலே வைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், ஒரு விலங்கு அங்கு நிச்சயமாக இல்லை. குதிரை நிச்சயமாக சிந்துவெளியிலே இல்லை என்பதை நாம் மனதிலே நிறுத்திக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். தேர்வண்டி இருக்கிறது, ஆனால் தேர்வண்டியிலே ஆரக்கால்கள் இல்லை. எனவேதான் இந்த நாகரிகம் நம்முடைய தொடர்ச்சியான ஒரு நாகரிகம், தென்னிந்தியாவோடு தொடர்ச்சியான ஒரு நாகரிகம் என்பதை நான் எடுத்துச் சொல்லி ஒன்றை மாத்திரம் சொல்லுவேன். நமக்கும் தென்னிந்தியாவிற்கும், குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கும் சிந்துவெளிக்கும் இருக்கக்கூடிய நாகரிகங்களை நாம் 3 வகையிலே சொல்ல முடியும். ஒன்று, அதிலே கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய மெட்டீரியல்ஸ், இன்னொன்று ஸ்கிரிப்ட், இன்னொன்று லிட்ரேச்சர். இந்த 3லும் சிந்துவெளியோடு தொடர்பு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நாகரிகம் இருந்திருக்கிறது சொன்னால் அந்த நாகரிகம் திராவிட நாகரிகம். ஏனென்று கேட்டால், அதே காலகட்டத்திலே கங்கை சமவெளியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எந்த ஒரு பானை ஓடுகள், கருப்பு பானை ஓடுகள், அது என்பிபி ஆக இருந்தாலும் ஸ்லிப்வேராக இருந்தாலும் அங்கே எந்த குறியீடுகளும் காணப்படாத நிலையில் நம்முடைய பகுதியிலே கிடைக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகள் சிந்துவெளியினுடைய குறியீடுகளோடு ஒத்திருப்பதை நாம் கவனத்திலே கொள்ள வேண்டும். ஒட்டகம் என்பது வடமேற்கு பகுதியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விலங்காக இருந்தாலும் தமிழின் இலக்கியங்கள் அகநானூற்றிலே சொல்லுகிறது கடுங்கால் ஒட்டகம் என்று அதனை மருதன் இளநாகனார் குறிப்பிடுகிறார். அதை போல ஓங்குநிலை ஒட்டகம் துயில் மடிந்தன என்று நம்முடைய சிறுபான்ற்று படையிலே வருகிறது என்று சொன்னால் அவற்றையெல்லாம் இலக்கிய சான்றுகளின் மூலமாகவும் நமக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய தொடர்புகள் நிறுவக்கூடிய இருக்கிறது. எனவேதான் பாலகிருஷ்ணன் சார் ஒரு முறை சொன்னார், சிந்துவெளி விட்ட இடமும் சங்க இலக்கிய தொட்ட இடமும் அந்த ஒரு புள்ளியிலே தொடுகிறது என்று சொன்னார். அந்த தொட்ட இடத்திலிருந்து ஆய்வுகளை நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய முன்னெடுப்புகளோடு நாம் எடுத்துச் செல்வோம் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் எடுத்துச் சொல்லி, அந்த வகையில் இந்த ஆய்வுகள், இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு இடத்தை இன்றைக்கு பெற்றிருக்கிறது. காரணம், ராஜஸ்தானிலே கூட நீங்கள் பார்த்திருப்பீர்கள், ஆர்டிஷியன் ஊற்றிலிருந்து தண்ணி வந்தார் கூட அது அழிந்தொழிந்து போன ஒரு நதியிலிருந்து வருகிறது என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய கதைகள் இன்றைக்கு வந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய நிலையில் நாம் அறிவியல் பூர்வமாக இதை நாம் அணுக வேண்டும். அதற்கான வாய்ப்பை இந்த கருத்தரங்கு நமக்கு வழங்கி இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. சிந்துவெளி வரி வடிவங்களும் தமிழ்நாட்டு குறியீடுகளும் ஒரு வடிவவியல் ஆய்வு என்ற ஒப்புநோக்கு நூலை மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வெளியிட மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பெற்றுக்கொள்வார்கள். பண்பாட்டினை கண்டுபிடித்து உலகிற்கு அறிவித்த இந்திய தொல்லியல் கழகத்தின் மேனாள் தலைமை இயக்குநர் சர் ஜான் ஹீபர்ட் மார்ஷல் அவர்களின் மகத்தான பணியினை நினைவு கூறும் வகையில் அன்னாரது திருவுருவ சிலைக்கு அடிக்கல் நாட்டுமாறு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக் கொள்கின்றோம். சர் ஜான் ஹீபர்ட் மார்ஷல் அவர்களின் திருவுருவ சிலைக்கு அடிக்கல் நாட்டிய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். இந்திய அளவிலும் வேறு எந்த மாநிலத்திலும் இல்லாத வகையிலும் தொல்லியல் அகழாய்வு பணிகளுக்கு 5 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதி ஒதுக்கீடு செய்து தமிழ்நாடு முழுவதும் பரவலாக அகழாய்வுகள் மேற்கொள்ள ஆணையிட்டு பழந்தமிழர் நாகரிகத்தை உலகிற்கு பறைசாற்றி வரும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க நிகழ்வான சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு நிறைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கில் விழா பேருரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். Now we humbly request Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to address the August gathering.
அன்புள்ள சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு நிறைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கு தொடக்க விழாவிலே பங்கேற்று தலைமை உரையாற்றியிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களே, முன்னிலையற்றுள்ள அமைச்சர் சாமிநாதன் அவர்களே, விழாவிலே பங்கேற்று சிறப்பித்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் சேகர்பாபு அவர்களே, விழாவிலே பங்கேற்று விழாவிற்கு பெருமை சேர்த்திருக்கக்கூடிய நம்முடைய தமிழர் தலைவர் தகைசால் தமிழர் ஐயா ஆசிரியர் அவர்களே, பெருநகர சென்னை மாநகராட்சியுடைய மேயர் திருமதி பிரியா அவர்களே, நாடாளுமன்ற சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, தலைமைச் செயலாளர் திரு முருகானந்தம் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, முதன்மை செயலாளர்கள் திரு உதயச்சந்திரன் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, திரு சந்திரமோகன் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, முன்னிலை வைக்கக்கூடிய தொல்லியல் ஆராய்ச்சி வல்லுநர்கள் திரு கிரேக் ஜாமிசன் அவர்களே, திரு ராஜன் அவர்களே, திருமதி நயன்ஜோத் லஹரி அவர்களே, மதிப்பிற்குரிய திரு பாலகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களே, திரு டோனி ஜோசப் அவர்களே, கருத்தரங்கில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய தொல்லியல் துறை வல்லுநர்களே, அரசு உயர் அலுவலர்களே, மாணவ கண்மணிகளே, உள்ளாட்சி அமைப்புகளின் பிரதிநிதிகளே, என் பாசத்திற்குரிய திராவிட உடன்பிறப்புகளே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். 2021ஆம் ஆண்டு நம்முடைய அரசு அமைஞ்சதும் திராவிட மாடல் அரசுன்னு நாங்கள் அதுக்கு பெயர் சூட்டணும். இது ஒரு கட்சியின் அரசு அல்ல, இனத்தின் அரசுன்னு குறிப்பிட்டேன். அதற்கு அடையாளமாக இந்த விழா நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன வரலாற்றை ஆய்வு கண்ணோட்டத்தோட பார்க்கிற முதிர்ச்சியோட அறிவு செயல்பாடா இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் நடக்குது. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு நிறைவு விழாவை நாம இப்போ கொண்டாடி இருக்கோம். இந்தியாவில் வேறு எந்த மாநிலத்திலையும் இப்படி ஒரு விழாவை அரசே முன்னின்று நடத்தாதுன்னு சொல்லத்தக்க வகையில் மாபெரும் பண்பாட்டு பெருவிழாவா இது ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கு. இந்திய துணைக்கண்ட வரலாற்றில் நமக்கான இடத்தை நிலைநிறுத்துவதுதான் நம்முடைய நோக்கம். வரலாறும் பண்பாடும் தொல்லியலும் தொலைநோக்கு பார்வை கொண்ட இந்த விழாவை ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சர் தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு நிதித்துறை முதன்மைச் செயலாளர் மற்றும் தொல்லியல் ஆணையர் உதயச்சந்திரன் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த பாராட்டுதல்களை நன்றியை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். ரெண்டு பேருமே தொல்லியல் ஆர்வலர்கள். இப்ப கேட்டாலும் இந்த மேடையில மணிக்கணக்கில் சிந்துவெளியை பத்தி பேசக்கூடியவங்க. இவங்க இந்த துறைக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கிறது இந்த துறைக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கே பெருமை கிடைச்சிருக்கு. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு விழாவை கொண்டாட தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறையும் ரோஜா முத்தையா ஆராய்ச்சி நூலகத்தினுடைய சிந்துவெளி ஆய்வு மையமும் இணைஞ்சு இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கோம். இது நம்முடைய அரசுடைய கடமை. இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தில் வெளிநாடு மற்றும் நாட்டின் பல பகுதிகளில் இருந்தும் 20க்கும் மேற்பட்ட அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் கலந்துகிட்டு ஆய்வு அறிக்கைகள் வழங்க இருப்பது எனக்கு பெருமிதமாக இருக்கு. சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம் முதலில் 1924ஆம் ஆண்டு செப்டம்பர் 20ஆம் நாள் அன்று உலகுக்கு அறிவிக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. தி இல்லஸ்ட்ரேட்டட் லண்டன் நியூஸ் என்ற இதழில் இந்திய தொல்லியல் துறை டைரக்டர் ஜெனரல் சர் ஜான் மார்ஷல் அதை அறிவித்தார். இது இந்திய துணைக்கண்ட வரலாற்றில் ஒரு திருப்பு முனையை உண்டாக்கி நம்ம கடந்த காலத்தை பத்தின புரிதலை மாற்றி அமைச்சது. ஆரியமும் சமஸ்கிருதமும் தான் இந்தியாவின் மூலம்னு கற்பனைய வரலாறா அதுக்கு முடனும் பலரும் சொல்லிக்கிட்டு வந்தாங்க. அதை மாத்தினது ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவருடைய ஆய்வுகள் தான். சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம் ஆரியத்திற்கு முற்பட்டது, அங்கே பேசப்பட்டது திராவிட மொழியா இருக்கலாம்னு அவர் நூற்றாண்டுகளுக்கு முன்ன சொன்ன குரல் இன்னைக்கு வலுப்பெற்றிருக்கு. என்னதான் அங்க இல்லைன்னு கேட்கிற அளவுக்கு நன்கு கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட வளர்ச்சி பெற்ற ஒரு நாகரிகம் சிந்துவெளியில் இருந்ததை அங்கு கண்டெடுக்கப்பட்ட பல்வேறு அடையாளங்கள் காட்டுது. சிந்துவெளியில காளைகள் தான் இருந்துச்சு, இது திராவிட சின்னம். சிந்துவெளியில இருந்து இன்றைய அலங்காநல்லூர் வரை காளைகள் இருக்கு. பழந்தமிழ் இலக்கியங்கள்ல ஏறு தழுவுதல் நிகழ்ந்ததற்கான சான்றுகள் இருக்கு. காளையை தழுவிய அடக்கிறதுனால கொள்ளேறு தழுவுதல்னு வருது. சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம் சார்ந்த ஒரு முத்திரையில காளை உருவமும் அதை அடக்க முயல வீரரை அந்த காலை தூக்கி வீசுறதும் இருக்கு. அப்படி இன்னொரு பக்கம் பார்த்தோம்னா குதிரை முத்திரை சிந்துவெளியில இல்ல, வேத இலக்கியங்கள்ல பெருநகரங்களும் இல்ல, தாய் தெய்வ வழிபாடும் இல்லை. ஆனா இந்த ரெண்டும் சிந்துவெளியில இருக்கு, கீழடியிலும் இருக்கு. இதையெல்லாம் வச்சுதான் சங்ககால தமிழர்களின் மூதாதையர் இருந்த இடம்தான் சிந்துவெளின்னு நிறுவப்பட்டிருக்கு. சிந்துவெளி பற்றி ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய கண்டுபிடிப்பை வெளியிட்டதுமே தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய விடுதலை நாளிதழில் அதை பற்றி கட்டுரைகளை வெளியிட்டிருக்கிறார், பேசியும் இருக்கிறார். தந்தை பெரியாரை தொடர்ந்து பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்களும் 1948ஆம் ஆண்டிலேயே சிந்துவெளி நகரத்தினுடைய அடையாளங்களை வெளிக்கொண்டு வந்த சர் ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்களுடைய சாதனைகளை பாராட்டி எழுதியிருக்கிறார். 2010ஆம் ஆண்டு கோவை தமிழ் செம்மொழி மாநாட்டை வெற்றிகரமாக நடத்தின முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் செம்மொழி மாநாட்டு இலட்சியணியில குமரி வள்ளுவர் சில பிறப்புக்கும் எல்லா உயிர்க்கும் என்ற குரல் வரியோடு சேர்த்து சிந்துவெளி முத்திரையும் பதிவிட்டார். அந்த மாநாட்டில் புகழ்பெற்ற அறிஞர்களான அஸ்கோ பர்பலோ, ஐராவத மகாதேவன், ஆர் பாலகிருஷ்ணன் உள்ளிட்டோர் சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டையும் தமிழ் பண்பாட்டையும் ஒருங்கிணைச்சு முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த ஆராய்ச்சி கட்டுரைகளை வாசிச்சாங்க. அந்த மரபின் வழிவந்த நம்ம திராவிட மாடல் அரசு சார்பில் இப்போ சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு நினைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்க நடத்துகிறோம். சிந்துவெளி வரி வடிவங்களும் தமிழ்நாட்டு குறியீடுகளும் ஒரு வடிவியல் ஆய்வு என்ற நூலையும் இங்கே வெளியிட்டிருக்கிறேன். இதுக்கெல்லாம் முத்தாய்ப்பாக ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்கள் சிலைக்கு அடிக்கல் நாட்டியிருக்கிறேன். சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டை கண்டுபிடிச்சது மூலமா நம்ம வரலாற்றையும் பெருமையும் மீட்டவர் ஜான் மார்ஷல். அவரை சிறப்பிக்கிறது தமிழ்நாடு அரசுக்கு பெருமை. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு பேசுகிற வரைக்கும் ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்களுக்கு சிலை வச்சது திராவிட மாடல் அரசு என்ற பெருமையும் நிலைக்கும். சிவகங்கை மாவட்டம் கீழடியில தற்போது நடைபெற்று வரும் அகழ்வாராய்ச்சி உலக அளவில் எல்லோருடைய கவனத்தையும் கவர்ந்திருக்கிறது. தமிழ்நாடு தொல்லியல் துறையால இப்ப மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டு வரக்கூடிய அகழ்வாய்வுகள் ஆதிச்சநல்லூர் அருகே சிவகல ஆய்வு மூலம் தன்புரணின்னு அழைக்கப்பட்ட தாமிரபரணி ஆற்றங்கரை நாகரிகம் 3600 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு உட்பட்டதுன்னு அறிவியல் வழிபட்ட ஆய்வுகள் அடிப்படையில் உறுதி செஞ்சிருக்கிறோம். கீழடி அருங்காட்சியகம் போலவே பொருணையிலும் ஒரு அருங்காட்சியகம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு வருது. 8 இடங்கள்ல அகழ்வாராய்ச்சி நடைபெற்று வருது. நம்ம அகழ்வாழ்வு முடிவுகள் பெரும் உற்சாகத்தை தரதா அமைஞ்சிருக்கு. குறிப்பா மண்பாண்டங்கள்ல காணப்படும் குறியீடுகள்ல சிந்துவெளி எழுத்துக்களோட ஒப்பீட்டளவுல ஒற்றுமைகளை காணப்படுகிற இந்த மேடையில் வெளியிடப்பட்ட ஆய்வு நூல் விரிவா விளக்குது. சிந்துவெளி நகரத்தில் வணிக நோக்கத்துக்காக பயன்படுத்தப்பட்ட முத்திரைகள் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகளையும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் அகழ்வாய்வுகளை கிடைக்கிற குறியீடுகளையும் ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்கும்போது 60 விழுக்காடு குறியீடுகள் ஒரே தன்மையிலான குறியீடுகளாக காணப்படுகிறது. அதே வேளையில் சிந்துவெளியில பொதுமக்களால் பயன்படுத்தப்பட்ட மண்பாண்டங்களை பொறிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகளும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் பொதுமக்களால் பயன்படுத்தப்பட்ட மண்பாண்டங்களை பொறிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய குறியீடுகளும் அதிகபட்சமாக 90 விழுக்காடு ஒரே தன்மை கொண்டவையாக காணப்படுது. நம்ம தொல்லியல் ஆய்வாளர்கள் இப்படி நிறுவியிருக்காங்க. சிந்துவெளியில கிடைச்ச சூது பவளம், அகேட், நீலப்பளிங்கு கற்கள் ஆகியவற்றால செய்யப்பட்ட கல்முனைகள், உயர் வெண்கல பொருட்கள் மற்றும் கருப்பு சிவப்பு மண்கலங்கள், நீத்தாரை புதைக்கும் வழக்கம் போன்ற பண்பாட்டு கூறுகளோட எச்சங்கள் தென்னிந்தியாவுக்கும் சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகத்துக்கும் இடையேயான பண்பாட்டு தொடர்ச்சியை உறுதி செய்யுது. இதுக்கெல்லாம் மகுடம் வச்ச மாதிரி அண்மையில சிவகல்லை, ஆதிச்சநல்லூர், மயிலாடும்பாறை, மாங்காடு, தெலுங்கானூர், கீழமண்டி போன்ற இடங்களில் கிடைச்ச அறிவியல் கணக்கீடுகள் சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகமும் தமிழ்நாட்டு இரும்பு காலமும் சமகாலத்தவை என்பதை உறுதி செய்துன்னு அறிவிக்கிறதுல நான் பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் நிறைந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புக்குரிய இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில தமிழ் பண்பாட்டை பேணி பாதுகாப்பதுதான் தமிழ்நாடு அரசினுடைய தலையாய கடமைன்னு உலகிற்கு உணர்த்துகிற வகையில 3 முக்கியமான அறிவிப்புகளை மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியோடு நான் வெளியிட விரும்புகிறேன். செழித்து வளர்ந்த சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டின் எழுத்து முறையை இன்னும் நம்மால தெளிவா புரிஞ்சிக்க முடியல. 100 ஆண்டுகளை கடந்தும் தீர்க்கப்படாத இந்த சிந்துவெளி புதிர் பற்றி உலகெங்கும் உள்ள தொல்லியல் ஆய்வாளர்கள், பொறியியல் தமிழறிஞர்கள் மற்றும் கணினி வல்லுநர்கள் உட்பட பலரும் இன்றளவும் பெருமுயற்சி செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அந்த முயற்சிகளை ஊக்கப்படுத்துகிற வகையில சிந்துவெளி புதிருக்கான உரிய விடையை கண்டுபிடிச்சு சிந்துவெளி எழுத்து முறையை தெளிவா புரிஞ்சிக்க உதவும் வழிவகையை தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்கள் இருக்கும்படி வெளிக்கொணரும் நபர்கள் அல்லது அமைப்புக்கு $1 மில்லியன் அமெரிக்க டாலர் பரிசாக வழங்கப்படும் என்ற முத்தான முதல் அறிவிப்பு. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாடு குறித்து தொடர் ஆராய்ச்சிகளை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறையுடன் இணைந்து ரோஜா முத்தையா நூலகத்தின் சிந்துவெளி ஆராய்ச்சி மையம் மேற்கொள்ளக்கூடிய வகையில தலை சிறந்த தொல்லியல் அறிஞர் ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன் அவர்கள் பெயர்ல ஒரு ஆய்வறிக்கை அமைக்க $2 கோடி நல்கை வழங்கப்படும் என்பது 2வது அறிவிப்பு. தமிழ் பண்பாட்டின் தொன்மையை உலகமே தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு ஓயாம உழைக்கிற தலை சிறந்த தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்கள் மட்டுமின்றி கல்வெட்டியல் ஆய்வாளர்கள், நாணவியல் வல்லுநர்கள் ஆகியோரையும் ஊக்கப்படுத்தும் விதமாக ஆண்டுதோறும் 2 அறிஞர்களுக்கு விருதுகள் வழங்கப்படும். இது 3வது அறிவிப்பு. இந்த 3 அறிவிப்புகளும் இந்த துறை ஆய்வுகளுக்கு வேகத்தையும் ஊக்கத்தையும் கொடுக்கும்னு நான் நம்புகிறேன். சிந்துவெளி முதல் கீழடி வரை தமிழகத்தின் பெருமை நிரம்பி இருக்கு. பாவாணர், ராசமாணிக்கனார், கேத்த திருநாவுக்கரசு போன்ற மாபெரும் அறிஞர்கள் எல்லாம் இது குறித்து எழுதியிருக்காங்க. சிந்து முதல் வைகை வரை நூலை நம்ம பாலகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்கள் எழுதியிருக்கிறாரு. டோனி ஜோசப் அவர்கள் மரபணு மானிடவியல் சார்ந்த ஆய்வுகள் வச்சு நிறைய எழுதிட்டு வராரு. இன்னும் ஏராளமான ஆய்வுகளும் கண்டுபிடிப்புகளும் வந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. அறிவியல் முறைப்படி சான்றுகள் அடிப்படையில தமிழ் சமூகத்தின் தொன்மையை அறிவுலகம் இப்போ ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள தொடங்கி இருக்கு. இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தின் வரலாற்றை தமிழை தவிர்த்துவிட்டு இனி எழுத முடியாது என்பதை நாம் உறக்க சொல்வோம். ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்கள் கண்டுபிடிப்பின் நூற்றாண்டுல அவருக்கு நாம் நன்றியை உரித்தாக்கி அவர் விட்ட பணியை நாம் தொடர்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. நன்றி உரை நவில திரு சந்திரமோகன் IAS அரசு முதன்மை செயலாளர், சுற்றுலா பண்பாடு மற்றும் அறநிலையங்கள் துறை அவர்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். Now we invite Principal Secretary, Tourism, Culture and Religious Endowment to deliver vote of thanks.
சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பு நூற்றாண்டு நிறைவு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கத்திற்கு வருகை தந்து அந்த கருத்தரங்கினை தொடங்கி வைத்து ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்களின் திருவுருவ சிலைக்கு அடிக்கல் நாட்டி விழா பேருரையாற்றிய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. அன்று ஜான் மார்ஷல் அவர்கள் மோஹெஞ்சதாரோ மற்றும் ஹரப்பா கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை உலக அரங்கிற்கு கொண்டு வந்ததைப் போல நமது மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கீழடி, பொருணை, கொடுமணல் ஆகிய அகழ்வாய்வுகளின் மூலம் தமிழர்களின் பழமையையும் தமிழ் மொழி, சமுதாய மரபுகள் மற்றும் நகர நாகரிகத்தை பற்றி உலக சமுதாயத்திற்கு எடுத்து சென்று பல அரிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளுக்கு வழிவகை ஏற்படுத்திய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றி. 100 years ago, the world discovered a monumental civilization whose existence was announced to the world by John Marshall. Today, we have the Honorable Chief Minister who has made it possible for the world to learn about another civilization in Tamil Nadu, which flourished around the same time and very, very significantly because it was a civilization that was urban in nature, it was advanced, it dated back to the Sangam era, which is the 6th century BC. It established for the first time the antiquity of Tamil culture, language, the Tamil Brahmi script inscriptions, pushing the origins of written Tamil further back. These findings, all of you know, have revealed a well-planned urban settlement with water management, trade links to the rest of the world, highlighting Tamil Nadu's global connections. All this was possible because of the various initiatives and leadership provided by the Honorable Chief Minister. We thank you, sir, for bringing this civilization to light. கருத்தரங்கிற்கு வருகை தந்து சிறப்புரை வழங்கிய மாண்புமிகு நிதி அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், தலைமுறை வழங்கிய மரியாதைக்குரிய தலைமை செயலர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு தமிழ் வளர்ச்சித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், வரவேற்புரை வழங்கிய நிதித்துறை முதன்மை செயலர் மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை ஆணையர் அவர்களுக்கும், ஆய்வு கருத்துக்களை சமர்ப்பிக்க உள்ள உள்நாடு வெளிநாடு தொல்லியல் ஆய்வாளர்களுக்கும், தொல்லியல் அறிஞர்களுக்கும், அரசு உயர் அலுவலர்களுக்கும், செய்தி மற்றும் ஊடக நண்பர்களுக்கும், மாணவ கண்மணிகளுக்கும் இந்த ஆய்வு கூட்டத்திற்கு வருகை புரிந்துள்ள உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
நன்றி ஐயா. தொடக்க விழா நிகழ்ச்சி இத்துடன் நிறைவு பெறுகிறது.
Making innovative use of familiar archaeological and literary sources and mining new data, DIPR rewrote the history of this continental nation of more than 1 billion people. Her iconoclastic approach is not without controversy, but the research that she and like-minded colleagues advanced has profoundly changed the way India's past is understood both at home and across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, for you, Professor Romila Thapa. Thank you.
I would like to begin by expressing my grateful thanks to the organizers of this conference, this very important conference, for inviting me to speak. And it's indeed a great honor for me and a pleasure to be celebrating the centenary of a very major event in our history, that of the Indus civilization. The centenary of a civilization needs to be celebrated, especially where the civilization has considerably altered the history of early times. In India, the Indus civilization played a big role in forcing us to realign our views of the beginnings of Indian history. Up to 1925, the early history of India began with the Vedic cultures and the kind of societies that these had created. The sources were the orally memorized hymns of the Vedic texts, composed after the decline of the Harappan cities in about 1500 to 1000 BC. But with the discovery of the Indus civilization, the construction of the earliest major culture of India pointed up the elements of the overwhelmingly different culture of the Harappans as compared to that of the Aryans. It revealed the presence of a far more impressive civilization in India than that of any other in those times. The expanse of the civilization was not based on conquered territories put together as an empire or a large state. So the impact of this expansive system was different, and we have to keep that in mind. There were settlements, there were spaces between them, and these were the lands that were gradually assimilated into patterns of administration, into the economy of trade as it grew more extensive. The point about trading is that it links extensive areas that do not have to be conquered, as in this case, from the Punjab to the Euphrates Delta, from Badakhshan to Oman. The presence of those involved in trading gets recorded, and furthermore, there is a westerly orientation of the extension of this culture. There is little indication that the Harappans were moving eastwards into the Ganges plain. The Mesopotamian sources speak of the countries to the east of them as Meluha, Makkan, and Dilmun. Scholars that have tried to identify these areas have argued for their being located in Iran and the Persian Gulf. Eravatha Mahadevan has argued that Meluha is perhaps a version of Melakho, Melakho, Melakha that could be Dravidian names for the westerly elevation of the Indus cities, that is, names within the cities. I have argued that this could be Mesopotamian versions of local Indian, perhaps Dravidian names, later rendered into Indo-Aryan. Pali texts mention names such as Milakha, Milakhu, which is linked to Mlecha, used in Indo-Aryan, and has a similar meaning of a person using a different language and having an alien way of life. A Buddhist text, a fairly early Buddhist text, states that Milakhuk refers to the Andhras and the Tamils and so on. And the other form, Milakha, has the same meaning. The entire matter needs further investigation. It is important to keep in mind that these Western contacts were firmly established during Harappan times. We would do well to examine this area more thoroughly. As a civilization, the Harappan was extensive, but significantly, it does not seem to have been a conquered territory. The sites are places where the Harappans had settled and probably chosen because of their connection to trade. Largely through trade, it touched many distant points that went westwards into Mesopotamia and southwards to the Persian Gulf. The export of lapis to the west took the Harappans as far north as Badakhshan in the Oxus Valley, searching for sources of lapis. And westwards, they went to the Tigris-Euphrates Delta and further up. The Mesopotamians referred to the lapis as coming from across 7 ranges of mountains. This was no small distance. This was a land route crossing Iran and present-day Afghanistan. But equally active was the sea route that went through the Persian Gulf. Harappan finds occur in places like Bahrain and southwards to Oman. Here, the search was for copper, also in much demand in Mesopotamia. We have always viewed the Indus civilization as part of the Indian subcontinent and tended not to emphasize its westward contacts. But it did have a presence in relation to West Asia. The presence came from the activities of trade. The Harappans supplied the Mesopotamians with some substantial objects and some more marginal. The effective trade was in the supply of lapis lazuli, as also copper, which may have been shaped as ingots. Lapis is used in the decoration of tombs in Mesopotamia, and since there was none available locally, it seems to have come from what the Harappans supplied. Lapis was available in Badakhshan, in the Oxus region, and in the mountains in eastern Iran. Copper was available at various places in the vicinity of the Indus and beyond. And the relatively recent discoveries of Harappan settlements near copper sites in Oman might be an indicator of this. The distinctly Western orientation of this trade, the continuation of which in history we have until recently tended to ignore, is now forcing us to think otherwise. The archaeology of the region just to the south of the Persian Gulf and hovering over the Red Sea has provided evidence of yet another trading pattern that emerged later than the Harappan, but also focusing on the lands to the west of the subcontinent. I am referring to what used to be called the Indo-Roman trade, but is now often referred to as the Eastern Mediterranean trade with Western India, of which the major route was the Red Sea. What I'm trying to suggest is that the discovery of this cultural pattern is not just linked to the Red Sea, but could perhaps be considered in the wider perspective of activities in this part of Western Asia in general. I am not, however, suggesting a continuation from the Harappan. There is a gap in sources from Harappan times to the mid-first millennium BC. For this gap to be filled would require extensive excavation in this area. What I am suggesting is that when we study the western part of the Indian subcontinent, when then we have to consider not just local evidence, but examine evidence that we might have for the intervening period from other localities between the Indian subcontinent and West Asia. The early archaeology of Western and Southern India is particularly pertinent to this. If in northern India relatively fewer sites have been excavated that date to the post-Harappan period of the late 2nd and early 1st millennium BC, there are many sites in the south. For example, there are a variety of megalithic cultures in the peninsula and going further south. This period has been somewhat neglected by archaeology in the past, but is now indicating that intensive exploration and excavation of potentially important sites has become a necessity. It seems to have been a period of much significance in both the north and the south. Its significance increases by the fact that the cultures so far excavated are diverse with variant cultural patterns. Was there then an interface of cultures that contributed to the creation of the dominant ones? There seem to have been no strong ostensible links to the major known cultures such as that of the Harappan in post-Harappan times, yet we have to discover who were their authors. If they were migrants from the declined Harappan cities, then there would certainly be patterns of cultural depictions that would recall something of the Harappan. But there seems to be a general absence of these. The other culture that made an imprint, judging from oral literary evidence, would have been that of the Indo-Aryans, who themselves were migrants into India soon after 2000 BC, as is suggested in some readings from DNA sources. There is nothing obvious in the Aryan literature that suggests similarities with what is revealed by excavation. For example, the Harappans and the megalithic cultures had graves for their dead, although the graves are distinctly different and are indications of different cultures. The Indo-Aryan speakers, however, largely cremated their dead. One could continue this inquiry and ask what happened to the Harappan pictograms, which were perhaps used in establishing literacy. There has been a debate on whether or not these were a script, and we understand the function of the script in later languages. Even if they did not constitute a script, they would have been used to convey something of what the pictograms represented. What was the language of this representation? This has been an endless debate over the past century. Attempts have been made to try and give a reading in Indo-Aryan, but this has not provided a solution, nor has a Dravidian reading been successful so far. The Harappan culture is very different from that of the Indo-Aryan speakers. The Harappans were urban dwellers who lived in cities. The Indo-Aryans were agro-pastoralists, and their hymns do not feature cities or urban life. The Harappans had a script, even if we have not deciphered it, and it was used in everyday functioning, presumably to identify names and objects. The Indo-Aryans had no script. Communication was entirely oral. There is a big difference between what the archaeology of the Harappan cities and the pictograms on the seals tell us about what may have been the language and the script, and what may have been the oral tradition of the Indo-Aryans. Some hints have come in from specialists in linguistics. It has been argued that Vedic Sanskrit has some small elements that are otherwise only linked to Dravidian languages. This does not mean that the language was Dravidian, but that it may point to speakers of Indo-Aryan living in the vicinity of speakers of Dravidian. Possibly, through the interaction of the two cultures, a few elements of the one may have been picked up by the other. A few words of the vocabulary are thought to have been derived from Dravidian words, and a few grammatical forms seem alien to Indo-Aryan but are familiar to Dravidian. The interesting fact about this is that these elements are only found in Indo-Aryan and in no other form of the Aryan languages. For example, the early language used in texts and inscriptions in Iran uses what is called Irano-Aryan, which is a cognate language of Indo-Aryan, both belonging to the same linguistic family. The two were in close contact and have many similarities. The Achaemenid Iranian king Darius states in one of his inscriptions quite categorically that he is an Aryan. So it would seem that the Aryan speakers in India, and specifically only these, perhaps lived closely with people who spoke a Dravidian-based language, and some elements of Dravidian may have been picked up by the Indo-Aryan speakers. Vedic sources do distinguish clearly between the two cultures, the Arya and the Dasa. The two are distinctively different and perhaps spoke different languages. The cultural difference is something that needs to be investigated and studied. My perennial question that I have not been able to answer is that there are a few references in the Vedic texts to what are called the Dasi Putra Brahmans. The meaning is problematic. Dasi Putras would be sons of Dasi women, but how can they be Brahmins? They are singled out and labeled as different, yet they are not called Mlecha and are given the status of Brahman. There must have been some cultural interface between the two cultures for such a category to evolve. Of course, when it comes to language, there need not be only two languages in conversation, as there may have been other languages concurrently spoken. For example, Munda has also been suggested apart from Dravidian languages. India has a long tradition of variant languages in simultaneous use, and communities of traders would certainly be using more than one or two languages. I don't intend to speak at length on the new evidence that is coming, linked not only to the post-Harappan culture, but also the areas adjacent and just beyond it. the frontier zones of the northwest of India that bordered on Iran and Central Asia, and on the south side, the settlements that were to provide the roots of the cultures that became significant at the turn of the Christian era. In all this, the one activity that is prominent in all the varied cultures is their interaction. We have to stop thinking of cultures as isolated and totally unique and start tracking their interactions. When we start talking about the interaction of cultures, then other historical questions have to be asked. What was the identity of the participants in these cultural interactions? Was there a distinction between the indigenous people and those that migrated to India from elsewhere? All of the subcontinent received migrants. The history of the North was tied to activities in Central Asia and Mesopotamia. The entire peninsula had quite other connections with West Asia, for instance. These were to extend further to other lands. Identity, therefore, becomes a problematic question. It is never solved unless seriously investigated and is present in all periods of history, because there are always migrants from across the borders coming in to settle. Had India not been such a rich and welcoming country, there might have been fewer migrants coming in. Historically, we have had migrants from many places that surround us, but historians have tended to be rather quiet about the contribution of migrants and settlers to the making of Indian culture. Then there is also the problem of defining the various cultures that were interacting, either through pastoralism or trade or conquest, and ascertaining their interface. In parts of the subcontinent, the Bronze Age was mutating into the Iron Age. This brought recognizable changes in cultural patterns, with a fundamental change in technology. Archaeology is changing the picture for the period of circa 1500 to 500 BC. Dramatic changes in this period take place in the Middle Ganges plain with a new urbanization and the culture it brings. And now we know that the peninsula is asserting its presence with its array and variety of megalithic cultural sites in the Deccan and South India. Are these potentially pre-urban sites, with the exception of some, such as Kirari, which is urban? Will this turn out to be the hub of another urbanization? Looking at the picture that is emerging, there has to be as much focus on the archaeology of the peninsula as there has been on India north of the Vindhyas. I have been speaking of civilization in terms of the economy, the society, and the environment. What belief systems did they have? This is hard to define as they have no written texts, and we have to wait until the pictograms are written. Some guesses have been made, but they remain guesses. Even more significant and more difficult to discover from the limited sources we have is evidence of the social values that these many cultures propagated. A civilization must also have a strong presence of ethics. In fact, that is one of the determining features of what we call civilization. Ethics includes an insistence on understanding the other culture, and where there is disagreement, then at least contesting it, but not violently silencing it. This is a form of tolerance which includes a dismissal of violence. This was a message of the Shramana's religious sects later on in the mid-first millennium BC. They emphasized the ethics of understanding and compassion. The historical question remains open as to where these ethics originated. Did they have an earlier beginning? Were they entirely a reaction to Vedic Brahmanism and its teaching, or did they go back to earlier roots that may have been present in the subcontinent deriving from other cultures? This is, in fact, an extremely problematic and difficult question that is facing archaeologists and historians. Let me conclude by saying that in celebrating, and very justifiably so, the centenary of the substantial and impressive Indus civilization, we cannot stop at this point. What the discovery of the Indus civilization revealed was a view of the horizon that lay before us, which had not been revealed until then. As happens in all such discoveries, it also opens up a large number of questions. As we know, the advance of knowledge lies in asking questions of it. The answers we work out either change our historical perceptions or remain unanswered. Some of the answers involve archaeologists and historians, but many demand inputs from others. Today, when we study aspects of the Indus civilization, we consult a number of specialists in different fields, but whose knowledge is necessary. These are specialists in linguistics, in our research on the possible language, horticulture to examine possible changes of diet with new people settling in fertile lands, hydraulic studies to explain the many changes in the rivers of the Punjab, like the Satluj and the Hakra, ecological investigations that may have affected the decline of some areas, and genetics used in trying to identify people. If we are to arrive at a fuller understanding of the Indus civilization, or for that matter, the history of early India, such disciplines have to be consulted. To these, we may add those philosophers who might like to explore the intellectual life of those times when the evidence becomes available. This, however, is problematic, as I have said earlier. The discovery of the Indus civilization raised new questions. Innovative explanations have to be taken further, but only after they have been tested by the application of the historical methods of investigation. The centenary of the discovery of the Indus civilization marks a point when we take count of what we have done, how we have got to where we have, but more importantly, it also marks the point of what we need to do in further investigations. Let's hope that these investigations can be carried out and that our knowledge of the Indus civilization can be further illuminated. Thank you.
A small round of announcement before we move on to the next session. I kindly request all student participants and registered participants to maintain silence and help us in the conduct of smooth academic sessions. I also request everyone within the auditorium to turn their mobile phones and other devices in silent mode. We will now have the keynote address delivered by Professor Nayanjot Lahiri, entitled The Indus Civilization, Looking Back at an Epochal Discovery. Professor Nayanjot Lahiri's qualifications include an MA, MPhil and PhD in history from the University of Delhi. Her research interests include Indian archaeology, archaeological theory, heritage studies, and ancient India. She has several research papers and publications to her credit. She's authored many books such as Finding Forgotten Cities, How the Indus Civilization Was Discovered, The Decline and Fall of the Indus Civilization, The Archaeology of Indian Trade Routes and Pre-Ahom, Assam. The Infosys Prize 2013 in Humanities for Archaeology was awarded to Professor Nayanjot Lahiri for her outstanding contribution towards the integration of archaeological knowledge with the historical understanding of India from its earliest times. Her book, Ashoka in Ancient India, was also awarded the 2016 John F. Richards Prize by the American Historical Association. She is an exceptional scholar of proto-historic and early India. Her wide-ranging work on the past and present illuminates many aspects that include contemporary Indian society. I now call upon the Director of Roja Mutya Research Library, Mr. Sundar Ganesan, to honor Professor Lahiri with a memento.
Just put this. Hello? Yeah. Okay. So I want to begin by thanking the Roja Muthiah Research Library and the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology for organizing this conference and for inviting me to deliver the keynote lecture. It's really a big honor. It's also perhaps the first international conference that has been organized for the centenary of the Indus civilization, which was really a landmark discovery. So I think this conference will go down as another important landmark, because we haven't had a big conference, of this kind. Now, about a century ago, on 20th September 1924, John Marshall made an announcement in the Illustrated London News, which dramatically altered existing perceptions of India's antiquity. He made known what he called was the civilization of the Indus Valley, and it is for that reason that he came to be famously described by Alfred Foucher as the man who, archaeologically speaking, left India 3,000 years older than he found her. It's also some 20 years since my book on the discovery of the Indus civilization was published, where I explored, how this happened. And now this, the centenary edition, was published some months ago with a new afterword. Now, at the outset, I want to mention 2 points. First, that the Indus discovery is actually very different from any other discoveries. The credit for the discovery of this civilization, notwithstanding what has been said about John Marshall, was not actually an individual discovery. It was an institutional discovery. There were several archaeologists who found clues, and the clues were not all discovered at the same time. And these archaeologists, in many ways, were connected with the Archaeological Survey of India. So it is an institutional discovery of the Archaeological Survey of India. And while John Marshall was the sutradhar, the holder of the strings, as it were, he made this announcement of the discovery, and he brought all the scattered ideas together. But actually, there were many archaeologists and scholars involved in this process. Equally, some of those protagonists, very unexpectedly and without any planning on their part, discovered clues which would eventually change the way India's past was visualized. So it's not as if you went to the field to discover a civilization and found it. It often happened inadvertently. Second, there is no contemporary record about how the discovery unfolded. None of the key archaeologists involved in this left behind their memoirs or even produced contemporary accounts as things were unfolding. Instead, what we have are piles of government files. The government files, of course, have an advantage that they were not produced to showcase a neat retrospective version of how India's ancient civilizational past was recovered. And for me personally, these files have turned out to be a treasure mine because they've allowed me to put together the story that I've narrated in my book. In fact, my publisher always jokes with me that my book should not have been called Finding Forgotten Cities. Instead, it should have been called Finding Forgotten Files. Now, as for the story itself, it culminated on 20th September 1924 with the announcement in the Illustrated London News. But the discovery itself was some 90 years in the making. The story began with Charles Masson, a deserter from the British East India Company, who first left behind, and he saw the mounds of Harappa, and in this volume, some years later, he published an account of Harappa. It's another matter that Masson did not discover the antiquity of Harappa because he was looking at the mounds through a classical lens, and he thought this was Sangala, which is mentioned in the accounts of Alexander's invasions of India. In a similar manner, Harappa was some years later excavated by Alexander Cunningham, not explored, but excavated, and among other things, he discovered a set of objects which, if you look at the Cunningham reports, seem like aberrations. There is a seal here, which he has noted. He had not found the seal, it was handed to him, with an unknown writing. There are stone blades and there is pottery. Now, it's a kind of juxtaposition that he was not used to. And, his account does give you a sense of that. But typically, when it came to identifying it, he thought it was a city where Xuanzang had stayed for a couple of months in the 7th century. So, neither he nor Charles Masson discovered the significance of Harappa because they viewed it through texts, one through classical texts and the other through the eyes of Chinese pilgrims. And then, of course, there was John Marshall, who first saw these seals, the seals of the British Museum in the 19th century, the ones which had reached there, before he came to India in 1902, although he would eventually announce the discovery of the Indus civilization only in 1924. Now, if for a minute we place this long timeline within the world of larger breakthroughs, an idea which is frequently mentioned is that of the slow hunch. So if you think about the discoverer of oxygen, Joseph Priestley, he was apparently building upon an insight which went back to his boyhood. The young Priestley apparently trapped spiders in glass jars in the belief that there was something very interesting in the way that organisms perished when you sealed them in closed vessels. The important point for Priestley, of course, was to keep this hunch alive at the back of his mind, which eventually bloomed more than 2 decades later when he began thinking first about perished spiders in sealed containers. Now, if we use this understanding for understanding the Indus discovery, I think Priestley's slow building up is very evocative of Marshall's sense of pushing back the antiquity of India, an idea that was incubated in his mind for a very long time. In fact, his is a classic archaeological case of the slow hunch. Here was a scholar who since the early 1900s intuitively imagined that there was an unknown canvas which preceded what was then considered to be the beginning of India's historical past. We know about Marshall's intuition because in 1903, he deputed Hiranand Shastri, who you see here, an ASI man, to survey sites where copper hoards were found in North India. And at that point, he talked about these having possibly belonged, the copper hoards, to the Bronze Age, which could be correlated with the Rig Veda. Today, such copper hoards are considered to be roughly contemporary with the Harappan times, but a century ago, their age was a mystery. It continued to be so because nothing was unearthed by Hiranand Shastri that allowed Marshall to specifically suggest an archaeological scaffolding for a very ancient phenomenon. But the point I'm trying to make is that as early as 1903, Marshall was actually willing to think of India's antiquity going back to a kind of literate Bronze Age. In the same year, other clues about an unknown segment of Indian history were unearthed from Baluchistan by Hughes Buller. Buller is best remembered as the civil services officer who was a compiler of the district gazetteers of Baluchistan, but Buller also saw himself as a kind of amateur archaeologist. And in 1903, he wrote to Marshall about certain polychrome vases and bowls that a member of his team, Mirza Sher Muhammad, had found at a site called Null. When photographs of this type reached Marshall, he immediately declared that they were very similar to Mediterranean pottery. And he also said that if other things were discovered, there was a real possibility of getting back to a date which was as yet unrepresented in the Northwest by any antiquities. Now, retrospectively, these are very interesting observations. First, his reaction to link Null with the Mediterranean makes sense in terms of his own background. He was trained, after all, in the Mediterranean. And secondly, his intuition that this would push back the chronology, the existing chronology of the Northwest, has proved to be correct. Null is today actually recognized to be even older than Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. So it's even older than Marshall had imagined it to be. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that Marshall's teething years saw the discovery of clues which he recognized as being unrepresented in the narrative of ancient India. Of course, the clues, it has to be admitted, were not pursued with any degree of urgency. For example, Harappa was a place which we know was excavated only in 1921 in the Marshall era. But it was one where he considered a dig many years before actually the excavation began. It was in 1907 that he had wanted to acquire the mounds of Harappa, but the price for acquiring them seemed to be a bit beyond the budget of the ASI. Soon after that, the Indian government, in order to cut down spending, recommended abolishing a number of posts, including that of the Director General of Archaeology. Marshall eventually saved his job through a very active campaign in England, which was spearheaded by two former viceroys, Lord Curzon and the 4th Earl of Minto. So the interest in Harappa and its very interesting seals faced a lot of extraneous challenges and constraints. It was not only a question of sustaining an intuition at the back of his mind, as had been the case with scientists pursuing hunches, but of doing so in the face of inadequate department budgets and job uncertainty. In fact, I was very pleased to see that in Tamil Nadu, the finance minister is also the minister in charge of archaeology. And that may be one of the reasons why there hasn't been a shortage of funds for archaeology in Tamil Nadu. This was certainly not the case in colonial India. So one reason why Marshall's hunch regarding Harappa reached fruition later has to do with constraints like this. That the excavations of Harappa were put on a back burner because of circumstances unrelated to archaeology can also be explored a little further. In 1914, there were all indications that it would be excavated within a year. There was a senior officer of the Archaeological Survey, Hargreaves, who wrote a report. He was not very impressed with the mounds, but he did feel they needed to be excavated. And he also provided photographs for Marshall. These are a couple of the photographs, the mounds of Harappa in the background, and of course the Nauga's shrine, where there were these, what we recognize today to be Chalcolithic ring stones placed and worshipped there as the rings or bangles of the Pir, as also seals which Hargreaves found. But again, in spite of the recommendation of Hargreaves, the excavations did not take place. The reason was the Great War, which we call World War I, that began in 1914. Its outbreak led to a massive effort on the part of British India, both in the form of money and men. In the ASI, there was now a palpable crunch. There was a moratorium on new excavations. And many archaeologists, British officers, including Harold Hargreaves, decided to fight in the war. So here it is political events related to a theatre of war that was far removed from India that further slowed the process of pursuing the clues from Harappa. It was in place of Hargreaves that Dayaram Sahni was brought in, the archaeologist whose name we associate with the crucial excavation of Harappa in 1921. However, instead of looking at Sahni's excavation, I want to stay for a minute with the warriors, because in adjacent Rajputana, or Rajasthan as it was, we call it today, another trail becomes visible around this time. This concerned the path of a scholar of languages from Italy, Luigi Pio Tessitori, who had been spiritedly scouting around the desert states of Jodhpur and Bikaner. It was Tessitori who would go on to excavate Kalibangan, whose mounds, like those of Harappa, are now considered as containing the remnants of an Indus city. And I think his work is worth highlighting because it's so little known. Now, Tessitori was an accomplished linguist with a thesis that involved a comparison of the Ram Katha in the Ramayana of Valmiki and the Ramcharitmanas of Tulsidas. But while he was in Italy and while he was waiting for the result of his dissertation, Tessitori became intensely keen to work on West Indian vernaculars, and he wanted to come to India. He was in touch with a Jain Acharya, Vijay Dharmasuri, and on the other hand, with the India office, hoping that he could get a job as either a teacher of Latin or Greek or Italian in a college or a school which was nearest to Rajputana. With Vijay Dharmasuri, he would subsequently build up a very close relationship. Tessitori considered him to be his Param Pujya Guru, but it was on the recommendation of George Grierson, who directed the Linguistic Survey of India, that he was appointed to work on the Bardic Chronicles of Rajputana. These had been collected by the Asiatic Society. So initially you have Tessitori going to Calcutta, finding that these were very poorly copied manuscripts, and then proceeding to Rajputana for field work. By 1916, however, there was a crunch in terms of funds because the government told him that the money for his project had to be halved. And it was at this point that John Marshall and the ASI stepped in to support him financially. And in return for his support, he was asked that while collecting manuscripts, he should also search Rajputana for antiquarian remains. Now, the state I'm going to talk about is Bikaner, because that's the one which is relevant for the story. And it was one state where conditions for archaeological explorations were most unfavorable. The distance between one village and another, the vast tracts of loose sand, which could only be traversed by using the camel. These are some of the conditions that Tessitori talks about. But this was compensated by the discovery of a very interesting archaeological field. Tessitori documented a large number of mounds, including Kalibangan. He excavated Kalibangan, found all kinds of structures and artifacts there, and these are in his report to the ASI. But more important is what he did not mention, but he had found at the site, which was long stone blades, as you can see on the right, pottery, and seals. Now, this juxtaposition of artifacts, pottery along with stone blades and Indus seals, was exactly what Cunningham had found at Harappa. And undoubtedly, if Marshall had known about them, he would have realized that this was a new type of culture that stretched from Harappa to Kalibangan. So how is it that this did not become public knowledge? I think it's possible that Tessitori decided to keep discreetly silent about this until he had sorted out the age and context for himself. He already had a sense that this was prior to anything that he had been familiar with in Rajputana, and he talks about these as prehistoric finds. But which Cunningham incidentally did not do, and who had seen the same juxtaposition. But I think Cunningham was much more fortunate than Tessitori, because at least he lived to publish an account of his excavations and make known his presence to those of us who have an interest in Indus cities. Tessitori's traveling of Kalibangan, on the other hand, is practically, or at least was practically unknown, because before he could actually publish anything on it, an unfortunate turn of events came to unexpectedly swamp his life. It all began in 1919 when he left for Italy because his mother was gravely ill. By the time he reached Udine, she had died, but he decided to stay there for a while. While he was in Italy, he did share the information about the seals he had found with one person, George Grierson. Grierson, he wrote to him, and sent a photograph, and Grierson was very enthusiastic, and he said these were of extraordinary interest, but, it looked like Chinese writing, which, of course, Tessitore did not agree with. At this point, Grierson advised that, Tessitore should get Marshall's permission to actually publish these seals in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland. And I think Tessitore intended to do just this. However, his return journey proved to be fatal. And, we've all lived through a pandemic, and if you think back to another pandemic, where there was the Spanish flu, you had Tessitore contracting Spanish influenza on the ship, and within a few weeks he died of double pneumonia in Bikaner. He was buried in Bikaner, not far from the fort of his patron and friend Maharaja Ganga Singh. And even today people come to this grave on his death anniversary, but I don't think many remember that he could have been a major protagonist in the story of the discovery of the Indus civilization. To now return to Dayaram Sahni, it was his diggings which succeeded in establishing the existence of a city older than any ancient city that was known at that point within India. The seals he was able to demonstrate were of pre-Mauryan antiquity, which meant that they were prior to the last quarter of the 4th century BC. So at this point in time, in 1921, it was a very optimistic but guarded assessment that was being made at Harappa. And the only thing was that you had John Marshall, who said, well, there still remain 50 feet of unexcavated deposits, which can lead to further valuable discoveries. But soon after this, there were unexpected breakthroughs. And these breakthroughs come from Sindh, from Mohenjo-daro. Unlike Harappa, there was no slow hunch or even a prior understanding that the excavations which began in December 1922 would actually yield dramatic evidence. The excavations of Mohenjo-daro also had nothing to do with Marshall's planning. It was an officer of the Western Circle of the ASI, Rakhaldas Banerjee, who for many years had been keen to excavate it, believing that it was an important Buddhist site. And the reason for that was because the citadel mound of Mohenjo-daro is crowned by a stupa, and this is a closer view of that. It just so happened that when the debris was being cleared from the high platform beneath the stupa, one of Rakhaldas's assistants, N.S. Chikte, made the momentous discovery of 2 inscribed seals. Banerjee immediately realized that these seals were inscribed with characters that were similar to the seals from Harappa. And this certainly meant that Harappa was not unique. I think it is for this reason that he had found and recognized seals of the Harappa type at Mohenjo-daro, which would later become the reason why, in the story of the discovery of the Indus civilization, he would always be considered an important protagonist. For the moment, though, he would take about 3 months to transmit information about these seals to his boss in March 1923. Marshall at this point in time was full of enthusiasm, but he was leaving for England on a long-planned furlough, So he asked Banerjee to actually try to establish the chronology of Mohenjo-daro and to see whether it was like Harappa pre-Mauryan. He also asked Banerjee to try and establish the cultural connections of people who had produced these seals. Now, in the world of science, I think it's fairly common to speak of a discovery being the consequence of a chance finding. This is exactly what happened in Mohenjo-daro. But a lot depends on whether the concerned researcher can take advantage of what has been unexpectedly found. So if you look at scientists, scientists build experiments which sometimes capture unknown and unexpected processes. They try to sort of give explanations with what knowledge they already have, and then support it with with analogies from similar experiments. But if none of this works and the unexpected results continue, then it is likely that they would form new models and theories. Now, if this is juxtaposed with matters as they unfolded in the case of the Mohenjo-daro seals, it would seem that Banerjee was actually hesitant to visualize a new framework on the basis of which he could offer a kind of framework. His idea was that the seal makers were part of the early spread of races into India, and it was an exercise which had much in common with the views of British historians who constantly used a paradigm where India's ancient past was marked by races and civilizations being brought into India. So the man from Mohenjo-daro, to put it another way, was thinking of this discovery in terms of a framework that was unlikely to lead to any new way of visualizing this unknown culture. That is with regard to Banerjee. But what about Marshall? Interestingly, on his return, he did not visit either Harappa or Mohenjo-daro, which were being trenched in quick succession on his orders. Instead, as he always did, he went to continue with his excavations at Taxila. In doing this, he was following routine. At the same time, I think he should have known that this was going to be 1923-24 would be a very important season in the life of those two sites. And I think what he did by not going there is perfectly in character. He was rigidly disciplined. But if he had broken that discipline, it's possible that the discovery of the Indus civilization would well have unfolded before the autumn of 1924. So what eventually pushed Marshall to try and come to grips with the enigma of these two sites? It was actually what one of his junior officers, Madhar Sarup Vats, wrote to him in April 1924. Vats had just completed a 4-week excavation at Mohenjo-daro, and he was the first archaeologist who actually pointed out to Marshall in a letter that, look, there are not just similarities between the seals, there's a common presence of flint scrapers, of terracotta figurines, bangles, balls for slings, all being of a kindred kind. And he even pointed out that the sizes of the bricks were the same. Marshall had neither seen Mohenjo-daro nor Harappa, but I think it was this letter of Vats which forced him to break routine and come to grips with what Mohenjo-daro and Harappa were throwing up. And he reckoned that the only way to do this was by simultaneously comparing the material, and one agrees with that. And in conference with the people who had excavated this. So he quickly decided that there would be a conclave of concerned archaeologists and artifacts, and he decided to hold this conclave in his head office in Shimla. So masses of material reached Shimla, and so did the archaeologists. And that's why whenever anybody asks me, where was the Indus civilization discovered? When was its significance understood? I always say that it was discovered in Shimla. But jokes aside, this must have been one of the most exciting archaeological examinations in the lives of those archaeologists. The only person till then who had articulated an overarching archaeological presence was Vats. But surveying the similarities for himself, for Marshall, was different from reading about them. For many years, he had actually considered finding antiquarian remains of an earlier age than what the survey's excavations usually turned up. And now, unexpectedly, his officers had reclaimed one such culture. They had reclaimed it from under the alluvium of the Indus plains, where it was waiting, as it were, to script a near story. That it was a meeting of archaeologists which led to the recognition of a city civilization is worth thinking about. Now, among scientists, laboratory meetings are actually very common. But in the case of the ASI of colonial India, there was no institutional space where archaeologists associated with it discussed their digs or sought information about each other's fieldwork. There was actually no tradition of brainstorming, face-to-face brainstorming in the ASI. In fact, if there had been, possibly the flow of information and inspiration would have been far faster. That in the world of innovations and discoveries, the free flow of ideas and opinions can be crucial is further borne out by what followed Marshall's announcement of the discovery of the Indus civilization. In England, there were scholarly readers of the 20th September Illustrated London News who reacted instantaneously. One of them was the linguist A.H. Sayers, who immediately dashed off a note which appeared on 27 September in the same news magazine. Here he wrote that these finds were even more remarkable than what Marshall had supposed, and that actually seals of the type of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa had been discovered at Susa in the 3rd millennium BC, and thus there was intercourse between Susa and northwest India at that point in time. So in this way, the announcement of the discovery of the Indus civilization led immediately to an understanding of its long chronology, because it appeared in a widely read publication, and more importantly, it was read by scholars who had experience in matters of ancient scripts and sites in Asia. So the networking of knowledge in London appears to have been as crucial as it had been in Shimla. Now, after this, of course, and I'll conclude this very quickly, the spadework of various archaeologists began revealing the spread of the Indus civilization, along with very large and busy digs at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. The first set of volumes on Mohenjo-daro appeared in 1931, while the Harappa excavation report appeared in 1940. In both instances, you had these distilled accounts with a wealth of detail which provide a fascinating window into the splendid character of those ancient cities. And reading those volumes, you could be forgiven for thinking that everything that needs to be known about those digs is contained in these volumes. Almost everything worth knowing would be more accurate. I think what is not there in the publications are the little-known facts which you find in the archives, which give a qualitatively different flavor to the digs. So, for example, today we know of, a small bunch of stone heads, sculptures of males that have been found. And this particular one was found in the HR area of Mohenjo-daro. And scholar, a young scholar from Ceylon, in his notebook, felt that this was actually not a man but a woman. So he felt that the nature of the forehead, the chin, the expression, everything was feminine. And as for the beard, he said, well, you just have to think of Egypt and Mesopotamia, where actually mock beards were put by women in various contexts. It's another matter that today it is considered to be a male, the statue of a male. You know, all kinds of explanations which never found their way into excavation reports were offered by the most seasoned archaeologists as well. So the Great Bath, for instance, was considered by John Marshall, and this was published in the Times of India in 1926. He considered that this was in the midst of a palace, and he felt that this was a private swimming pool. It's another matter that today one considers, you know, that this is not really a palace. There are rooms around the bath, and it's likely to have been a public bath, not a private bath. In addition to this, you have, you know, all kinds of little insights about the laborers who were involved. A lot of child labor, for instance, was employed in the excavations, and both children and women were paid far less than the men. But there are also some very evocative accounts of the laboring class. So the Times of India, for instance, talked of the labor force in Mohenjo-daro as a cosmopolitan family of Sindhis, Balochis, and Pathans. All day long, it said, the 1,000 inhabitants of this strange settlement spend their time digging with picks and spades and shovels and knives. Yet, though they are diggers, they are neither gardeners nor farmers. They are in actuality makers of history, or perhaps it would be accurate to say that they are discoverers of history. So, you know, these sorts of very empathetic accounts of laboring life are not to be found in archaeological publications. And it's very nice to get a newspaper report which vividly captures what would have been encountered in the sandy remote space of Mohenjo-daro in 1926. Finally, of course, you know, in all these digs, the one big man who is missing is Rakhaldas Banerjee, the Mohenjo-daro man. And this should not surprise us. I mean, there's been a lot of controversy about this, so I just thought I would mention it. It should not surprise us because at this point in time, he was superintendent of the Eastern Circle of India, and he was actually, you know, at this particular temple, the Chaussat Yogini temple of Jabalpur, because he was looking at the proofs and correcting the errors in his forthcoming publications on the Heheyas of Tripuri. It was during this visit that an image of the Buddhist goddess Tara was taken away from the temple, and in the train of its disappearance, Banerjee came to be directly implicated. In fact, the case papers are printed in a confidential file on, you know, this whole case. And what we learn from that file is the extraordinary circumstances in which he departed from the archaeological survey. I mean, to cut a long story short, basically in October 1925, Banerjee got the image of Tara brought down to the guest house where he was staying, the inspection bungalow. And then this image reached, and it was done in the presence of, you know, the Purohit. The Purohit did not inform the Mahant because, you know, of the Chaussat Yogini temple, because he felt this was some official business. The image reached Calcutta, but about 11 days later, there was an official, a tehsildar from Jabalpur, who came because the Nagpur Museum wanted this image of the Buddhist goddess Tara. At which point, the Pujari then told the Mahant that the image had been taken to Calcutta. So the Mahant then got the authorities, the local authorities of Jabalpur, to write to Banerjee to return this image because it was needed. At which point Banerjee then wrote back, this was on 17th November, saying that no image had been brought by him or any member of his staff. The Mahant of the temple insisted on a further inquiry. There was first an informal police inquiry, followed by a more formal one. And finally, when matters got too hot, Banerjee himself informed the police that he had managed to find the image in Kolkata and that it was found by his own nephew-in-law. And Banerjee carried back this image to Jabalpur. He was then suspended from the ASI, and after many levels of inquiry, eventually he was removed from service with a compassionate allowance, which was 2/3 of his pension. So, the circumstances of Banerjee's departure are clear. It doesn't have to do with any machinations on the part of John Marshall. It just came to be relegated to the files. And I think it reminds us that in his case, enormous talent was accompanied by an astonishing proclivity to ignore the possible consequences of his actions. The dishonor of dismissal from the organization he had served for 17 years must have been very hard to bear. But it did not adversely affect his career, because shortly after leaving the ASI, he came to occupy a named chair, the Manindra Chand Nandi Professorship of Ancient Indian History and Culture at Banaras Hindu University in 1928. And he died in harness in 1930. So this brings me to the end of this story about how the Indus civilization was discovered. There are some new facts there which come from the new afterword of the centenary edition of my book. And I'm sure new discoveries will continue to be made and will change our understanding of the Indus civilization and of the main characters involved in this narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lahiri, for the keynote address that nudges all of us to look beyond excavation reports at the archaeological knowledge-creating processes, but also to focus with empathy on the subaltern actors that are part of the reports and excavation sites. I would now like to inform that lunch is ready and is being served across the venue in the park area. The delegates have a separate lunch section. I would kindly request the audience to reconvene at the auditorium by 1:45 p.m. sharp, as there's already been a change of the schedule, as should be evident by now. Thank you. Thank you so much. like to call upon Mr. Omar Khan, founder of Harappa.com, to also kindly come to the stage. Our second speaker, Dr. Sudeshna Guha, Department of History and Archaeology, Chivnadar Institution, to also please come on the stage. Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Balakrishnan, sir, to please honor the speakers and the chairperson for session number 1 of the conference. Thank you, sir. I now hand over the session to Dr. Sitabra Sinha. Thank you.
Hi, so it's a great pleasure to have the research talks on now. So I'm Sitabra Sinha. I'm with the IMSC Center for Computational Epigraphy Lab, which looks into computational approaches to deciphering the Indus inscriptions. So it's my great privilege to introduce the two eminent speakers of this session. The first is Mr. Omar Khan. A short biography of him. Omar grew up in Austria and Pakistan and is a graduate of Dartmouth College, Columbia University, and Stanford University. He has lived in San Francisco for over 30 years, where he recently retired as Chief Technology Officer at Common Sense Media, which he helped start in 2004. His claim to fame is the Harappa.com website, which many of us have used extensively over the years. So he he established it in 1995 and has run it ever since. He has also collected early photography and ephemera of the subcontinent and has published 2 books, Paper Jewels, Postcards from the Raj, and From Kashmir to Kabul, the photographs of John Burke and William Baker, 1860 to 1900. So the website Harappa.com, if you are not already very familiar with it, has been the major website enabling the dissemination of archaeological knowledge on ancient Indus or Harappan civilization, with leading scholars from India, Pakistan, United States, United Kingdom, and Europe publishing their work, including articles and latest research to slideshows, essays, and basic facts on the platform. So it's a great pleasure to have Mr. Khan give the first talk on this session. So I invite Mr. Khan to give this talk.
Thank you for that introduction. I think I'm given the challenge of keeping you all awake after a delicious lunch. So I'll do my best by telling you the true story of Harappa.com. So you see up here, I started the site 30 years ago, and it's kind of accidental the way it's developed into what it's become. Because it was the early 1990s, and I was in the CD-ROM business. And the internet just came along, and people were beginning to register domain names. And I was investigating early photography of the subcontinent, and I had this magic lantern slide collection. And I wanted to share it through the internet with the world. So I thought, what domain name should I use? And I wanted something that was both antique and modern. So I thought Harappa.com made a lot of sense. I knew Harappa, one of my favorite great uncles. Sheikh Hafiz Ahmed lived there. I had family and relatives in Sahiwal now. It used to be Montgomery. So I'd visit the site as a little child. There are pictures of me there. So I chose Harappa.com, and I put up the website, and I said a few words about the Indus Valley, and then had these magic lantern slides. And a little while later, I got a nasty email from Richard Meadow at Harvard saying, hey, we're the Harappa Archaeological Research Project. You've taken our domain name. Please give it back to us. So I responded and said, and he had copied Mark Kenoyer on that, and I responded and said, you know, I'm really interested in the ancient Indus Valley civilization too. Why don't we try and work together? So Mark chimed in immediately, and he said, hey, I have this tour of slides of the ancient Indus Valley civilization. Why don't you put those up, Omar? So that's how we got to the very first slide collection around the Indus in 90 slides, which Mark put up and immediately became a hit among our audience. Because it was really the first time people could look through and watch everything that was going on as far as the Indus Valley went in a kind of visual way. So I think in a way I was also sort of motivated in my sort of interest around the Indus Valley civilization by a trip I took in 9th grade to Mohenjo-daro with our class, where I went to the site for the first time. And I must say, visiting Mohenjo-daro is really an experience. It is such an amazing and captivating place. And at that time, this was in the late 70s, early 70s, you could walk through the site and there'd be nobody there. It was completely silent and just a real sense of ancient history. And when you travel in Sindh, especially, even compared to Punjab, one has this sense of the ancientness of the landscape, the culture, the people, and that really sort of profoundly moved me. So I think that I sort of stumbled into this subject. And so I'll show you the site 10 years on, which is, everything was hand-coded. I mean, I was working at it as a full-time job and responding to the interest of people coming to the site. I saw that Indus Valley stuff was a lot more popular in a way than all the photographs and images I was putting up. So I slowly built out over the first 10 years all of these slide sections on the right by all these different scholars, mainly the HARP project run by Richard and Mark, whose contribution to the site has been just immense over the years, and sort of put up their sites. I'm also married to a Tamil woman, so coming here to Chennai to visit family, I would interview, and I met Aravata Mahadevan, who was another great inspiration. What a wonderful man, so intelligent, so many things to say, somebody who had strong opinions about, where the Indus script and so forth came from, but it also was very open-minded and just really a joy and just a real pleasure to be with and learn from. So this is what the site looked 10 years in. Another 10 years, it just became too much to do everything by hand. So I put it on a content management platform, and I started working with more people to try and get content up. And I sort of, around the Indus in 90 slides is up there on the right, and then we sort of divided it up with a blog and articles and books and reviews and things. And I also took out all the non-ancient Indus related stuff, so it was much clearer to the user that they were coming to a site that was about the ancient Indus Valley. And at this point, and today, we get about 5,000 to 10,000 people a day coming to the website and learning about it, and I'll talk a little bit more about the audience in a moment. And it's really, I'm not a scholar myself of the ancient Indus Valley. I'm somebody who's really interested in learning about it and have been drawn into it and drawn into learning more by all the scholars who've contributed to the site, reading their papers, writing reviews about them, putting their slides and content up, and just trying to understand more about this really enigmatic but incredibly important civilization to the world. And if you look at the audience, I'm really proud of the fact that we really draw a lot of different kinds of people here. About 50% of the people are students of all ages through university. There's about 8% of the people are scholars. About 25% of the people are interested amateurs like myself. And the other 10% who won't say what they do, I have no idea what they're doing on the site, but they do come anyway. So we really appeal to a wide range of people, and the scholars you see up there are just a fraction of the many people who come. I myself run the article section, which is I read the latest articles that come out, I write a review of them, I try and comment on them, but really try and make them simpler and explain them to people so they can come and look and make up their own mind and go back to the original content and discover more about the Indus civilization on their own. We also have a Facebook page, which I think started in 2008. We have about 140,000 followers, probably reach about 200,000 or more people a month, where I do all these posts and put stuff up. You can get a sense of where the audience is, because Facebook actually tells you that. And the biggest audience, of course, is in India. It's really interesting not only to look at the cities in India, especially, where the audience comes from, but you also learn things about people around the world, because ultimately this is a world civilization. There's a lot of interest in Brazil in the ancient Indus Valley, and I get a lot of emails from people in Brazil asking more about it, and Italy as well. well. And in part that might be because there are some tremendous Indus scholars in Italy, Paolo Biagi, Massimo Vidale, Dennis Frenez. So it's in a sense, the scholars try and just by being scholars in an area, build up interest in an area about this Indus Valley civilization. But to step back for a moment, just to talk about what is so interesting about the ancient Indus Valley civilization? What makes people like myself, and I think a lot of the people who come to the site, want to know more about, what is really the foundational civilization, urban civilization in the Indian subcontinent, although it has a lot of antecedents as well, which is, was there a different civilizational paradigm operating then? Like, how did this civilization hold together such a vast expanse of land? What must have been many different peoples and cities and areas, because we know there were many cultures and very profound and interesting cultures before the Indus Valley civilization, including Mehergarh, which is thousands of years older, where a lot of the very earliest kinds of forms like, a lost wax casting, for example, of which there are great examples here in the museum, and the Dancing Girl is another example, were founded. So how did the Indus veneer of a civilization hold so many different kinds of people together? I think that's still a question that we really have not answered. Was it more of a peaceful civilization than other civilizations? We'll come to that question in a second. There are a lot of really sort of important, I think, philosophical issues around this civilization, which make it of great interest to myself, and I think a lot of the people who come to the site. And what it really contributed both to the Indian subcontinent, the civilizations that we have here, but also to world civilization, is a big question mark and something that interests me. It's not only unbelievable cities, sanitation systems, jewelry, some kinds of writing and script and ways of trade especially, and doing things, cotton textiles probably, indigo, who knows. There are a lot of contributions that have been made by these people that we're still trying to learn about and would love to get a better handle on. So I'm just taking a few slides from Mark Kenoyer's general presentations on the ancient Indus Valley, but you can get a sense here compared to the other civilizations where it stood. We're learning a lot more about the connections between the Indus civilization and the region around it. And I think when we talk about it being a networked civilization, you look at this map and you just realize the extensive trade routes that they had, both within the civilization and outside of it. It's really quite remarkable. And I know there was a recent paper we put up by V.N. Prabhakar and others about Lothal and the river sort of network around that city, and the fact that there may even have been an internal waterway system that operated in some seasons, certainly between Sindh and Lothal, but maybe even between Mohenjo-daro and Lothal. So the way trade operated in that civilization, the way it connected so many different regions together is really amazing. And this whole idea about civilizations like Romila Thapar talked about earlier, they were all connected to each other and doing things. And even before the Indus Valley civilizations, we have stuff in Gujarat that's found in Central Asia and so forth. So people were always in contact with each other. And it's no coincidence, I think, that many of these civilizations emerged at the same time. Even though they're all unique to themselves in certain ways, they also were in conversation with each other and learning from each other. And within the Indus, there was obviously a lot of learning and exchange going on, which is really interesting. If you look at some of the cities here, on the top left is Mohenjo-daro, at the bottom right is Rakhigarhi here in Haryana, where some really interesting excavations are going on. One thing to note when you think about the network nature of this civilization is you only have big cities if you have a really rich hinterland of villages and smaller towns, just like we have today, that support those big cities, because you have people coming in and out and goods and crops and so forth that need to support those larger urban centers. And I think that's really one of the questions in the Indus Valley civilization, is how those bigger urban centers dealt with and related to all of the different towns around them. On this list of sort of bigger cities up here, Mohenjo-daro is probably one of the cities that most interests me. It's actually the modern city of Sakar on the Indus, is built right on top of it. So we only find new excavations around Indus, areas in so-called Mohenjo-daro when there's some new construction going on in Sakar, and they start digging foundations and discovering things. And they found some really interesting things. The other thing that interests me is that it's right on the Indus, and right to the north of it are the Rory Hills, where there are these gigantic flint mines. And I think Paolo Biaggi, who's one of the excavators there, said once that all the archaeological sites in South Asia could fit into the Rory mines. They're so extensive. But we have people going back to 200,000 BC excavating flint there. And flint was not only used to start fires, which was obviously really important to people, still today, but also to making weights and making a lot of other goods. The whole weight system, which is so dramatically unique in the Indus Valley civilization, was supported by flint mining. So I do hope that someday we do find a way to bury, dig below what is modern day Sakar and find out more about what was a big city under there as well. The other thing that's interesting about the Indus civilization, and we here see sort of the Mount Et at Harappa, before it was excavated, after the excavations, and you see the little gateway there on the left. It's then recreated by a National Geographic artist on the right, working with, the team. It seems from the way Indus cities like Harappa developed that you had these sections of the city that were kind of walled off from each other, and you had craftspeople work there on a certain trade. Maybe they belonged to one clan or the other. And so cities sort of developed loosely and may have had a looser form of interaction among different people there. So whatever the authority was around the city, we'd love to learn more about. And this sort of ties in with the way cities seem to develop in Anatolia even earlier, where you'd have people come from different tribes and set up areas where they traded with other people and slowly settled those areas, and those became cities. And this sort of, the sort of importance of the gateway, we know today from the subcontinent as well, that you have gates facing different cities because they speak to the trade that goes on between those two cities. So trade and connections between people and moving goods around is something that has endured in the subcontinent for thousands of years after the ancient Indus civilization people, where they kind of pioneered this, being probably the first city builders of the area. So these are, one of the more interesting questions, of course, is that many scholars believe that it was really a remarkably peaceful civilization, and some people have said it was a completely peaceful civilization. I personally am a little bit skeptical. I think a lot of the finds in Gujarat and Sindh and other places show there were a lot of fortifications, and a lot of the smaller towns had real fortified walls around them. Maybe it was for trade, but maybe it was for protection as well. We do see traces of violence and so forth in other places, but clearly there seems to be much less weaponry to be found. We have much less evidence of perhaps, really massive, walls, and, we don't know anything about the rulers at this point. So it seems as if the civilizational paradigm that was operant at that time could have been quite different from the more warlike and, conflictive nature of the civilization, say in neighboring Mesopotamia or Central Asia. So we're beginning to discover around that, but I think it's good to keep an open mind. But it's one of those questions that I think makes studying the ancient Indus Valley civilization so interesting, because moving forward as we do, as we are a world still in conflict, are there better ways to work between ourselves and organize ourselves around trade as opposed to using a warfare? And those methods may have been pioneered right here in the subcontinent. Then, of course, you have the unicorn as this, unicorn in quotes. We don't quite know what, the people themselves called this creature, but it seems to be something of an integrative creature, where maybe different clans and groups or cities were being brought together under some kind of veneer of authority or trade or connection. And the fact that, 2 out of 3 seals that have been found so far, and the vast majority of them actually come from Mohenjo-daro, shows that there was something very important about this icon. And discovering more about it and learning more about it is something that's really interesting. And it was not only an icon that was on seals as well as different animals, which may have represented different clans. We're not sure about that. We also have figurines of the icon which were discovered, at Harappa, especially by the harp team, which also sort of show that it was some kind of a creature which was perceived by the people to have a single horn. Which brings us to the Indus writing system. which obviously is, one of the major questions that, a lot of us, I think, here have about the ancient civilization. So what is it connected to? A lot of scholars have sort of supposed that it was connected to some kind of Proto-Dravidian or pre-Dravidian or Dravidian-based script. It's quite possible. But even then, the scholars disagree about what the different signs may have meant. So a ton more work needs to be done there. It may also be based on a script we don't know about. A language we don't know about. It may be connected to multiple languages. It's quite likely in those days that you had many languages in the subcontinent, just like you have today. So you may even have a more diverse field of languages since you had far fewer people. Just, a city like Mohenjo-daro or Harappa had tens of thousands of people, maybe 100,000 people. That's way smaller than, cities that we have today. So obviously there were multiple languages involved there, and what the script actually sort of codified, we need to still investigate, and that's a big question about the civilization. The other thing is, obviously, the script was used for multiple purposes. So it was used not only to communicate something, it was linked to trade. I spent some time at the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford this summer, and they have many different rooms based on the different ancient civilizations, the Near East, Mesopotamia, Crete, the Mediterranean, and so forth. In every one of those civilizations, you had seals, and the seals were always linked to trade. And in some way or the other, that was what the first purpose of the seal was, or some kind of record keeping around economic interactions. So no doubt the Indus seals had some kind of role to be made, in economic activity as well. But they also had ritual purposes. We see them on narrative seals, which had some kind of religious significance, we can infer. So there obviously were multiple uses to this language, which makes it all the more interesting from a scholarly point of view. And here I'm just showing you some sealings at the top left, made with the, unicorn stamp. So, the other thing to notice about seals like Martha Mary and others have shown, this was just, the point of a seal was to make as many copies as possible as were necessary by whatever interactions. So they were actually the master for a copying machine. So you had many sealings made and on all different objects to represent different things. So they really were kind of, objects that we just see one part of until we find the sealing. And then I'm personally a little bit optimistic that some kind of Rosetta Stone or some kind of a bilingual might be found in the Arabian Gulf, in the coming decade or two, because there are a lot of excavations going on there. We do know that Indus people moved there around, a good deal of Indus people seem to have gone there around maybe 2000 BC and brought sealing technology to the civilization there, which quickly took it over and then developed their own seals, but based on the ancient Indus seals and, put their own language on it. So the probability of finding something which has some kind of an inscription which have both languages and we might be able to read one, I would say the probability of that, there's probably might be significant, and that could give us a clue, obviously, to understanding more about the language and the use. So, it's been 30 years that I've run the site. I finally retired so that I can spend more time on it, which I'm very happy to do. But I'm trying to think, what's the next step? How do we take all these questions and put them into a bigger form? So obviously trying to understand the script is a really major thing that we need to try and do, and I think a lot of you probably share that point of view. But I do think it's kind of shocking that there is no online database of seals that is easily accessible to people. Really, one has to go to books. I know Andreas Fultz and Brian Wells have put together something which is a great effort, but you need to get a login and password. It's kind of a little bit hard to get to. So I think it's really when the cuneiform seals have great databases up there run by many universities. Even the stamp seals of the Levant have databases. Why shouldn't there be a proper database and way for different Indus scholars to collaborate and communicate amongst themselves around what these seals might mean and share information and build a community? So I'm really trying to move the site in the future in that direction so that we can build even better resources for people to do their work together and maybe make some real progress in understanding more about the script. So maybe a year ago, I got a call from an Indian businessman, Dan Cherian from Kerala, who lives in Denver, Colorado. And he said, why don't you offer a $1 million prize for cracking the Indus script? And my first reaction was, Dan, I think if we had $1 billion, you could do a professorship, you could do more excavations and stuff. But he convinced me in that first call that actually that is a really good way of building up interest and getting people, more people to be focused on this, because you need to have good marketing, right? We know that, in the world, and I think a prize like that would be a really significant thing to do. And there's a very good example of that kind of a prize out there at scrollprize.org right now, where you actually have people offering prizes for people who can help unlock these papyrus scrolls that were all turned into, actually burnt during the volcanic eruptions at Herculaneum. And they're slowly going through and using different AI techniques to unfold and unwrap these charred and burnt scrolls, and they're offering little prizes along the way to people who share their information on how to do that. Of course, they're after ancient Greek here. It's it's a different language. It's a different situation, but it's built up so much interest and made so much progress possible in unlocking these scrolls after hundreds of years that I think having something out there that really brings people's attention to the problem of the Indus script is one way to harness many more of the resources that we need to sort of tackle this problem. So I think it's going to be a long effort. It's going to be at least 10 years before we get there. I've been working with people in the Valley already, putting together a team. Major scholars are involved. Rajesh Rao, who some of you may know, led some of the earliest machine learning efforts here at the Tata Institute in Mumbai some years ago, and some of his collaborators like Nisha Yadav and others. Greg Jameson, who you're hearing from tomorrow, is also involved. So I'm trying to put together the right team of scholars and the right approaches to doing this, because there are not enough signs actually to use an LLM or to use some of the standard AI techniques. One needs to develop a way of using AI as a service where people can put in a set of assumptions and then use them to see where those assumptions might lead. And once you have the right database up there and the right format to make that possible, I think it'll be much easier to bring in scholars and people who'd like to tackle the question who are not necessarily AI experts themselves. So we'd like to set up the stack and let people use it and work with it over time. And I know a 10-year horizon is a long horizon, but the site has been up for 30 years, so I feel that's not too far out to do that. And of course, the script has remained undeciphered for thousands of years, so it's a small fraction of time left to look at that. And given that I used to be a CTO, I've really tried to sketch this out. But the exciting thing is we have that database developed by Andreas and Brian that's in Germany. We'd like to take that and incorporate that. There are new databases coming up. The people at HARP have been developing a database of just inscriptions on pottery. And there are about 7,000 inscriptions on pottery that have been found at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, where you actually have the pot and you can do residue analysis, and maybe there's a link between the sign and the residue of that pot that maybe names the food or whatever was in that pot. So there are many different approaches that we can start using, but we just need to set up the right tech infrastructure. And that is part of what I'm working on right now with a number of different scholars. And I think that we might be able to make some progress and bring together the team of people to do that. And the interest in the community, especially in Silicon Valley, among people from South Asia is enormous. So I feel kind of, quite good about being able to tackle that. But coming back to the present for a moment, another one of the things that I've been focusing on and I'd like to focus on in the coming years is, and I think in a sense very much inspired by Nayanjot Lahiri's work and her book on looking at some of the earlier Indian archaeologists who really did the work here. Unlike other colonial excavation-run processes in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the really hard work here was done by Indian archaeologists in the field who were actually at the site pulling out the materials. And then, not to undermine John Marshall's role at all, and he did a fantastic job of fighting for money, which you need to do all of this kind of stuff. But it was really trying to bring more credit and more light on work that the Indian archaeologists did at the places. So we've been working in the last few years, or last year or two, on getting all the original pictures of the excavations at Harappa and then putting them together with the text around the different finds, especially by Dayaram Sani, and we're going to go through till 1941, and then we're going to turn to Mohenjo-daro and do the same thing there. So year by year, break out the seasons. So I did the easy first season, which was, a few slides, and then Dr. Nadine Zubair tackled the next season at Harappa. This is still before the announcement in September 1924, when the Indus Valley was, its find was announced to the world. And Dr. Sudeshna Guha, who you will hear from in a second, has been working on this other set. So with that, that's all I have to say, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Guha right now. But thank you very much.
In the interest of time, we'll leave any questions about the talk to the tea break. Before introducing the next speaker, can I please ask the audience to maintain silence during the talks, as it disturbs many of the people who want to listen to the speaker, and kindly maintain decorum of the auditorium. All right, so it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Sudeshna Guha. So Dr. Sudeshna Guha is professor at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Shiv Nadar University. She works on histories of visualization, social histories of archaeology and ancient civilizations, making of archaeological heritage and national cultures, and methodologies of material and culture studies. Professor Guha has been trained in field archaeology, and apart from teaching South Asian history and archaeology, she also has a long professional background in curatorship through management of historical archives and archaeological collections. Her research interests also include histories of archaeology, the archaeology of South Asia and early India, art, architecture of pre-colonial India, historiography, visual histories, materiality, museum studies, cultural heritage and ethics, and archaeology and nationalism. So I now invite Professor Guha to give her much anticipated lecture in this session. So, Professor Guha.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, Dr. Sundaram and Dr. Shivanandan, for arranging this wonderful conference and for looking after all of us so well. My brief today, of course, will be to follow Omar Khan's talk on the cataloging of the Harappa photographs. And I would not be talking about my own work, and this is a new work which I've begun on. So hopefully it'll come up with some new research questions and inquiries. However, the centenary theme of the conference inevitably coaxes recollections of the first newspaper report of the Indus civilization in India on the 1st of January 1925, more or less 100 years back, in the Amrita Bazar Patrika, and which the report noted with rhetorical intensity, and I quote a little bit of it, "What Indian is there who will not feel proud that the civilization of his country thus reaches up to a hoary age of the 3rd or the 4th millennium BCE. Reporting the discovery as a monumental evidence of the fact that the Indian civilization was as ancient as any in Asia, the newspaper urged the colonial government to liberally finance the excavations at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, emphasized that they were of national, not provincial importance, suggested that the Archaeological Survey of India reserved their best energy and funds for the purpose, berating the survey for not failing to protect Harappa through the Ancient Monuments Act, and also for not making the archaeological discoveries decades earlier. The report scathingly asked, what were these high-paid officers doing for more than half a century? Were they sleeping and snoring till they suddenly woke to find themselves made famous by Assyriologists and Egyptologists? So the reference, of course, as many of you would know, would be to the first publication. Now what? Okay, I'm trying. What did you do? Oh, thank you. So the reference was to the first publication of the Indus Civilization in the Illustrated London News by Sir John Marshall, which immediately attracted attention regarding what its cultural and chronological affiliations could be from scholars of ancient Assyria and Egypt, notably Archibald Sayce and also from Cyril Gadd and Sidney Smith. But significantly, on the 21st of January 1925, Marshall faced questions in the Council of States for releasing, and this is in India, for releasing information publicly through a foreign rather than an Indian press. He was categorically asked whether it was a fact that the archaeology department had refused to provide local newspapers with copies of photographs which were first published in England, even though the Indian papers had offered to pay for them. The opprobrium in India regarding Marshall's publication of the first notice in the Illustrated London News is rather well known, as is the fact that Marshall himself was keenly aware of the heightened sense of nationalism which the archaeological sighting had attracted in India. In fact, he emphasized the national importance of the discoveries as early as the ASI's annual report of 1923-24, declaring that the finds allows India to take its rightful place along with Mesopotamia and Egypt as an area where civilizing processes were initiated and developed. Notably, unlike all other Bronze Age civilizations, the Indus civilization has remained subjected to strong nationalist claims of both territorial and cultural ownerships since it was first brought to light in the modern world through excavations at Mohenjo-daro and Harappa in the early 1920s. The hypothesis about links between the Indian and Babylonian civilizations, as we also know, was ascertained through a photographic display in which photographs of similar-looking objects from Ur, Al-Ubaid, Susa, Harappa, and Mohenjo-daro, all published previously in the Illustrated London News, was seen and then put together by Cyril Gadd and Sidney Smith of the Egyptian and Antiquities Department in the British Museum. These photographs were cropped, juxtaposed, and republished as a photographic display. And I am not showing you the photographs from the other Mesopotamian sites, but you can see one of them, one of the female figurines is actually, if I go back, you can see it from Marshall's own display. So what I'm telling you is that many of these photographs had come up before. And it's this journal, I've written about it extensively in an earlier work, but the display here was to show the readers, and I quote, the close resemblance of the objects from Mohenjo-daro and Harappa to Babylonian antiquities, and thereby, I quote again, to trace the interesting comparisons. Gadd and Smith both emphasized the resemblance as very striking when pictures of various classes of objects are seen side by side. So the display constitutes fixing the value of equivalency to photographs of different artifacts from different sites and in different geographical regions. Significantly, such displays resonate upon the evidential power of photographs by building upon our expectancies of their performances. Such displays often illuminate how excavated objects are transferred into evidentiary regimes. I begin with the recall of a snippet of an early visual history of the Indus civilization because my brief today is to showcase a collection of photographs of excavations at Harappa in the year 1924-25, which I've recently catalogued for Harappa.com. I thank Omar Khan for his generosity in sharing this collection with me, and I'm very grateful for all the time he has spent during this Christmas and New Year break to go through the catalogued entries, rectify many of my spelling and grammatical mistakes, I'm sure, input them into the database, and list them through the mounds excavated and published the first batch. It is thanks to his efforts that the photographs now appear poised for telling the story of the 1924-25 excavation when the Bronze Age city of Harappa emerged rather visibly. And having undertaken the preliminary cataloguing, I see the demands of this collection for more research, especially into the ways in which things are endowed with meanings, as this has influenced the cultural histories of Harappa and therefore also the heritage making of the Indus civilization. Now, the Harappa excavations of 1924-25 were the Aram Sahni's last digs at the site. They were undertaken between 6th of December 1924 to 6th of April 1925. The sum expended on them was considerably larger than that of the previous year, rupees 13,000 vis-a-vis rupees 3,000 of 1922-23. Mohenjo-daro that year was excavated by K.N. Dixit, and, I quote, valuable sidelights of the Indus culture were sought through an expedition to Baluchistan that had been largely unsurveyed, or was considered largely unsurveyed, and, I quote, an experimental aeroplane survey over some 50 miles of the old bed of the Ravi, on which Harappa stands. Both brought the promise of the large extent of the Indus civilization and its supposedly indigenous antecedents, albeit in Baluchistan and the Greater Valley. And as Marshall noted, how almost limitless was the field awaiting the excavator. Undoubtedly, the international attention which the Indus civilization received in October 1924, following Marshall's publication about it in September, contributed to the efforts in the 1924-25 excavation seasons of the ASI to know it better. Sahni continued digging in the areas he had previously excavated at the low mound F and at the lofty mound AB that rose abruptly to its south, and he reported that the buildings brought to light that year were somewhat better preserved than those that had been exposed earlier. In mound F, Sahni extended excavations through a long trench A, and he dug trenches AE, AI, and AF, some of it you can see on the map. And from the middle of this mound, he traced an area of parallel walls, which was subsequently identified provisionally and mistakenly as the Great Granary. And Sahni noted this discovery as the most important one of the year. In Mound B, or AB, he excavated in the section B, and he sunk 4 pits. And he noted possible finds of a preserved drain with a gabled roof and a temple-like structure with stout brick walls. Sahni noted wide-scale funerary practice in both mounds, which appear in retrospect anticipatory of the cemetery uncovered 4 years later, although in a very different mound, H, by Madhusarup Watts, which was in 1929-1930. Now, a series of photographs provide a view of the unfolding of the area of the parallel wall, trench by trench, horizontally and vertically. Sahni, as he stated, was led to the excavation of this portion of the site by the existence of 2 solidly built walls running parallel to each other without any party walls. I'm actually quoting him. With these walls as a starting point, my operations, he said, continued to reveal in quick succession at narrow intervals, wall after wall, until I had a series of 14 of them, all running parallel to each other and of the same length. He also mentioned that these walls exhibit 2 distinct types, namely a stouter kind and a thinner type. And had it not been for the thin walls which intervene between the thicker ones, it might have been that the latter enclosed a series of spacious rooms. Now, while describing Sahni's finds, John Marshall, in his essay on the prehistoric civilization that appended the 1924-25 excavations at Mohenjo-daro and Harappa in the annual reports of the Archaeological Survey, mentioned this find notably as a large edifice. In cataloguing the photographs of the area of the parallel walls, we note that Sahni's description was retained by Watts, who excavated after him, and Watts's excavations are 1926-27, 1927-28, when over 3,000 antiquities were recorded at Harappa and over 3 lakhs of cubic feet of earth was moved, 1928-29, when traces of a common foundation wall of the eastern series of the parallel walls were found, 1929-30, when he excavated Cemetery H, and he continued to dig until 1934, by when he had also found a workman's quarter in Mount F. The description of this area as the Great Granary appeared in Watts's definitive report of the Harappan excavations, and he attributed the description to Marshall's premise of the large edifice in the annual reports. We also know that Marshall's premise was undoubtedly reflective of Marshall's expectations of finding large storehouses, as in the Bronze Age Mycenaean civilization, which he knew of. Notably, Watts mentioned a letter which Marshall had written to him in 1933, when on a visit to England, Marshall had seen a granary of the Roman times, and this appears the decisive site for the provisional definition of the area of the walls at Harappa. Now, this inference of Marshall's of a granary building in a large area with ruins, but no decisive shape of a building, illuminates how visual memories and theories of civilization guide expectations of what to look for and seek within excavated sites. Photographs of Harappa excavations during Marshall's tenure as the DG ASI invariably remind us that these and the ones at Mohenjo-daro were often used rather effectively by Mortimer Wheeler to highlight errors in his predecessors' excavation practices and flaunt his own, supposedly more scientific work. The photographs of excavations at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro during the Marshall era of ASI was blatantly used also for Wheeler to talk in terms of how faulty the sightings of the objects were. 2 series of photographs from Wheeler's excavations at Harappa in 1946, one showing the removal of a skeleton of grave 5 from Cemetery R37 to the site museum, and the other, the removal of a bok from a trench, present the ways in which Wheeler employed photography to show off his precise field methods and thereby the accuracy of the evidence which he had unearthed. Wheeler's approach, and I quote Christina Riggs here, entailed visual discipline in the way fieldwork was conducted, photographed, and analyzed to create archaeological arguments. And with respect to Wheeler's injunctions of photography in the field, straight lines, attention to detail, and orderliness served both archaeologists and photographers alike. The embeddedness of the visual in archaeological practice cajoles us to see the remarkable illustrations of some of the archaeologists. And actually in this slide, I do not have one of Marshall, but I have published one in one of the articles I've written on archaeology's visual histories, which is an illustration of the King Menander, Indo-Greek king, for Marshall's way of refuting R.B. Whitehead, who was a numismatician, his understanding of what that coin legend meant. Now, the skill to draw was often acquired and cultivated, and it informs of the value of visuality for decoding meanings of things that were excavated as unknown or deemed subsequently as wrongly known. Examples abound in the illustrated letters of archaeologists, including of Cunningham actually, and they encourage delving into histories that are possibly little explored in archaeology of vision and its representations. Now, unlike the photographs of Wheeler's excavations, those which were taken under Marshall's command rarely show the actual work of digging, clearing, and sorting, and very few bear indicators that direct the eye in distinguishing the stratigraphic breaks or the chronological levels that were reached. Also, Marshall, unlike Wheeler, made no explicit claims on photographs to justify the quality of his excavation methods. However, by arranging selections of excavation photographs from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, in this case I'm just showing you the ones from Mohenjo-daro, it becomes possible to create a narrative of the gradual elimination of pictorial chaos. And in this respect, photographs from Mohenjo-daro and Harappa also allow a glimpse of the evolving genre of an excavation imagery. But we need to remember that the genre itself is contingent upon what we fix as representative samples. Now, regardless of the aims or not of documenting processes of fieldwork, the Harappa photos of 1924-25 illustrate the aims of presenting precisely the objects unearthed, also in their situ condition. We see the scale in many photographs and are reminded that this tool and its correct positioning became the defining parameter of archaeological imagery from the 1940s. And just as an aside, the use of the scale systematically in India for the architectural photographs began sometimes in 1869, and I say this because Omar Khan has written a book on John Burke. So it was done by John Burke in his surveys of the ruins of Kashmir, where he followed Henry Hardy Cole in mapping the ancient monuments of Kashmir. In the Harappan case, we see photographs like this with a cane, and this cane was actually held by the superintendent archaeologist. We see there Ramsani leaning against one, and this provides a view of an archaeological imagery in the making. The 1924-25 Harappa photographs appear in the albums of the Punjab volumes 31 to 33, and this has aided their upkeep and allows their access for research cataloging. This collection in the Punjab volume reminds us of Marshall's creation, which was single-handed of the DGA's photographic collection in 1904, through which Marshall successfully documented his own and his service achievements during his directorship. The collection, as I have shown elsewhere, and those of the photographic collections of the provincial circles that were also created alongside, fashioned the forms and possibilities of archaeological knowledge. Both the A-size photographic collection, which was largely instituted by Marshall, and the photographic collection of the Indian Architectural and Archaeological Surveys, which was established in 1869 for the India Office, which is now largely in its entirety in the British Library, or which I've also written, and there's a new book out on it, clearly explains to us or shows to us why encyclopedic repositories of photographs establish disciplinary epistemologies, and how practices of collecting, cataloging, and archiving inform of things that appear unrelated to such acts, including acts of nation and region making. The Harappa photographs in the Punjab albums also remind us that Marshall donated a comprehensive collection of the Archaeological Survey's photographs to Cambridge, his alma mater. And that's probably one of the reasons I opened this talk with a slide from the Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology in Cambridge, because we need to remember many of Marshall's inferences about the Indus civilization, which arose from his thinking about the Aegean. He gave a large collection of his Aegean of excavations from Knossos, which he had attended in 1899, to the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. So he gave this comprehensive collection to Cambridge, and in 1954, the albums were all sent to Durham when the university was poised to begin a new course on Indian archaeology, and we'll hear about this collection today, later on. And I'm sure we'll be enlightened about this, because when I had seen it, the collections hadn't been digitized, they were just kept in a single cupboard. And expectantly, what one would hope, that the users of this deemed to be teaching collection, because that's why the collection was sent to Durham, would inform of the pedagogy and reception of South Asian archaeology in England in the early years of decolonization. The list of photographs that appear at the back of the annual reports of the Archaeological Survey from 1904 onwards illustrate that by 1920s, photography embedded a chain of on-site recording techniques so that successful negatives were registered in much the same way as artifacts found in the course of excavations. About the Harappa excavations of 1924-25, we are informed that over 105 negatives, mainly views of excavations, were exposed, which means only these 105 negatives were printed by we are told, the superintendent of Hindu and Buddhist monuments Northern Circle, i.e. Sahani, and that 36 photographs of antiquities were included in the DGA's collection. Now, before I move on, I would also like to remind you that Marshall was actually very clear about making collections. And one of the other collections which he made was the Central Library, the Library of the Archaeological Survey of India. It was instituted at his behest, and also the documentary archives from which most of us now write on histories of archaeology, because the administrative files were all kept within the presence of his headquarters in Shimla. And this notion of collecting and collection making has actually informed to a large extent the ways in which various cultures, prehistoric, historic, medieval, ancient, whatever, has had their inferences derived. Now, coming back to the Harappa photos, significantly, the cataloguing of the Harappa photos present the differences in views between Sahani and Vats, and thus a glimpse of the conflicts between the Indian officers of the survey. Sahani recorded overwhelming evidence of funerary practice in 1924-25, both from mounds F and AB, and I quote him. He said, "My excavations at Harappa have yielded overwhelming evidence of the fact that the ancient inhabitants with whom we are here connected invariably cremated the dead, and no traces of the several kinds of burial practiced by the ancient Mesopotamians have been found anywhere on the site. What the ancient inhabitants of Harappa did was first burn the dead body on a funeral pyre and then deposit a part of the cremated bones in earthen vessels or brick structures resembling, as he said, samadhis of modern times." Notably, Marshall actually quoted Sahani's word samadhi in mentioning the unique find in the annual reports of the Archaeological Survey of 1924-25. Sahani's found also remains of several what he called sepulchres and cremations, and all these finds were actually later denounced by Vats. And I quote Vats here, who said, "My experience, based on much larger operation at this place, is that Harappa, especially in the latter strata, is so full of bones that they come out in greater or lesser quantities. Wherever the mounds are dug, due no doubt to the fact that the inhabitants depended a great deal on animal food, perhaps to even a large extent than did the people of Mohenjo-daro. Perhaps I may also add that in the large area which has since been excavated on this and other mounds at Harappa, not a single sepulchre has so far been met with. It is highly improbable that cremation platforms or funeral pyres would have been made in the midst of dwelling houses all over the site," unquote. We also note different descriptions. Okay, so that's another one, again with the quotes of the two of them. We note different descriptions for the strikingly unique objects which was found in the area of the parallel walls. And Sahani published this double-headed animal figure as a double-headed bust of a terracotta lion, and it got published as such in the ARASI, Annual Reports of the Archaeological Survey. Watts, however, noted it as a jugate terracotta tiger head. The two holes on the head, he inferred, were for fixing horns, and he saw the heads to be of a horned tiger, as he had seen on a Mohenjo-daro seal. He further suggested that the conception of this chimera creature is paralleled in the representation of, and I quote him, "the triple interlaced tiger seal of Mohenjo-daro," and that it was a cult object of worship. The duplication of heads being intended to increase at once the prowess and sacred character of the beast. Additionally, we note a discrepancy in the recording. The field number of the object in Sahani's report is A813. In Vats's, it's A815. It would be a careless lapse, no doubt. But considering that the object came to India, we are left wondering whether Sahani's description colored perceptions of its ownership. And here I'm literally casting your memory to the partitioning of the artifacts, which happened in 1947. And you see one of the bird cages also, which came to India. Again, I've written on it, and I guess I'm not going to repeat what I write. But what's pointed out, and this is interesting to note, the errors in the method of recording followed during the time of, as he said, the Rai Bahadur, with reference to Sahani's excavations at Area B in the Mount AB in the years 1920-21, 23-24, and 24-25, he noted, and I quote him, that the latter began by sinking a trial trench. This trench was extended to a length of over 100 feet, and later on, at right angles to it, he sunk 2 subsidiary trenches. What's emphasized? The arbitrary manner in which the depth of the antiquities was recorded, as he said, sometimes from the highest point in the mound, that is to say from 590 feet above the sea level, and at others from the surface of the ground at the point where the find was made, which, as already mentioned, might be as much as 21 feet lower, unquote. Invariably, the pointing of errors in the fieldwork of a peer or predecessor bespeaks of efforts to show the moving on to a better practice. In this, it informs of the ambitions of aspiring archaeologists to show off the merit of their own undertakings. The differences in views provide reasons to look beyond the conflicts between natives and British and European officers of the colonial survey and the colonial politics which the colonial politics endangered. That Indian officers of the survey were also wary of each other and often did not agree on matters of scholarship, finds, and ethics can be gleaned from the many demi-official letters which one comes across of the survey. I quote one from Sahni to Marshall, made on the 20th of April, 1924. Sahni writes from Camp Mathura. So this must be just after his excavations at Harappa, and he wrote, a set of plaster of Paris impressions of the seals found at Harappa will be submitted to you as soon as I return to the headquarters. A set of such casts will also be supplied to Mr. Banerjee, and he meant Rakaldas Banerjee. But I hope he will be good enough to refrain from publishing them until after my own monograph on the Harappa excavations have been submitted to you for publications. The reference here is to the report of the excavations at Harappa in 1923-24, and this is not the only letter of an Indian to his head about his wariness of Banerjee's proclivities to preempt. Going back to the excavations of 1924-25, we note analogies with Hindu religious practices that appear often in Sahni's inferences of the structures and artifacts. Apart from the samadhis and funerary practices, he considered the large cone of dark stone which he found in Mount F, Trench E, resemble a Shivalinga, and suggested that it must have been used for worship in what he surmised was a temple, and which he excavated as a tiny structure with stout brick walls and a narrow entrance to the south. Watts subsequently added to such analogies in the final excavation report of Harappa, which he labored on from 1933. It is in this volume that we find him invoking the Hindu belief of Sukshma Sharir, reaching the abode of bliss, a radiating solar world with beautiful stars, birds, fish, and flower for the final rest, for attempting to understand a painting on a burial jar from Cemetery H. Now, what's his inference? But without the indication that this inference came from him, forms the label of this burial jar, which is prominently displayed today in the National Gallery, in the Harappa Gallery of the National Museum, which showcases the Indian, and perhaps we could say the Hindu antecedents of the Indus civilization. Unlike the other known Bronze Age archaeological phenomena, especially with colonial histories of scholarship, the Indus civilization continues to serve the cultural politics of nationalism and decolonization. This politics, as we know, has changed considerably over the last 75 years, and much of its heritage making is reflected in the shifting terrains of evidentiary concerns that emanate from the scholarship of the Indus civilization and of ancient India. The long archaeological scholarship of the Indus civilization informs of the array of institutional and cultural paradigms through which archaeological inquiries are mediated. They beckon the interrogation of the dictum seeing and knowing, and we note the exhibitions of this civilization, especially in the Harappa Gallery of the Indian National Museum. This curation provides a reminder, if at all be needed, that cataloguing and description are not neutral practices, and that displays through types, which is what archaeological material often is displayed as, offers a brilliant vision of any civilization or any archaeological culture as a timeless lien on territory and space. Such exhibition by type, which is rarely interrogated in archaeological curation, creates a hermetically sealed understanding of a phenomenon, and in this instance, of what constitutes the Harappan. So therefore, thinking through photographs, we are reminded to look for encounters, because photographs and photography represent the pervasiveness of encounters in all we do. There is something that extends beyond the photographer's action, and no photographer, even the most gifted, can claim ownership of what appears in the photograph. Every photograph of others bears the traces of meeting between the photographed person and the photographer, neither of whom can, on their own terms, determine how this meeting would be inscribed in the photo. And we can extend this logic to photographing of habitats, environment, artifacts, name it, whatever. And here we need to note a brilliant book which has come out probably in 2008, so long back, called The Civil Contract of Photography by Ariella Azule, who shows us how photographs and photography deterritorializes, because photographs bear traces of plurality, and therefore they hold within themselves the potential to allow civic negotiations about the subject they designate. I conclude by drawing attention to this powerful quality of a photograph, for reflecting upon the merit of deterritorializing the Indus civilization from its diversely sought after legacies and as an object of inheritance. Perhaps by placing it among its peers, the Bronze Age civilizations that hemmed around it, just as Marshall and his peers did, or thinking through the vista of the Bronze Age worlds, we might be better able to look for encounters in our field studies of it, which would for sure bring into light new research areas of its archaeological inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guha. I understand from the organizers that we have time for a few questions, so I invite questions from the audience. Any questions for the talk by Professor Khan and Professor Guha? Is there a question there? Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for this great presentation. So, while going through the ancient Mackay's or Marshall's edited excavation reports, in the hope of finding some context for certain artifacts, we often find that, at least for Mackay, the artifacts where they're found together, the correlations are at least in some way, discussed. But in recent excavation reports, often when the artifacts are discussed, their contexts are not like their exact place of provenance or where they're exactly found, along with which ones are not found. I think when revisiting these excavation reports, is there any effort that the current archaeologists will revisit them and recheck the field reports and recontextualize to some extent?
So we're trying to do that. Like in the first 2 seasons so far, we've had Mark Kenoyer go through the Harappa excavations and add whatever new knowledge is there to it. But we're always limited by what the original archaeologists put in for the context. So sometimes the level exact, stratification level and so forth is not shown. So I think we're trying to do that, but it's up to what information is available. Do you want to add to that?
I'll just add, it's happening somewhere else. It's happening in something called Museum Archaeology, which is coming out. And it is, there's a Rutledge book, Handbook of Museum Archaeology, which is out. Large amounts of so-called Egyptologists, and I say so-called Egyptologists because they actually should be called archaeologists, but anyway, Alice Stevenson's work, there have been literally now what archaeologists have been going through with excavations which were conducted by Matthew Flinders Petrie, is looking at his reports of where they were from, and then going to the museums. The Petrie Museum is in London, going to that and looking through the ways in which they were catalogued at that point of time and bagged and sorted and seeing whether there were discrepancies there. And then remember a context, and I mean archaeologists only think about one context, but if you talk to any anthropologist or perhaps even historians, context shift, and what we mean by context, that shifts. So when an object comes into a museum or in any other collection, or is collected and kept in a certain manner, the context shifts there because then it becomes affiliated or juxtaposed with something else, and interpretations change. So if you have a look at what is being written today, by those, and I would consider myself to also be one of them, practice museum archaeology, have a look, and there are actually changes of interpretation which are coming through by looking at the changes in which the objects had been bagged, stored, sorted.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Omar, I have a here. Yes. Yeah, so we are so impressed about the presentation you did on AI plus AI. I've seen there you are trying to do some partnerships with Berkeley. Is there any explorations with Indian institutions?
We've not yet gotten there, but we would love to work, obviously, with institutions,
sure.
India, Pakistan, around the world, for sure, because actually that's where the knowledge,
exactly.
The seals, and the objects are. So we've not even gotten to that point of building these relationships, and even Berkeley is just a proposed idea that's in discussion, but far from having been settled.
Sure. So I'm part of IIT Madras Research Park, and recently we did one public database initiative for geoglyphs in the Konkan region. So given RMRL is a little bit proximity to IIT, this could be an interesting thing which you could explore also with Indian institutions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's talk afterwards.
Absolutely. Okay. And one more thing what Dr. Guha presented is the scale which is really captured in the images took there. That could also pave a way for the modern computer vision tools and algorithms to kind of look the photographs taken by the archaeologist and come up with a lot of patterns that could be drawn parallel between the different civilizations and our photographs. So apart from the AI and LLM perspective which you are looking for, the computer vision interpretation of the photographs could also be in another area which we could look into. Yeah. Thank you. So impressive.
Any other questions? Can you just wait till the mic reaches? Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Guha, you had mentioned soon after the publication by John Marshall, there was another article saying new links between Indian and Babylonian civilization. So is it still the case, because now we are 100 years after that, right? So we still look at in the same thing, or that article had it taken up further?
See, that was the case. How much do you know about it? Because if you look through the Illustrated London News, John Marshall had published something before. So these were a series of articles which came out. And that was the way in which they kind of tried to configure what this phenomenon was. But the point is that the Indus is a Bronze Age phenomenon. And as you know, that there are Bronze Ages with skirt and hem around it. So the Mesopotamian civilization hasn't gone anywhere. The Bronze Age Mesopotamian civilization is still existent. There is also other things which are much lower. And one would obviously suppose that there were encounters. Omar Khan pointed out today in his talk about trade relations. There were all kinds of relations there. So the links which Gadd and Smith thought about are probably not those links anybody's looking for today. But a huge amount of scholarship has happened since then about the relationships or the linkages, the encounters between cities, the Indus cities, and cities elsewhere. And you find Indus artifacts all around the Gulf littoral. I mean, you find it everywhere. So it's like, and when I say everywhere, I don't mean all over India, I mean on top. So you find them. So if you follow the scholarship, yes, the links are still there, but not the ways in which they were then thought about. They were thinking in terms of people, and what the links were about was actually what archaeologists know brilliantly is to put something in what they would term as a cultural chronological framework, because that was what it affixed. For them, for the first time, what they affixed was an Indo-Sumerian civilization is how it was brought about. Very soon, Marshall changed tack, and he called it the Indus civilization, taking out the Sumerian link. But the links then were about people. Those links I was not proposing.
The trade link is well known, right? But when you mention the trade link is well known, but the cultural links, can you give some examples on that?
I would not talk about cultural links, because what are cultural links? So the point is that when you find an artifact of somewhere else, into something else, in some other place, you would talk in terms of linkages. But when you talk in terms of cultural link, one invariably comes into things like, I don't know, religion, society, ethnicity, whatever. Much of that is actually inferential. So whether people from these cities visited the Mesopotamian cities, the answer is yes. There has been a large amount of scholarship which has also shown the movement of people going somewhere else, perhaps to sell, perhaps to buy. But we don't know that for sure. The cultural links here would be inferential.
I'm sure there are very other questions. However, as we have to move on to the next session, we will stop the question session at this point. You are free to ask the speakers at the tea break. And let's end by thanking both the speakers for the fascinating talks.
I would like to thank Dr. Sitapra Sinha, Dr. Sudeshna Guha, and Mr. Omar Khan for the first session that just got concluded. In light of time, we're going to continue with the second session, and we'll have a tea break a little later. The second session of the international conference would be chaired by Mr. R. Balakrishnan. I would kindly request Sir to adorn the stage. Thank you, sir. The speakers are Dr. Christopher Davis, and Mr. Tony Joseph. I'd like to introduce our chairperson, Mr. R. Balakrishnan, an independent researcher in the field of Indus studies, has been consistently working for the last 30 years on subjects related to the Dravidian origin, the prehistory of Tamils, and the Indus Valley civilization. He employs a multidisciplinary approach to reconstructing the past, focusing on place name clusters. His study was published in the book Journey of a Civilization, Indus to Vaigai. Balakrishnan is also a creative writer in Tamil who has written multiple prose and poetry collections. He is a retired member of the Indian Administrative Service and served as the chief advisor to the Chief Minister's office in the Odisha government. He has twice held the position of Deputy Election Commissioner at the Election Commission of India. He is the honorary consultant of the Indus Research Center at Roja Muthiah Research Library in Chennai. I would kindly request Dr. Sivanandam to please felicitate our guests. And now I'll let Balakrishnan sir take over the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. In this session, we have two speakers. We are starting with the speaker one, Dr. Christopher Davies. Dr. Christopher Davies is a research associate in the Department of Archaeology, Durham University, who combines site and landscape-based archaeological approaches with archival collections to provide understandings of the development of societies in the past and role of archaeological research for heritage management in the present. An active field archaeologist and as part of Durham's UNESCO Chair on Archaeological Ethics and Practices in Cultural Heritage team. He has worked as an archaeological project in India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, and has co-curated exhibitions to disseminate research impacts to wider audience. Such exhibitions include Taxila in Focus, 100 years since Marshall, co-curated with Professor Robin Cunningham, Dr. Abdul Azim, Mr. Akil Berkeley, and Dr. Greg Berkeley. This project explored Durham University's Sir John Marshall photographic collection to investigate archaeological interpretations and development of the discipline in early 20th century South Asia and compare these images with the contemporary photographs to document Taxila's development since Marshall, as well as new discoveries and current issues. Dr. Christopher Davies is going to speak on the new light on Marshall, exploring the archaeological methods, approaches and perspectives of Sir John Marshall through his photographic collections of Durham University. Recently, myself and Sundar Ganeshan, when we went to UK, thinking that John Marshall was buried, that much only limited information we had. We went to many places in search of him and his own native place. We wanted to go to Durham University, but we couldn't make it. Finally, we came to know that he was not buried, he was cremated. And in fact, we wanted to meet you in one university. Happy to see you here. I invite you to make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the kind invitation of the conference organisers to allow me to speak on Durham University's Sir John Marshall photographic collection. I'm here today to talk about it, but as was said before, this is a collaborative effort with my colleagues in Durham, Professor Robin Cunningham, Dr. Rachel and Dr. Craig Barkley, and also colleagues in Pakistan, Dr. Abdul Azim. Through the work we've been doing with the Marshall collection in Durham, we've been able to look at some of the insights we can gain from such collections into understanding past archaeological practices and any insights we can gain on how collections can also be used in the present. So in terms of Sir John Marshall, a very quick and brief biography. Much of his working life after his education at Cambridge was in South Asia, first as Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India and later as an appointed officer for the Archaeological Survey until his retirement. During the period of Marshall's direction, there were many achievements. So Marshall's legacy as director, we started to get the reorganization of the ASI for its excavations and conservation programs, the development of the Ancient Monuments Act, Also, the reinvigoration of the annual reports to actually talk about some of the research and excavations that have been conducted, but also, very importantly, as has been talked about previously today, the creation of collections as well as site museums so that these discoveries could be seen. And today, more pertinently, Marshall's announcement of the discovery of the Indus Valley civilization. However, Marshall's legacy is often been framed by his successors and contemporaries, people who had more publications and promotions about their own work and also wanted to portray their work in comparison to those who had come before, especially through the use of popular books, but also through using new mediums such as radio and obviously later television to get these viewpoints across. And so in some ways, Marshall and the ASI in this period's legacy has been slightly lost. This is further compounded by, as been talked about by Professor Lahiri, Marshall and his contemporaries in the ASI didn't leave any personal published recollections of their time and their discoveries. However, there are other sources of information available to us. The files held within the archives of the ASI, but also photographic collections held across India, but also Cambridge, beautifully published in the Marshall Archives in 2010, and also at Durham University. And photographs aren't just images of past sites, past monuments, they're also artifacts in themselves, as this quote from Professor Guha shows. They're artifacts in themselves that can tell us more about the people that took them, the people who viewed them, and the people who curated and collected them. So as I said, Durham University is very lucky to host an archive of Sir John Marshall's photographs. These arrived in 1953. To the university, and the way this was set in motion was through the benefaction of Dr. and Mrs. Spalding, who also were great benefactors to other universities in the UK. They contacted Sir John Marshall to ask if he would be interested in donating some of his photographic collection to support the fledgling Eastern Studies departments in the Durham University, and also its fledgling museum, which is now known as the Oriental Museum. Marshall agreed to do this, and he took some time to do this, as in this quote at the top. He says to the Spaldings, "Meanwhile, I have not forgotten the photographs for Durham and have been making great effort to classify and arrange and title them. The task is bigger than I thought, for I had quite forgotten how many and diversified there were." So Marshall begins to look at his collection of photos and what he may curate and send to Durham. And then there's correspondence between the Spaldings and the bureaucracy within the Durham University, such as Professor Thacker, who was the first curator of the Oriental Museum, and also the warden and vice-chancellor of Durham University, James Duff. They were gladly accepting these photographs as they recognized the real importance of this collection for the aim of the university and the museum at that time, which was to create a teaching collection for students to understand the archaeology and history of South Asia. So there's roughly 5,000 photographs within the collection. These are organized by region and by site. They're quite comprehensive in terms of Marshall, and also it talks about this framing of what was important to the people who were curating these collections. This is his choice about what were the important monuments, sculptures, and sites to include. There's about 60 volumes. They were originally kept in these albums. They've now been moved, and as the process of digitization happens, they're being moved into acid-free and a more protective environment to ensure their preservation for future generations to look at. As I said, in terms of coverage, it covers the area of British India under the ASI when Sir John Marshall was working there, and we have pictures from Pakistan in the west, Ladakh in the north, through to Burma in the east and down to southern India as well within the collection, such as Mahabalipuram. In terms of the types of sites, again, this is fairly comprehensive, going through from prehistory through to the colonial era, and also including different types of religious monument within the collection. And again, of great importance to this conference, sites from the Indus Valley civilization, such as this picture of Mohenjo-Daro. So this collection has been used by many different scholars, referenced by them, and also has been used to start to develop curated exhibitions to disseminate this collection more widely. A specific example here is in 2021, with my colleagues, we started to develop an exhibition about the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Taxila, looking at the photographs within Marshall's collection held in Durham, and then also contemporary photos of the site, looking at how the site had developed, but also starting to gain insights into that early archaeological approach and how interpretations had changed over time, looking towards the future as well. So this was hosted in Durham's Oriental Museum in late 2021 through to early 2022, and because of, and here is some of the pictures of that exhibition up on the wall, some of the photos displayed with the information. In the museum, we were also able to link in some of the images with some of our archival records and artifacts to provide a more well-rounded understanding of the material culture that Marshall was talking about. But also because it was 2021 and we were in the period of COVID restrictions and mitigations, we also looked to develop the exhibition online to ensure that more people could come and see this. One of the benefits of this is that this is still online now, even though the exhibition in Durham is not there. So it's provided a legacy to that research and dissemination we've done. And also, it was developed as a dual lingual exhibition to also ensure more reach across communities in South Asia and diaspora communities in the UK. So the focus of the Taxila exhibition was Marshall's work at many of the settlement sites that make up that, from the early historic beer mound through to the Indo-Greek influenced Sirkap, the later Kushan area Susuk, and then obviously the great monastic complexes found throughout the Taxila Valley. This one here, beautiful photo of Bamala Monastery. As well as showing the history of Taxila and its interpretations, we also wanted to look at the history of the discipline of archaeology. And some of the themes that came out from the curated exhibition were the development of the discipline of archaeology, especially going towards systematic and scientific methods, the dissemination of results from these excavations in the past, but also Marshall's classical background, how this influenced his interpretations of the material culture he came across. Now, in the last 20 years or so, there's been a great number of work done on visual imagery, visual history, archaeology, and how remains were presented. And as Professor Guha was talking about, we have earlier interpretations which are seen in these picturesque, romantic terms, often colonial frame narrative of the rescue of civilization from decay, which also then gets reflected in postcards of the time in those early photographs. But over time, there begins to be a development of archaeology being able to use photography to show objective and factual truths. As was talked about earlier, one of the main kind of figures that's looked at and seen when we talk about this move towards scientific and systematic excavations is Mortimer Wheeler, often through his own promotion of work. And here is the very famous, often used slide of archaeology from the earth, which shows a picture of Mackay's excavations at Chanu Daru, which is labeled chaos, and then below one of Wheeler's own at Arakamedu. which is, again, noted as discipline, showing this change to more systematic methods, the use of precision, categorization, and precision. Within that, one of the things that was talked about and to be used was the use of scales to show, again, these images of fact, and again to show how scientific methods and rigor were being used within photography. But also what you see in Wheeler's photography is the use of people. And actually, other people have started to, such as Chadha, have suggested that other interpretations of these photographs can be seen, which is that rather than showing it, the use of human scales as epistemic markers makes them more passive. Rather than being the workers and knowledge producers, that level of knowledge is pushed away by the colonial scholars using this. So there's multiple interpretations of how this imagery can actually be seen depending on context and time. But it's interesting to note that earlier, we do also see the use of human scales in photography of the ASI under Marshall's directorship. As we talked about before, in terms of defining legacy, Marshall's and the ASI's under his direction was often framed by others who came later. The infamous Woolley report was one that set this in motion, and obviously Wheeler, when he arrived as the advisor for the ASI, was very quick to portray his methods as very different to his forebears. And so here we can see that he talks about Marshall's excavations as a parody of scientific method, with clearance that did not conform with modern technical standards. And then contemporaries and friends of Wheeler, such as Stuart Piggott, also talked about this. So in Prehistoric India that Piggott wrote, he talks about how the standards set in the excavations of Marshall are nowhere near the standards that were in place in Europe earlier in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. However, as we've seen before, there is the use of scales within photographs of Marshall's excavations at Taxila. Here, by the Satva head at Jolyon, showing again artifacts in situ being excavated with a scale, and also here an architectural detail at the Dharmarajaka stupa at Taxila. We also see that in some instances you also have the use of scales at Indus Valley sites, such as here at Mohenjo-Daro, the use of the scale by the open doorway. We also see the use of scales when artifacts. So we actually again see the program of cataloguing and categorizing the use of scales in photographs, also with numbers, catalogue numbers shown here. So again, these excavated artifacts from Harappa with their catalogue numbers, some shell, paste and faience artifacts, as well as this burial urn as well here. So details of artifacts with scales. Interestingly as well, the use of scale photos is found in the illustrated news articles that Marshall authored and produced. You see the ruler alongside many of the objects that are photographed, but also this one up here from a 1926 illustrated news article has a quote, "Apparently objects of worship, a pair of polished ringstones found at Harappa with a foot rule indicating scale." So again, it's emphasizing the importance here of showing scale. Through the archives as well, we can also see that further detailed plans are being drawn across sites. This is the view of the Taxila Valley, and also architectural elevation drawings and conjectural reconstructions, such as this stupa at Kalawan in Taxila. But also, the ASI develops plans. Again, the so-called Great Granary at Harappa. Not only does this show the use of the importance of planning, mapping sites, it also shows the vastness and scale of the undertakings that were being done by the ASI at this time during Marshall's tenure. And also, interestingly, at the top, you can see an elevation across the site. So often the Marshall's understanding of stratigraphy is often questioned, and there are issues with it, but there was an attempt being made during these excavations, not only to plan, but understand horizontal and vertical excavations. One thing where photography was really important, that comes across in the writings, the books of Marshall's, is within conservation. So the conservation manual clearly states that before any work is undertaken, photographs should be taken of an artifact or a monument from different angles, and then after the repair, similar photos should be taken afterwards to detail that process, and that's quite clear within the conservation manual. And again, we're lucky that we have some photographs in the Durham collection which shows this process. So for instance, at Iole in Aya Valley, we have the pictures of conservation in progress. And also in Taxila, we can see the movement from the discovery, cleaning, photography in the field to the conservation ex situ for conservation. The next theme that came up in the exhibition was the role of dissemination. Now, the 1920s, when the discovery of the Indus Valley Civilization was announced, was one of great discoveries throughout the world. So there was the work of Leonard Woolley at and also, most famously, that of the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt. Now, what we see here, and what Christina Riggs has talked about in her work, is the framing and development of working shots, but moments of discovery. So the prepared development of photos to show excitement and moments that would capture the public's imagination. When we often think about this type of dissemination in South Asia, we think of Wheeler again. We think of him on shows with Glyn Daniel, Stuart Piggott, others, his volumes of work that he developed for the public about his time in South Asia and on other excavations elsewhere. However, Marshall was also disseminating information, but in a very different way. So as I said at the start of the presentation, he started to develop site museums with associated collections. Now here, and these were at many sites throughout South Asia, including Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa. This is some images from Taxila. So here we have one of Marshall's photographs of a stupa that's been placed inside the Taxila Site Museum, and on the right is the wall of stonemasonry showing the development over time as a kind of a tool of education, showing how site chronologies developed at Taxila. Again, publications were important. The annual reports were started again from 1904. He did dabble in making guidebooks, so he published several issues of the guidebook to Taxila. And then obviously there's the major edited site reports of Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Civilization, and also Taxila. The main one that's been brought up a lot today is the publication of the discovery of the Indus Civilization in the Illustrated London News. And it's interesting to note the types of photos used in this publication. Many of them are in some ways quite dry, as when you think about those from and Tutankhamun, showing the artifacts and the types of artifacts there. There were, however, working shots created and presented. So on the left is some work at Morumorada in the Taxila Valley showing the process of excavation occurring. And again here at Harappa showing excavation at work. So these aren't completely missing, this type of shot to show interest and the workings of archaeology. However, in the Durham collection, we have this fascinating photograph from Mohenjo-Daro, which shows on the back of the photograph, it says the finding of a stone sculpture. And this photograph here is one of those staged photos. It's one of these photos showing excitement of a discovery being made, and it is of this small stone object here, which is become later known as the Priest King. Interestingly, the photographs that we used to create public interest and to show these in the Illustrated London News were actually of a profile of the Priest King, not the discovery. And it's maybe one of those things where, because of that interest in creating academic debate and trying to develop some discourse, this is why the detailed shots were used rather than working shots in those types of publication. The next thing that we looked at in the exhibition was Marshall's classical background. So having undertook the classical tripos at Cambridge, having undertook excavations, been awarded the Craven Scholarship to work in Crete, a lot of Marshall's background and understanding was from this Western Greco-Roman classical world. And one of the sites which drew him most in, and he went to work on most years, as been talked about previously, was Taxila, and especially Sirkap. Marshall is quoted in the front, in his foreword to his excavation report on Taxila, as stating, "In that far-off corner of the Punjab, it seemed as if I had lighted of a sudden on a bit of Greece itself." And you can see in the kind of city plan of Sirkap, that kind of classical Greek model of city plan, gridiron that's seen here, which would have drawn Marshall in, as well as knowing that this area was the location of many of the exploits and stories of Alexander the Great. Through the excavations at Taxila, Marshall would have also been interested by those other kind of classical allusions. So the Gandharan sculpture present in Taxila in the region, which mixes the kind of designs and motifs of classical sculpture, robes, drapery folds, pillars, etc., with South Asian religions such as Buddhism. Also within the collections and the excavations at Sirkap, you have icons, iconography, figures of what were very reminiscent to Marshall, such as Aphrodite and Dionysus. So you start to get this, you can see why Marshall was so drawn to Taxila, because it was so similar to what he had been brought up with in his education himself. Interestingly, though there's not many classical allusions made to the Indus civilization, within the Illustrated London News item, he does describe it as an Indian, Tiryns, and Mycenae. So he makes the link between the discoveries of those great sites with this discovery here. So although it's not a cross-cultural material culture analogy, what it is an analogy of the importance of the discovery, and he's referencing that back to a world he knows in that Mediterranean classical world. Interestingly, this is a lovely photo in the Marshall archives at Durham. It's two terracotta figurines from Mohenjo-Daro, and one is supposedly a terracotta tortoise, and the other is a terracotta hare. Now, someone, or Marshall themselves, when they were putting together these photos, may have playfully been playing with the stories in Aesop's fables of maybe the tortoise and the hare. Now, there's no way of confirming this, but I've never seen these two objects together in any publication. So maybe it's showing a more playful side of either Marshall or some of his colleagues making these classical allusions with other objects present. Now, the archives don't just show us about the past processes, they also can be used for the future. So at the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk about how we've begun to look at the Marshall Archives in Durham in terms of thinking about heritage, protection, and preservation, looking towards the future. The world, and South Asia as well, heritage within these regions are threatened by multiple factors. There's human factors such as conflict, rapid urbanization, encroachment through agriculture, and also natural shocks such as earthquakes, flooding, climate change. So actually, one of the things that we were looking at was how we could use the archives to look at how sites photographed 100 years ago, what condition they were in the present and the current, and start to understand how these sites have been affected by conservation, management, and these kind of natural and human factors that may be detrimental to them. In 2018, Dr. Abdul Azim, photographed here with Professor Cunningham at the Oriental Museum, he undertook a scholarship at Durham where he looked at the Taxila photos and the archives, and then went back to Taxila to take photos from the same angles of these photographs to start to see the transformation of these sites and see what had changed. So at various sites, we can see some of the conservation and the state that is in. We could also see changes in monument over time. So here, the stupa losing its dome in how it's currently looked after. But then also issues such as encroachment to sites, the build-up of buildings around these very fragile sites. Because again, as we know, it's not just the standing remains in these areas, there will be subsurface heritage that needs protecting in the surrounding area. We're also keenly aware of global challenges, and we're also starting to see how we can integrate analysis and looking at these original photographs to see how we can link those to their reports, to look at how we can see how these can be used to work towards some of those global sustainable development goals. And at the moment, we've got a project looking at water in the Kathmandu Valley. And again, here, looking at some of those archives which deal with water and seeing what information we can glean from that, which can help us in our multidisciplinary studies to help preserve heritage and communities for the future. And with that, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Christopher Davis. An excellent presentation. These are the things we got to know today. And the book brought up by you was very useful for us. The second speaker of today is Mr. Tony Joseph. Tony Joseph writes on ancient Indian history and is the author of Early Indians, the story of our ancestors and where we came from. It's a very popular book, which has been translated into 6 Indian languages, including Tamil. The book won the Tata Literature Live Book of the Year award in 2019 and was featured as a non-fiction book of the decade by The Hindu. He also co-edited The Indians Histories of a Civilization, a book of essays by over 100 of South Asia's foremost scholars and domain experts. He has been the editor of Business World, associate editor of Business Standard, and features editors of the Economic Times at different times. He got into this field because of his interest. He is currently working on a sequel to the Early Indians. You can say that the Early Indians was a one single book with 4 chapters, because this is a way we learn. Simply 4 chapters: first Indians, first farmers, first urbanites, and last migrants, the Arya. By putting this particular very clear title and giving a narrative in the context of the genomic studies and the multidisciplinary inputs, he made a phenomenal understanding. In fact, actually, this is a book which we give as a presentation to many. Thank you very much. I invite Tony Joseph to make his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balakrishnan, for the very generous introduction. And I thank also the Department of Archaeology of the Tamil Nadu government and the Roja Muthaiya Research Center and Dr. Sundar and Dr. Sivanandam for inviting me to this landmark function. I'll be using the next 30 minutes or so to speak about what I think are some questions that remain 100 years after the discovery of the Harappan civilization. I am not an academic, so I must say at the outset that what I share are merely my thoughts as a close observer. I have no new findings to announce, but only a few questions that I hope will provoke thought about some of the popular or common assumptions. I must also put on record at the outset my deep debt to Padma Shri Airavathan Mahadevan, whom I had the occasion to meet more than once during the writing of my book, Early Indians, and whose insights were crucial to that book, as well as to what is to follow. The discovery of the Harappan civilization was a watershed in many ways, as we all know. For one, it put a firm archaeological basis for taking the Indian civilization back to at least the 3rd millennium BCE. For another, it made it possible to understand the different stages of the early Indian civilization, including the way the different parts of it fit together. And the discoveries of population genetics in the last decade have increased the resolution of what we do understand, especially the fact that the ancestry of the Harappan population is today present across the subcontinent and in a very significant manner. That, however, leads us to the question how that came to be. How did the ancestry of the Harappans come to be shared on a subcontinental level in such a strong manner? Over what periods of time did that happen? And to what extent is this linked to both the expansion of agriculture and the spread of languages? This is a subcontinent-wide question that requires attention, though in what follows, I'll be focusing only on southern India. Mr. R. Balakrishnan's works, especially The Journey of a Civilization and The Port Route, addressed many issues connected with the migrations from the Harappan civilizational area to the rest of the subcontinent. This speech will come at the issue from a couple of different angles. The heart of this talk is about tracing the chronology of the spread of Proto-Dravidian in South India alongside the spread of agriculture and its connection or not with migrations from the Harappan civilizational area. Such a chronology of the early development of the Dravidian language family in the south will solve many problems and also integrate better the evidence we have from archaeology, linguistics, and genetics. There are two parts to this story. One, the migration of pastoralists from the Harappan civilizational area before the mature period of the civilization began, and two, post-Harappan migrations that happened after the civilization declined. So let us begin with part one. The common or public perception has been that a large number of Harappans migrated out of the northwestern region of India only after their civilization started declining around 1900 BCE, and then mixed with populations in other parts of the subcontinent, thus explaining the current spread of Harappan genetic ancestry. But there is a problem with this explanation, because if it is correct, it will have two implications for southern India. One, that this particular migration after 1900 BCE had little to do with the expansion of agriculture in South India, since agriculture was already well underway in this region by then. Two, it may also not have had anything to do with the first spread of Dravidian language family in the region either. This is because the earliest vocabulary of Proto-Dravidian, which is ancestral to all existing Dravidian languages, as reconstructed by eminent linguist Professor Franklin C. Southworth, or Dr. David McAlpin shows a society engaged in animal husbandry with some knowledge of agriculture. If indeed it were the urbanites of the Harappan civilization who brought Proto-Dravidian to the south for the first time after their civilization declined, then the earliest vocabulary of Proto-Dravidian, one should expect a fair sprinkling of urban words, not only pastoral ones. I will quote from the paper of Professor Southworth and Dr. David McAlpin, published in 1983 with the title South Asia, Dravidian Linguistic History. The reconstructed vocabulary of Proto-Dravidian reflects a society engaged in animal husbandry with some knowledge of agriculture. Words for sheep, goat, cattle, along with verbs referring to driving and grazing animals, words for herd, flock, shepherd, etc., indicate the importance of herding. No specific words for grains are reconstructible. Thus, it is unlikely that these people were sedentary farmers at this stage. Quote ends. In his paper, Proto-Dravidian Agriculture, Southworth makes a further distinction between early Proto-Dravidian and late Proto-Dravidian. He says the following, quote, thus, while early Proto-Dravidian can perhaps be described as partly agricultural, that is, practicing animal husbandry along with gathering and processing of food plants, but with very few identifiable crops, late Proto-Dravidian shows a variety of crop plants, many of which are still grown in the area today, along with the necessary technological development for full-time agriculture. So as I said earlier, if indeed the people who brought Dravidian languages to South India were Harappan urbanists, then the common vocabulary of the Proto-Dravidian reconstructed from the existing Dravidian languages should have shown a fair sprinkling of urban words. That it doesn't suggests that the spread of Dravidian languages happened before Harappan urbanites reached the region. Who could then have spread this spread of Dravidian languages, and when could this have happened? The answer to this could lie in the sequence and spread of agriculture in southern India, because one of the most common ways for a language to spread is with the expansion of agriculture. When a nomadic or hunting and gathering people settle down to do agriculture, their population starts growing dramatically, leading to migrations that in turn lead to their language spreading to new areas. So the question of who spread Dravidian languages in southern India could come down to who spread agriculture in the region. In South India, the earliest evidence for pastoralism of the kind early Proto-Dravidian reveals comes from northern Karnataka and southwest Andhra Pradesh from around 2800 BCE. That's a couple of centuries before the mature period of the Harappan civilization began. So how did this pastoralism get going? In a 2006 paper, Agricultural Origins and Frontiers in South Asia, the archaeobotanist Dorian Q. Fuller says domesticated animals were introduced to peninsular India from the north. According to him, people in peninsular India, perhaps in the eastern hills between the Krishna and Godavari rivers, going by botanical ecology, had already taken to cultivating two kinds of small millets and two kinds of pulses, mung bean and horse gram, like the basic crop package of barley and wheat in northwestern India. And this happened sometime between 3000 BCE and 2300 BCE, according to Fuller. They had domesticated these millets and pulses from locally available wild varieties. The earliest evidence for the integration of this seed package with domesticated animals, which is essential for the spread of agriculture. And when you say domesticated animals, you mean mainly cattle, but also sheep and goat. The earliest evidence for it comes from ash mounds, or large mounds of ash formed by the burning of cow dung, dating from around 2800 BCE. Fuller considers this ash mound tradition to be possibly the outcome of interaction between local cultivators and immigrant pastoralist foragers. The evidence for the introduction of sheep and goat from the north to the south is clear, since these have no wild ancestors in the south. The case for the introduction of zebu cattle is less clear. Even though zebu cattle were first domesticated in northwestern India, archaeologists Alchin and Alchin have made a case for their separate domestication in South India, but based on rock art depictions. This argument of theirs is not supported by archaeological born evidence, so the issue still remains unresolved. Since the zebu cattle domestication in northwestern India is proven, unlike its case in the south, and since the import of sheep and goat from the north is not disputed, the greater probability is that domesticated animals in general were brought to the south from the north. The question that is interesting for us then, who brought domesticated animals from the north, introduced them to the south, and thus completed the full agricultural package and set off an agricultural expansion and perhaps the spread of Dravidian language family. It couldn't have been Harappan urbanists at a time when the mature Harappan civilization stage had not yet begun. But it could possibly be other residents of the northwestern region who were still pastoralists and who probably spoke a Proto-Dravidian language like the Harappan urbanists. Even today, there are pastoralists in the northwestern region of the Indian subcontinent, like the Brahvis of Baluchistan, who, by the way, also speak a language linked to or classified as Dravidian. There is a possibility, therefore, that some of these pastoralists may have brought cattle and goat herding to South India around 2800 BCE, and that when they did so, they were also the first to bring a Dravidian language to South India, and also probably the earliest to spread northwestern or Harappan ancestry in the south. Recent genetic studies have shown that the Harappan ancestry is a mixture of ancient Iranian and First Indian ancestry. First Indian meaning the original out of Africa migrants who could have reached India before 50 or 60,000 years ago. It would have been the first Indians who were experimenting with millets and pulses in the eastern hills between Krishna and Godavari rivers too. A look at the climatic map of India will show that a pastoral migration of this kind is feasible. There is a savanna zone, an expanse covered in grasses, that runs from Gujarat and Rajasthan through the central Deccan and all the way down to South India along the western side of the peninsula. This would have been a perfect route for pastoralists to take. The ash mounds, the earliest monumental features of South India, that are found all across South Deccan Plateau, could then be a ringing celebration of the coming together of the full agricultural package and the beginning of an agricultural revolution in southern India. The ash mounds are accumulations of animal dung at ancient penning sites that have been episodically burnt. Anthropologist Peter G. Johansson describes them as sites of ritual and ceremonial activity within the context of Neolithic agro-pastoral production. Quote ends. In the paper First Farmers of South India, archaeologists Boivin, Fuller, Corisettar, and Michael Petraglia say a remarkable number of ash mounds were created during the Neolithic period in South India, and their ubiquity in a range of contexts and phases suggests that they had a central role to play in the Neolithic belief system. These authors say that ash mounds are not related to a particular phase of the Neolithic, but rather a particular phase of the history of individual sites. To quote, that is, many settlement sites actually appear to begin with the creation of an ash mound. The practices that led to ash mound creation are then subsequently abandoned after perhaps several hundred years, though settlement continues and probably becomes sedentary. What this, quote ends, what this strongly suggests to me is a community of people with certain common rituals and practices expanding into new regions and sites as their population expanded and recreating their community using traditional practices. So we now have two sets of evidence suggesting how agriculture spread. and what the early language of these agriculturalists could have been. Archaeological evidence, including that of ash mounds, shows how an existing package of seeds came to be combined with domesticated animals around 2800 BCE, how that caused agriculture to take off in southern India. Reconstruction of the vocabulary of the Proto-Dravidian language shows that people at this stage were in the process of transition into being fully agricultural or clearly agricultural. In other words, expansion of agriculture and that of Dravidian languages in southern India seem to have gone hand in hand, and that began happening before the mature Harappan period began. That takes us now to part 2 of the story, the post-Harappan migrations, and the mark they have left on Dravidian linguistic history, especially in Tamilagam, which perhaps also explains the standout nature of Tamil in the Dravidian language family firmament. Part 2. What we have discussed thus far does not mean that urbanists of the Harappan civilization did not migrate to South India or other parts of the country. After the decline of their civilization, about 1,000 years or more later, that is after 1900 BCE. But whenever they arrived in South India, with perhaps a more urbanized version of Dravidian languages, they would have been building on an existing foundation of Dravidian language presence in South India. We can perhaps speculate that the references to Agastya of the Vedic texts, who moved to the south from the north, or Agathian of ancient Tamil literature, who led a migration of Velur and other tribes from Dwaraka to Gujarat to the southern peninsula, Dwaraka in Gujarat to the southern peninsula. Pardon? Yeah, I'll come to it. They would have been building on we can perhaps speculate that the references to Agastya of the Vedic texts, who moved to the south from the north, could refer to this later migration of people from the Harappan civilization. Because of a Sanskrit myth that portrays Agastya as having been born in a water pitcher, who is born from a water pitcher, who is also known as Kumpayoni, meaning born from a jar. Scholar Airavadam Mahadevan uses this fact to identify Agathian or Agastya in a Purananuru poem by Kapilar, Purananuru 201. In the poem, says Mahadevan, the poet narrates that 49 generations earlier, an ancestor of the Velur tribes ruled over Tuvarai, a city surrounded by soaring bronze walls. Kapilar also records that the Velur arose in the Tadavu or jar of a northern sage. This extremely important historical reference has remained obscure as the medieval commentator did not identify the northern sage and misinterpreted Tadavu as the sacrificial fire pit. Quote ends. Quote again, I have attempted to set the record straight, says Mahadevan, by identifying the northern sage in Puram 201 with Agastya, Tadavu with his celebrated water pitcher, and Tuvarai with Dwaraka of the Gujarat region. As Mahadevan points out further, quote, the story of the southern migration of the Velur from Dwaraka under the leadership of Agastya is narrated by Nachinar Kiniyar in his commentary on Tolkappiyam. Tolkappiyam was written in the centuries around the beginning of the Common Era, and Nachinar Kiniyar was a 14th century commentator. According to this legend, the gods congregated on Mount Meru, as a result of which the earth tilted, lowering Meru and raising the southern quarter. The gods thereupon decided that Agastya was the best person to remedy this situation and requested him to proceed to the south. Agastya agreed and on his way visited Tuvarapadi or Dwaraka and led the descendants of Nedumudi Annal, Vishnu or Krishna, including 18 kings, 18 families of the Velur and the Aruvalar to the south, where they settled down. clearing the forests and cultivating the land. The sage himself finally settled down on the Podiyil hill on the Western Ghats. The fact of Agastya's leadership of the Velar clan rules out the possibility that he was even in origin an Aryan sage. The Ventar, Velar, Velalar groups constituted the ruling and landowning classes of in the Tamil country since the beginning of recorded history and betray no trace whatever of an Indo-Aryan linguistic ancestry. Quote ends. Mahadevan also uses the myth of the Agastya being born in a jar to connect him with the Harappan script, where the image of a jar with handles and a tapering bottom is by far the most frequent sign, accounting for about 10% of the sign occurrences. Mahadevan also suggests that the name Agatyan or Agastya originates from the Dravidian word Agatyan, related to Agattar or Agator, meaning those inside the fort, which would be quite an appropriate name to give a Harappan leader who lived inside one of the citadels. He quotes from Kalit Togai, ancient poetry, the word Agattar, meaning princess of the palaces, from Purananuru, the word Agator, meaning those inside the fort, and from Tolkappiyam, the word Agathon, to mean the king inside the fort. All of this suggests that Agatyan or Agastya is a title or a descriptor rather than a personal name. With Agastya figuring in both ancient Tamil legends and ancient Sanskrit legends in different ways, it is therefore possible to imagine Agatyan or Agastya as the name or title of a leading member of pre-Aryan Harappan polity who or which was known to the Aryan community in the north. In the early centuries after the arrival of the Arya from the Eurasian steppe, we have evidence from the Rig Veda to suggest that there were significant interactions and exchanges between the newcomers and the settled pre-Aryan, possibly Harappan populations. There are Rig Vedic verses that thank chieftains of non-Aryan tribes for their help in battles and for their contributions to their sacrifices, and there are even Rig Vedic poets who have non-Aryan names. For example, in Rig Veda 8:46-32, the composer Vasa Asvya thanks the chieftain of a Dasa tribe, Balbudha Taruska, for gifting him 100 cattle or horses. Rig Veda 6:45-31 has a heartfelt Dhanastudi, a hymn in praise of a donor, to Brubhu, who bears a distinctive non-Aryan name and who seems to have helped some of the Arya tribes in their fight against their enemies, Panis, who are described as niggards, probably because they did not contribute to sacrifices. But some non-Aryans may have gone beyond being merely allies in battle or donors to Arya sacrifices. There are some instances where non-Arya were accepted into Arya society, even as composers of hymns. Professor Thapa today mentioned Dasiputra Brahmanas. Therefore, one way to reconcile the legends of Agastya in both Sanskrit and Tamil compositions is to see him as a pre-Aryan native, Dravidian language speaker, community leader, or title holder, who was familiar to the Arya community and who arrived in the south after the Harappan civilization had declined. That would account for his presence in both northern and southern legends, and also his connection to the region of Dwaraka in Gujarat, which is a late Harappan site. Mahadevan concludes his paper titled Meluha and Agastya this way, quote, "A section of the ruling classes, that is, of the Harappan society, did not stay on, but migrated under the leadership of the Agathiyar clan to South India, where they founded the early historical kingdoms." Quote ends. The prominence of the Agastya legend in Tamilakam in relation to other regions of the south could then suggest that this region was particularly important in the post-Harappan migrations from the north to the south, just as the early agricultural expansion was centered on northern Karnataka and southwestern Andhra Pradesh. This could possibly be because prime agro-pastoral lands in Tamilakam may have been less populated at this early period relative to similar areas in upper South India. As Mahadevan points out in his paper, quote, "While the Tamil Agastya shares basic myths of his northern counterpart, namely miraculous birth from a pitcher and southern migration from north across the Vindhya, he is given a very different role by the Tamil tradition. Here Agastya is so totally identified with Tamil that he is termed the Tamil Muni or Tamil sage, and Tamil itself is named after him as Agasthyam. Agastya wrote the first Tamil grammar called Agathiyam, which is not extant now but is mentioned in ancient texts. Even today, Tamil Nadu has the largest number of Shiva temples dedicated to the Lord of Agastya, Agasthyeshwara, a feature almost unique to Tamil Nadu. If Agathian or Agastya indeed wrote the first grammar of Tamil, whether he is a singular person or one of a line of people who held that title over time, it could be similar in context to what Panini did for the Vedic language. Panini composed the grammar Ashtadhyayi at a time when the spoken language of the cultural elite had deviated considerably from the ancient orally preserved texts of the Vedas. This is the context that provided the necessity for a grammar that would bridge the old and the new, while standardizing the language then in use. If the post-Harappan migrants brought with them a version of Dravidian language that had deviated from the language spoken in Tamilakam, that could explain the context and the need for the creation of a grammar for the language spoken in Tamilakam. We of course lack sufficient knowledge to say when this could have happened. That would also probably explain the special nature of Tamil and Tamil linguistic history. It is clear that Tamil stands out from other Dravidian languages in the early nature of its development as both a literate and literary language. As Airavada Mahadevan points out in his paper, From Orality to Literacy, the earliest Tamil inscriptions in the Tamil Brahmi script may be dated from about the end of the 3rd century or early 2nd century BCE. The earliest inscriptions in Kannada and Telugu occur more than half a millennium later. The earliest extant Tamil literature, the Sangam works, are dated, even according to conservative estimates, from around the commencement of the Christian era. The earliest extant literary works in Kannada and Telugu were composed almost a millennium later. This is despite the fact that the Brahmi script reached upper South India, that is Andhra Karnataka regions, and the Tamil country at about the same time during the 3rd century BCE, in the wake of the southern spread of Jainism and Buddhism. The difference was that the script was used to write in Prakrit in upper South India, while the script was even modified to be able to write in Tamil in Tamilagam. This was not for lack of literary skills though. King Hala of the Satavahana dynasty, for example, composed the highly acclaimed anthology, the Gada Saptasati, in about the 1st century CE, when the heroic poems of the Sangam period were being composed, except that Saptasati or Saptasai was composed in Prakrit, not in Telugu, the spoken language of the people of the region. Mahadevan attributes this striking difference to the fact that both Karnataka and Andhra were incorporated in the Nanda Maurya domains, which led to Prakrit becoming the preferred language of governance and that of elite usage. Tamilakam, on the other hand, probably because of its location at the extreme end of the southern peninsula, remained independent, and the Jain monks who reached the land had to find ways to change the Brahmi script to write in the language of the people. But perhaps a part of the reason is also the greater attention that the language received at a very early age, as the legends related to Agathian suggest. The groundswell of literary creativity that began with Sangam or heroic poetry continued with the epics Chilapadikaram and Manimekhalai, and later the Bhakti poetry. The other Dravidian languages caught up, of course, and by late 1st millennium CE or early 2nd millennium, they were on their way to creating new benchmarks for creativity and literary production. After having led the spread of agriculture and of the Dravidian language family itself, Upper South India would once again come to the fore, with Sheldon Pollock describing Kannada text Kaviraja Marga, written around 875 CE, as the first text in South Asia to self-consciously theorize the relationship between vernacular and cosmopolitan ways of literary practice, an indication of another regional language coming into its own after Tamil. When you keep this history in mind, it is not surprising that the Dravidian language movement started in Tamilagam. But to make the story of the Dravidian language and Dravidian society pan-regional, the early history of the domestication of plants and the spread of agriculture and language, starting with Upper South India, has to be integrated with its history during the period of heroic poetry or Sangam literature, and with the later history of literary achievements in Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, and other languages. That is probably a story that is waiting to be written. There is a model that can be kept in mind while creating this new history of Dravidian languages and people in the south, that of the epic Chilapadigaram. Chilapadigaram becomes an epic of the entire Tamil country by locating its story in all three parts of Tamilagam that were ruled by the Moovandas, or the three crowned kings, Chola, Chera, and Pandya. The epic begins in the port city of Pumpuhar of the Cholas, moves to Madurai, the capital of the Pandyas, and finishes in Cheranadu, the domain of the Cheras. The new history of Dravidian languages and societies will have to be written in a similar spirit, taking all of the domains of Dravidian languages and leaving nothing out. It will start with the agricultural expansion and the spread of languages in Upper South India, that is Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, move on to the heroic poetry and bhakti poetry of Tamilagam and the society they portray, and then take in its sweep the later literary and other developments of the rest of Dravidian languages and societies. It will be less a history of dynasties and more a history of a people, people's movements, and a language family. A project of this kind would be a fitting consequence of this centennial seminar. That this event in Chennai today is the only major international conference that has been organized to celebrate the discovery of the Harappan civilization, as far as I know. Yeah, yeah? One more session, yeah, I will end. It's significant. It tells us that the responsibility to keep alive the history and spirit of Harappa falls on all of us. That the heritage of Harappa was forgotten for over 3,500 years until John Marshall and his team turned up, tells us how easy it is for history to be lost when the political situation changes. That would have taken us to part 3, to how to see the attempts being made today to rewrite school textbooks. But for lack of time, I will have to leave it here now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We fell short of time in the morning inaugural session itself, which we are trying to make good. So, sorry for the interruption. Now, I think probably we can take one question or maximum 2 questions, because the one more session is there. Maximum 2 questions if they come from that.
Hello. One question to Mr. Tony Joseph.
Sir, yes, sir.
So one question to you.
Yeah.
How does your theory of migration in the post-Harappan phase square with the other theory of Kumarikandam? Because there's one view that Tamil language and civilization initially cradled in Kumarikandam, Tamil Nadu and South, that landmass extending up to Australia.
Yeah, but that was, what shall I say, a mythological theory that was popular a long time ago. It has had no academic purchase at any time that I can think of. So I think the evidence that has accumulated over time does not support such a story.
Is it audible? All right. So just one. Sorry. So previously, the lack of. I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the lack of urbanized vocabulary in Indo-Aryan is one of the primary reasons which has been used to reject or reduce its probability as a candidate for a language which is spoken in the Indus civilization. If a similar situation exists to some extent for Dravidian languages also, where they lack advanced urban vocabulary and they're primarily of a pastoral nature, will the arguments against Indo-Aryan proposals have to be reconsidered?
No, because you're saying the earliest, when you're talking about the pastoral words in the earliest, what is it, the Proto-Dravidian language, the ancestral of all the, you're saying that this happened not in an urban context. You're saying it happened especially in a pastoral context. Because the people, if you assume that it came with the people who brought the domesticated cattle, then they themselves are pastoralists. So there is no contradiction between saying that the agriculture and pastoralism spread by a pastoral people, and therefore that the language that they reflect, the Proto-Dravidian language reflects a pastoral vocabulary. The contradiction in the Aryan language is a real contradiction if the argument is that they were both the creators of the Harappan civilization and also had a vocabulary that is rural or pastoral. So then that contradiction, there is no contradiction in the second case.
So I did not refer to any contradiction. I didn't say that there was a contradiction.
Yeah.
My question was more like, given that the pre-mature Harappan period, the same Dravidian languages, if we claim that they diversified before and spread, and that is used as an explanation for why we cannot reconstruct high urban words to Proto-Dravidian, a similar explanation could apply to the Indo-Aryan case. I'm not saying that it's a contradiction. I'm asking, does it weaken the argument or no against Indo-Aryan languages?
I'm asking, which argument are you referring to? When I say the contradiction, it is the argument that I'm referring to. But once you say what the argument is, and then the contradiction will become clear.
It's just any proposal that Indo-Aryan languages were found at were a spoken language in any stage of the Indus civilization.
Yeah.
I'm extremely sorry that I'm a bit of violating, but this question cannot go unanswered the way you would like to know. Your question, if we understand properly, that in the Dravidian languages also, the urban words, which is lacking the way we are basically saying that Indo-Aryan it's lacking. So then you are showing that as a contradiction. So I would like to quote Asko Perpola, and he has quoted the quote fort. This is a word used in most of the Dravidian languages. The places are absolutely in the northwest and north is the quote word. It's basically from the Dravidian, and whereas the Sanskrit equivalent for that is the Durg, so which is a later addition. So like that, it's not a fact that urban words are not there, because urban word nagar for the town may be from the Aryan origin, but the fact remains that ur means is basically a settlement. The same thing, if it is an ancient, it is called Tollur or Mudur. If it is a bigger Ur, that means town, it's a Perur. So that means from the Ur as a Proto-Dravidian root itself, Ur, Perur, Tollur, Mudur, Puttur, Palayur, all these things are coming. So it's a letter on. I am really sorry. I am extremely sorry that I am supposed to moderate only, but it cannot go unanswered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being, for answering the questions with patience. We now come to the end of the second session of the conference for today. Thank you, sirs. We will be breaking for tea, and I kindly request the audience to reconvene in about 15 minutes' time for the start of the third academic session, as we are already running behind the schedule. Thank you.
வேணும் தாராளமாக கொடுங்க, தாராளமாக கொடுங்க, உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்னா கொடுங்க. இல்லை நீங்கள் அது எந்த அளவுக்கு லேர்ன் பண்ணீங்க, நீங்கள் இந்த இது அட்டன் பண்ணீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் அட்டன் வந்து யாராவது இருக்காங்களா?
ஹிஸ்ட்ரி ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆகுது.
I welcome you all to the evening session of the International Conference on Discovery of Indus Civilization. We'll be starting in a few minutes. We have two talks in the evening session. We would like to ask Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo to please chair the session. A small introduction before we ask him to come on stage. Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo specializes in archaeological and ethnographic studies of indigenous practices and ancient technology. He has traveled, documented, and analyzed the rich heritage of the Nagas of Northeast India and the ancient glass, ceramic, and iron of India in fields, labs, and museums across Europe, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Keeping the intellectual rights of the indigenous people and craftspeople at the forefront, he has written or edited 17 books, 1 journal, and 90 research articles. He has received many awards, including Scientific Missionary, Humboldt, Fulbright, British Academy, Homi Bhabha, Spark, and ICHR fellowships. He has lectured in many universities and research institutes in the US, New Zealand, Europe, Southeast Asia, and India. It is with great honor that I request Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungo to please adorn the stage. I would also like to call upon our speakers, Dr. Selva Kumar, and Dr. Raj. And also the co-presenter of the paper, Dr. Sivanandam. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. I call upon Mr. Tony Joseph to present mementos to our dignitaries. I now ask Dr. Alok Kumar Kanago to take over. Thank you.
Indeed, this is an honor for me to chair a session of Dr. Selva Kumar and Professor K. Rajan. Both of them happen to be the pillar of not only Tamil Nadu archaeology but Indian archaeology. If there is something which is not sensationalizing but sanitizing the Tamil Nadu archaeology, it is done through these two pillars of Dr. Selva Kumar and Professor K. Rajan. If we get scientific data from Tamil Nadu, not sensationalizing them, that is because of these two balanced figures. They do balance the subject much better than anybody else in Indian archaeology today. And Dr. Selva Kumar happens to be the alumni of Deccan College Postgraduate Research Institute, where I did study, and I had the honor of sharing the next room of him when he was doing his PhD and I was just doing my master's. And Selva Kumar is at present the head of the Department of Marine History and Marine Archaeology in Tamil University, Tanjavur. He is the coordinator at the Center for Indian Ocean Studies in the same university. He was a faculty member in the Department of Epigraphy and Archaeology in the Tamil University, Tanjavur. He completed his doctoral and postdoctoral from Deccan College Postgraduate Research Institute. Since then, he was invited by many of the leading institutes across the globe, and all of us have been fortunate enough to know him and call him at dead end of the night, Selva, we have this problem. If there is somebody who knows from prehistory to ethnography, again it is Selva Kumar. It is my honor to invite Dr. Selva Kumar to present his lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Alok. I would like to thank Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department and Roja Muthaya Research Library and Dr. Sundar and Dr. Sivanandam and Dr. Balakrishnan and Dr. Rajan for inviting me to make this presentation. My topic today is Harappan India, contemporary cultures of Harappa in the Indian subcontinent. That is the focus of my research. How to So, the focus today is not on Harappa, but the contemporary cultures. My lecture is mainly for popular consumption, but I am raising three academic issues here. That is the focus of my presentation today. We have been talking about Harappan civilization and the people generally across India, they know about Indus civilization or Harappan civilization, but there have been numerous cultures across India and they have really contributed to what is India today. Multiple languages, multiple cultures, and what we call otherwise as unity in diversity. So that is why I have decided to focus on these cultures, and apart from that we need to look at these cultures from a pan-South Asian holistic perspectives, and not these cultures as something silos, but something as some kind of dynamic and interacting entities. Also, one of the academic issue that I wanted to focus is this definition of archaeological culture. We have been we have been having problem regarding the definition of archaeological culture. So that I am trying to focus, and also I am trying to cite some of the flaws in the conventional 3-8 system, and I am trying to use the Thinai concept of Tolkapia as an alternative, as a value add, not really as an alternative, as a value add to the 3-8 system proposed by C.J. Thompson as part of the cultural history approach. The next academic issue that I am raising is related to the periodization of Indian history. There are issues in the periodization of Indian history. And I am not focusing on linguistics and also genetic data and the text correlation and migration, which are beyond the scope of my paper. When we look at the archaeological sources, I would always suggest two alternatives, Plan A and Plan B. Sometimes I feel material culture should be looked upon purely from material perspective, which I call as Plan A. That's what I am presenting. Plan B is part of interdisciplinary approach where we will be using textual sources and trying to interpret archaeological material, living cultures, languages and tradition. Already Tony Joseph has made my presentation simple by citing some of the South Indian Neolithic culture and related issues. Yeah. Coming to the Harappan civilization, we all know about the Harappan civilization. It is said that this civilization covers more than 1.5 million square kilometer area. There are 5 major cities, 1,400 plus villages and other settlements, multiple phases of chronological development, with the mature phase reaching between 2600 and 1900 BCE. It is a very important civilization, and there is no doubt about it, and it has contributed to Indian knowledge system. And many of the traditions and technology that were created as part of the Harappan civilization, they continue in the later period. We can look at the Harappan civilization from two perspectives. One, from a horizontal perspective that I am presenting, how Harappan civilization had interacted with the contemporary cultures, what were the other contemporary cultures that existed. Second, the vertical or temporal perspectives, how Harappan traditions continue in the later period, how there are some references in the literature, Tamil literature and other literature which can be correlated to the Harappan tradition and technology. Similarly, we have evidence of Carnelian beads and graffiti. Dr. R. Balakrishnan has worked on the similarity of the place name. Now Dr. Rajan is going to present the similarity of the megalithic graffiti and the Harappan, script, so-called Harappan script and other elements. So here we are dealing with verticality, but my paper focuses on the horizontal aspect, the contemporary cultures of the Harappan cultures. So you all know this. Actually, Kenoyer has tried to create some kind of integrated chronology for the Harappan cultures. Normally people see Harappan culture as a monolithic entity, but if you look at it, has multiple kind of developments. We have Sorath Harappan, Sindhi Harappan, and so many categories. Some of these are very distinct, and he has classified this into localization era, integration era, and regionalization. And then we have later Harappan culture. So we should not view Harappan culture as a single entity. It covers much broader space and time. These are the settlement pattern. You can see the major cities like we have Dholavira, Harappa, and Mohenjo-daro and Kanveriwala, Rakigadi. These are some of the settlements more than 60 hectare in size. So you can look at its distribution. And here also you can see the different cultural regions, different territories based on, this is based on Posel and Kenoya's data. We have, apart from these Harappan, we also have other cultures, late Harappan culture, or sometimes described as a Chalcolithic culture, about which Rajesh is going to present. So we are actually seeing diversity of cultures in this area. We have Gagar Hakra river basin, and we have diversity of cultural developments in this area. Then they have divided something as late Harappan, about which Kenoya and Prabhakar and several others have done categorization. I will not be focusing on that. So I wanted to give a brief introduction. Now my main focus is that we need to look at the cultural development from a Pan-Asian perspective, and we need to take into account there have been foragers, hunter-gatherers across South Asia existing during this period. Suppose if you are dealing with the period between 3300 BCE to 1300 BCE, we need to, I try to argue, the entire period should be seen as one kind of time slot. So now we have a conventional classification into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. Some of these southern Neolithic culture is seen as a Neolithic. Then we have Chalcolithic, we call Harappan as a Bronze Age civilization. And we also talk about late Microlithic site as part of Mesolithic. I think this causes confusion. I think we need to have some kind of new chronological periodization wherein all these terminologies can be modified to give sufficient space for multiplicity of cultural development in a same time period, for which I am suggesting that we need to have single time period based classification. Suppose if we call period 1, period 2, period 3, that kind of classification can be done. This can be done at a span South Asian or Indian subcontinent level, whereas we can very well have regional chronology. That is one of the points that I wanted to highlight. The second point I am raising is the history of foragers or hunter-gatherers who have been occupying India right from the early period. We have references to these communities in the Ashokan inscription as Adavikas. Even in the later inscription, we have numerous references, and they have been living in some of the areas, and they have been categorized into tribes in the colonial period. I feel that these communities should be given due representation in the history of India, whereas we try to focus mainly on the major civilization, completely ignoring these so-called origin. That is one of the points I wanted to highlight. So when we look at the Harappan cultural domain, we have these kinds of cultures existing in other part of India. We have Neolithic culture of Kashmir Valley, where excavations have been conducted in Bursahom, and that is more or less contemporary with the Harappan civilization. They have identified certain fish bones from Bursaham, which may indicate some kind of relationship with the coastal area. Similarly, they have also some of the skeletal remains having similarity with the early Harappan Kotiji kind of way. So definitely there existed some kind of relationship which we need to investigate. Then we have Neolithic culture of the Ganga Valley and Vindhyan plateau, Vindhyan area, where several studies have been conducted, and that is one of the important area. Then we have Gujarat Chalcolithic and late Harappan cultures. Then we have Ahar Banas Kayatha culture in the western central Indian region that is considered to have supplied copper. And then we have several other cultures where people suggest possible relationship with Harappan culture. Similarly, Deccan Chalcolithic culture sometime And this is also linked to some of the cultures and migration. I'm not touching the migration because I feel it is a very difficult area. Then we have Southern Neolithic culture, which also falls in the same bracket as that of Harappan. Then we have Eastern Indian Neolithic site, and recently some of the sites excavated in Orissa, they have given early dates. So, similarly, we have Northeastern Neolithic cultures. They also fall within the same period, and as far as Northeastern Indian Neolithic is concerned, we have certain issues related to chronology. So my main focus here is that whenever we look at India's past, we should not only focus on the Harappan culture, we should also focus on the other cultures, because these cultures have really contributed to what is India today, what we call as unity in diversity. That is one of the main point. Here I have taken the map from Sarkar and Shinde, and I have tried to modify, and I have tried to indicate the hunter-gatherers in between. How whenever we talk about Chalcolithic, we conveniently ignore other cultures, and this is where we need to look at this particular, all the cultures that were contemporary to the Harappan culture, and this can give us some idea of how some of these crops which came from Africa, they could have come, and also similarly certain elements of animals and plants, they could have come to different region through interaction. Already Tony Joseph made a point with regard to this, but I am not getting into that. As I said already, my focus is mainly on the contemporary culture, not on the other kind of migration and other issues. Then we have Mesolithic sites. So we have a lot of microlithic sites across India. Some of them are dated from as early as 45,000 BP to the historical period. So they are also equally important. Some of these microlithic sites could represent the settlements of the hunter-gatherers. I think we need to take that also into account, and because of the conventional perspective of periodization and seeing these cultures as separate entities, we try to treat them as separate. So it is our perception that guides us in classifying culture. So we try to go to the field only looking for Neolithic. Sometimes we take the hero stones as a separate category, and then we recreate rock art as a separate category. We take them out of the context. This is where I argue that we need to have a regional approach to archaeology, wherein we look at all the archaeological remains of a particular region to look at the cultural developments, both in the short term and long term. This point already I made. We have a lot of evidence for coexistence of forest people or hunter-gatherers in the later period. We have V.N. Mishra, who has studied the site of Bagor in Rajasthan, where we have, he has found evidence of copper objects which are suggested to indicate the connectivity between the Harappan cultures. Similarly, Central India, we have Jerome Jacobson, who have documented several microlithic sites. And then coming to Kerala, we have Tenmala, where there is a date of 5120 BP for a Mesolithic context, which is also very important. Then we have Nalamalai Hills, where Dr. M.L.K. Murthy has documented microlithic sites, hunter-gatherers coexisting with the Southern Neolithic context. And similarly, we have evidence in Sri Lanka where these hunter-gatherers continuing up to 3000 Kal BP, that is 1000 BC. Then Shirin Ratnagar and Sudeshna Guha, they have highlighted how these hunter-gatherers were also part of the Harappan cultural system. This is a very important point. Similarly, Professor Padaya, when he is working on the Neolithic sites of southern India, he has repeatedly highlighted that the need for focusing on these regional cultures. And we have, as I said already, we have reference to Atavikas, even Yasovarman's inscription, it talks about the forest dwellers. We have clear evidence from anthropological context of these communities living in different parts of India. So the central argument is that we need to give due representation to these forest people while reconstructing the entire history. Now I'll come to the Southern Neolithic culture, where I'll be talking about some of the work that I have done. Already Tony Joseph has presented the Southern Neolithic culture. I'll be mainly presenting the site of Molapalayam, where we have done some recent excavation. I'll quickly go through this. And here, we have a lot of ash mound. Tony Joseph already highlighted about these ash mounds and the Neolithic settlements, which are dated to 3000 BCE to 1200 BCE. We located the site of Molapalayam near Coimbatore. And if you look at this map, you know how these early domestication areas within India. This is a map from Banham and Petrie and Fuller. Here also Fuller's another map where he talks about the early domestication. I'm not going to talk about the migration, which I think is very complicated. And these are some of the Neolithic site in Mysore. And this is from Dorian Fuller, who discusses about some of the animal and plant domestication in this area. This is an ash mound. We have an ash mound section. I'll quickly go through the excavation at Utnur by Alchin. We have several sites where we have, these kind of polished stone axes, and they are being worshipped at several sites in Tamil Nadu. And we have this kind of tradition where people even today send their cattle through fire. This is common in Karnataka. In Tamil Nadu also it was practiced earlier. We have these Neolithic tools lying across these kind of grooves. These kind of engravings, they are common across South India. We also have these kind of engravings, and Payambali is an important site excavated by S.R. Rao as part of ASI work. I'll skip through. We excavated the site of Molapalayam. Our research has extended the Southern Neolithic culture as far as Coimbatore. We explored, we identified the site of Molapalayam in the Noyal River Valley, west of Kodumanal, where we noticed a similar kind of geographical context, what is found in Karnataka and Andhra. We excavated the site, we found interesting evidences. We found 3 human skeletons. One is adult middle-aged lady and 2 children, 6 to 7 years, 2 to 3 years old. We also found a lot of pottery. We find these kind of storage pits and lithic artifacts, and a lot of evidence for grinding wild as well as domesticated animals. And also we found a lot of plant remains, and more importantly, we found terminal of pyram shell in a context dating to 1600 to 1400 BCE. That definitely indicates the connection with the coastal region. And we also found a bead of Oliva sp, 2 beads. They were found nearby the adult female skeleton. And this is Oliva sp. We interestingly found another shell pendant made of the lamellidans, which is a freshwater mussel. We also found a lot of botanical remains studied by Satish Nayak from Deccan College. We have all these varieties. Some of these are African crops according to Dorian Fuller. We found ceramics and so many other materials. We also found terracotta headdress. And this is from this season. We interestingly found a lot of these shell pendant-like objects, microliths and animal horns, and these are the datings that we have. I wanted to just highlight that how there are so many sites where we have not really explored, where we have not done any kind of scientific dating. So when we look at that evidence, it clearly suggests that the regional cultures of India need to be explored properly. Now I am moving to the next point of 3H system. What are the issues in the 3H system? Most of us work with the cultural history approach, where we try to visualize cultures in terms of Neolithic, Chalcolithic, Iron Age in a kind of neatly, neatly carved out categories. We try to perceive the sites also from that perspective. So I found the Thinai concept expounded by the Tolkapiyar, who talks about Kurinji, Marudam, Ullai, Neidal as the 5 landscapes. That is very important. The Thinai concept is basically eco-poetic concept that talks about the various cultural landscape of the Sangam age or early historic period, somewhere around between say 300 BCE to 500 CE. The literature talks about the various categories. Now, what is that we can get from this concept to understand the 3H system? Here, when we look at the narration, there is a description of hilly region where shifting cultivation takes place. Then there is this Mullai or forest tract where Neolithic kind of pastoral communities existing. Then there are Neidal area where there are coastal communities, fishing communities living. Then we have Marudam agrarian or deltaic communities. Then we have Palai, dry semi-arid region where hunting gathering takes place. The main idea here is when we are trying to view cultures, we cannot expect that culture always lead from Mesolithic to Neolithic, Neolithic to the Iron Age or Neolithic to Chalcolithic or others. Here, Tolkapiyar actually created this conception primarily for describing the reality of the Sangam period to make it convenient for the poets to compose their poem. So probably he was creating these categories, creating this text for the convenience of the poets in the academy to help them to write poems, possibly. And what this suggests is that we have all these kind of elements coexisting at the same context in the early historic period, somewhere between 300 BCE to 500 CE. So this gives an idea that we need to relook at these 3H system that we have been conventionally using, saying that all the cultures need to transfer from Mesolithic to Neolithic. It is not necessary. So if you look at some of the context, the poems clearly suggest people who were living in the hill areas, they were doing shifting cultivation. And sometimes they were also involving in hunting. So what really happens is, after the Neolithic period, the cultural transformation took a different kind of direction, for which Tolkapiyar gives a very ideal situation based on the narration of what he found in the early historic context. So I am trying to use that to understand that how these cultures could have developed, what really could have happened after the arrival of the Neolithic, how the communities could have transferred. There were some communities probably they transformed into pastoral and community. Some communities did not transform into pastoral. They tried to adopt shifting cultivation by exchanging the agrarian product from the agro-pastoral communities. So this kind of diversification really happened. That is being narrated in the early Tamil literature. And this is where I am trying to argue that Tamil literature could be a very useful source for understanding the cultural diversity. And that could be used for interpreting the cultural development, and we need to, I seriously believe, we need to dislodge these categories of Neolithic. What is the difference between Deccan Chalcolithic and the Southern Neolithic? Why we have to categorize that as separately? Now there are several scholars who have been categorizing this as early agro-pastoral communities. But just because we don't have copper, why should we call this as a separate kind of cultural history stage? Because many scholars, I know, they have been arguing, they have dislodged these categories. But these terms are still persisting in the academic literature. It is causing confusion. At one time, when, in the historical narrative, we write Indian history, we move from Harappan civilization to Vedic culture and go into a narrative, and then we push all this Neolithic, Chalcolithic culture to a prehistoric. This happens in many of the textbooks. So some of the textbooks, some of the research scholars have really understood and they have done away with. Still, we are still carrying a old baggage that puts a lot of restriction on describing these culture. This is where I found the categorization created by Keynote in the case of Harappan civilization is very useful. So this kind of cultural development happens according to the ecological niches that we understand, and this is where we understand the verticality and the linearity. And the verticality is presented in 3-age system. The linearity of the cultural landscape is presented by Thinai concept of the Tolkappiyar's exposition. This is where I feel it is very important. I already mentioned we have issues with this cultural periods as long-term average of material cultural cake layers. This has been pervading some of the archaeological textbook, some of our understanding. I think these needs to be dislodged. Recently, an interesting book has been published by Peter Johansson and Bauer, where they have been talking about these kind of cultural periods as, kind of black boxes. They talk about dislodging these categories. I think this is a very important argument where we need to relook at. Even if you, this is a classification based on Mark Kenoyer. Here also you can find he has dislodged most of it, but still he talks about, this is from one of his papers, where he talks about Mesolithic and Microlithic 10,000 to 2000 BC. Then we have food producing era. This is where I feel we need to dislodge some of these categories and try to give due representation to these microlithic communities, and we also need to take our research from a regional perspective. Right now what we are doing, we are going for an Iron Age site, we are going for a Neolithic site, we are going for a Harappan site. We are not trying to do a very regional kind of category. We pull out rock art as a separate category and create, take it out of the context and look at this, look at it or try to analyze it. This is where I try to argue we need to have a holistic regional approach where we can get a better understanding of the archaeological record. See, this is another point that I wanted to highlight. This is something very important, as already Kenoyer has done it. So he has tried to incorporate some of the southern peninsular Indian cultures as part of the broader tradition. He has done in several areas an excellent integration, and this is what I am trying to argue. So what are my main points? I feel that we need to relook at and rethink the concepts such as urbanization and civilization and cultural periods, and similarly migration and dispersal. Migration and dispersal, I think it's very complicated. It is not a simple one-to-one relationship. You find certain symbols here, certain symbols there, and correlation is very complicated. And I am trying to adopt a very strict approach. That is why I did not touch literature or other sources. Similarly, chronology-based categorization and regional cultural sequences that we need to do. We will do the chronology-based categorization across broader South Asia, and then when it comes to cultural sequences of Harappan or other areas, we will have regional cultural sequences. That is where I am trying to argue that if we talk about Harappan India, you say, let's say 3000 BC to 1300 BC, treat it as a single kind of time bracket at a meta level, at a South Asian or Indian subcontinent level, where we try to do away with Neolithic and Chalcolithic, call them as early agropastoral communities. And similarly, the category of Iron Age, that also we need to look at, and this has been discussed by Peter Johansson and Andrew Bauer, and I found their argument very interesting. And that is where I am trying to ask, should we shift to neutral chronology based period? So rather than Neolithic, Bronze Age and Chalcolithic as linear sequences, we need to think out of box to come to some kind of categorization. And Thinai concept of Tolkappiyam, as I said already, it offers very interesting probabilities what could have happened to these kind of Mesolithic or so-called microlithic forages after the Neolithic period, how these communities transformed. This is one area where we need to look at. And whenever we look at Indian history or Indian culture, when we try to focus only on Harappan civilization, people tend to think only that exists. But if you look at the complicated nature of this Varna category, Varna caste category of India, and completely distinct languages and culture, we can very much understand that some of these complex developments took place in the late prehistoric period. So there is some problem with our perception. Unless we correct these kind of categories, we will be looking for similar kind of sites. So I try to argue that we need to have more interdisciplinary and problem-oriented regional holistic approaches are very essential. Another problem I found is this scientific dates. When we talk about several cultures, we don't have many scientific dates. I found several conflicting dates, and many of these dates have not been calibrated. So looking at the chronology, I think we need to do a lot. As far as southern India is concerned, several excellent publications have come. Dorian Fuller and Ravi Gorisetters and their publication excellently presents the chronology of southern Neolithic. Similarly, Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department now dating several sites. So this helps us to build a nice chronology and understand these cultures better. Already I told you this rock art and megaliths, how these kind of fragmented categories can create confusion. And finally, I am coming to this point. Why do we need to research on these cultures? Why research Indus? Why research Southern Neolithic? How communities have interacted with each other and the environment that need to be understood. And this can help people to better understand their roots and history. It is part of their heritage, and we can use this as for heritage education and also for sustainable tourism. Similarly, contemporary social use, that is another point highlighted by Dr. Sudeshna Guha, and political implications. I am not going to elaborate this. Similarly, how unity in diversity and pluralism emerged in India. This is something important. I think the research and studies on the past can be used for a positive future. That is why I strongly feel that our research should not only focus on major civilization, we should also focus on the other kind of cultures, and this can be very much highlighted from the fact that Dr. Nayanjot Legari in the beginning, she said Marshall and the other. So I am talking about the other. That is where you can contextualize my presentation. Similarly, Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department and Dr. Rajan, they have been trying to, look at the cultures, and they have got early dates for Iron Age, but still they are very hesitant because they are re-looking at. So when we look at all these kind of approaches, we try to understand that there is so much research to do, and we need to re-look at the way we study cultures. Only by improving our theoretical framework, we can understand culture. My main focus today is for the public, and somebody raised a question about Kumari Kandam, and similarly, our research should not only focus on, Indus civilization and Kumari Kandam. There is a lot of things in between. Most of the time when we go for field work, people talk about, sculptures and other inscriptions. Sometimes they'll be sitting right on top of the stone and then say that there was a stone, we don't know where it is. And they'll be sitting right on top of a stone with the inscription. They'll be using it for washing clothes. Therefore, I strongly feel that we need to research the cultures within India. And then we also need to have a broader maritime perspective. Sometimes we have to study cultures from Afro-Eurasian perspective, because we cannot interpret Harappan culture just by focusing on northwestern India. As Dr. Nayanjot Legari pointed out, how the connection with the West that was brought out by these early researchers. We need to look at the cultural connections. We are now talking about, Indian Ocean and other research areas, and I would always suggest that we start our research right from a micro level, from a point provenance, and from there you move into multiple level from a global perspective. With these few words, I finish my presentation. Thank you. My presentation was mainly for the public, and I would, in the process, I also wanted to highlight 2 or 3 methodological issues, and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Dr. Selva Kumar. Had we not heard your lecture, we would have certainly missed today's how, like encyclopedia, each encyclopedia, because it keeps on updating every minute. That's what he did. He updated all the lecture of today till now, what lecture has taken place, he updated in his lecture. That brings what is Selva is Selva. Okay. Coming to the next lecture of Professor K. Rajan, if I have to introduce Professor K. Rajan, it's like showing water to sea. Yet, as a protocol, I need to introduce him, but if we do not know Professor K. Rajan, then certainly we do not know Indian archaeology. With that beginning, Professor K. Rajan is a renowned Indian archaeologist, known for his extensive research and contribution to the field of South Indian archaeology. Again, his contribution to the marine archaeology is nowhere less. His work primarily focuses on the ancient history and cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu and surrounding regions. Nevertheless, he worked in Dwarka too. Rajan has conducted numerous excavations, including Kodumanal, that have revealed important findings about the early history of Dravidian civilization, including insights into the Sangam period, early urbanization, and the socio-economic structures of ancient South India. He is the author of several books related to archaeology, including early writing system. Currently, he is associated with the State Archaeology Department and working on the graffiti marks of Tamil Nadu, the book which we saw got released in the morning. And other than Professor Rajan, this paper is co-authored with Dr. R. Sivanathan. Sivanathan is a person of few words, and let it remain as a few words. If there would be sometime in future, looking at the work he has done, I'm sure one day some dissertation will take place on his work. With these words, I invite Professor K. Rajan.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank Raja Mutaya Library, Dr. Sundar, for giving this great opportunity to express my views on behalf of the team. So I am only team head here. I am not the complete work I have done. If any credit that is there because of this graffiti marks, that credit goes to the team members. If there is any pitfall and anything is there related to the graffiti, that I will take the complete responsibility. With regarding to the Indus script, we will like to thank the government of Tamil Nadu for generously funding this project. And I also thank my co-author at the outset itself. So whatever that geographical area, if you have considered, we have taken a very small geographical area of the Indian subcontinent. In this small geographical area, we are having the issues in India. We are having 3 issues we have taken. One is that Indus writing system, and we are having a graffiti writing system, and also Brahmi writing system. That in the Brahmi writing system, we are having 2 things. One is Prakrit Brahmi, and second one is Tamil Brahmi. And in this name that they have given, sorry, what is the back? In this graffiti Indus writing system and the graffiti writing system, there is no 2 such writing systems. Actually, this is created by archaeologists, really speaking, because the same contemporary society is using the script as well as the graffiti. If that sign is found on the seal, or identical sign found on the pottery that has been designated as a script. The same script is written on a ceramic or any other contemporary society that is been declared as a graffiti. But in the South Indian context, all the writings that could not be undeciphered, that has been declared as a graffiti. So that way, we are having a two system, and really there is only one system. Either we have to accept it as a sign, or we have to say that is all graffiti. So we have to differentiate these two things first. So with regarding to the metal object or whatever the object which we are already told you, but in the case of Tamil Nadu, we are having the complete graffiti marks on pottery, on metal, on inscription, everywhere we are having that complete graffiti marks. So, and there we are having a sign or script. First we are getting the seal without any animal figurine or human figurine. After that we are having that script and animal figurine or human figurine. Then only we are having a script. These three stages, whether it is chronological control, we don't have that data. So whatever the data we are having, we can be able to differentiate only that with only animal with script, or without animal, only script. So in which stage we are having these graffiti marks? Because none of the graffiti inscribed potsherd is having any animal or any human figurine. Whether from last stage this graffiti has been evolved, that we have to understand, or we have to again study that part. And the writing system, that is a big issue for me. The problem is when we are collecting a data, we are having the issue of whether we have to consider that graffiti marks as a right to left or left to right. In Indus writing system, it has been widely recognized as it is a right to left. But the same Indus Valley, which way the graffiti has been written, that has not been discussed. Simply they say that only the seal, that in the script, has been written from right to left. And when I look into that, our graffiti marks, or whatever they say, the right end of this part, both the way they are reading now. The Dholavira, very famous, the gateway label has been written from left to right or right to left. That also we have not been completely decided. So, and in the entire Indian subcontinent, all the script, ancient script or ancient inscriptions have been written from left to right only. If they have written from right to left, when we have changed from that part to another part. So we have not having any evidence in any script, Karos or any Brahmi script or any other inscription which we are having in the later days. So this is also big issues when we have to move from left to right, that we don't know. So, and then we are having, but whatever the inscription order, we have collected about 15,000 inscribed potsherd, highest in India. None of the state or the entire Indian subcontinent you put together, that also will not match to the small geographical area where we have documented. Maybe in future the inscribed potsherd may come up in the excavation, then that time the data may change. But as on today, if you taken into the account of this, you can see here and also here, everywhere you can see that it has been clearly, see the overlapping clearly indicates that it has written from left to right. None of the graffiti has written from right to left. If you take by script, we are not getting in the Indus. But the only seal that we are getting at Anakote, probably a by script. The top one, we are having identical things we are having in Indus Valley. And the same thing we are getting in Sri Lanka, we are getting in Tamil Nadu, the entire South India, we are getting such symbols. But down, it has written as clearly Ko-Veta. So that is a Brahmi. So this, when they started using the bi-script, and when they moved from this graffiti to Brahmi, that we have to decide. The Yasan today, we are having more than 70 radiocarbon dating, of which nearly more than 32 radiocarbon dating goes back to pre-Mauryan. And the earliest date, so far from Sivagalai, with the Tamil Brahmi inscription, that goes to 685 BCE. So the majority of the data, which shows that around 7th century BC, or what we call it Mahajanapada period, that time itself, the people have moved from graffiti to Brahmi script. So before that, we are having only graffiti. And if you take it, not only that one, not only in Sri Lanka, and here also we are having a Brahmi and graffiti, Cone, you are having a graffiti, and again, Sandadan, you are having a graffiti. So everywhere, at the end of that Periyan Satan, it is written there, again you are having graffiti. Not only in inscribed potsherd, if you take it in the inscriptions, at the end you are having a graffiti. The same identical graffiti you are having in a inscribed potsherd. It is not coming from only one site, it is entire Tamil Nadu, we are having such evidences. And not only that, if you take it a rock art, in the Kilvalai rock art, you are having the same graffiti which are having a parallel in the Harappan script. And also, this is one of the longest one. We are having this graffiti continuously on a bangle. So that way, it is a right type of writing system that existed here. Then we are having a chronological issue. If the graffiti has come from north to south or south to north, that I don't know Yasan today, because all the radiocarbon dating so far we have collected from South India, particularly from Tamil Nadu, it is contemporary to Indus Valley. So it also we are having 2500 BC, that I will show you that one. So the Indus writing system and the graffiti writing system of South India are contemporary in nature. Then only we are having the Brahmi writing system. So if you take it, then what is the date of this contemporary? If you are still claiming that it is contemporary to Indus, where is the scientific date? So first we have come across the Mangadu site. We have excavated. In that site, there is more than 500 megalithic monuments were there. In that, close to this is Mettur Dam. Whenever the water level goes down, particularly during the month of May and June, thousands of megalithic monuments will get exposed. This is the only natural conservation we are having as on today. Otherwise, all the brick industry would have been removed all these megalithics. So, thanks to the dam. So, next, on excavation, we got this sword. We have collected a sample from the sword and we have dated this material, and we come to know that this is the date, the Telugu sword. The date goes back to almost 1300 BC mid average value. But when the analysis we came to know that this is high carbon steel. This is the first striking our mind directly, hitting our head, telling that if the steel itself is 1300 BC, then what is the age of iron? So, high carbon steel itself we are having that date. So, we have started searching for the Iron Age. Then luckily the excavation is in progress at Keelnamandi. Dr. Victor Jnanraj is doing that work. And there we are having a graffiti on the pot. So we thought that if we are knowing the date of this grave, we can also know the date of the graffiti also. So we have radiocarbon dating has been done. It has come, the date has come, we are having the date of 1789 or 1600 BC if a mean value. So that means the date of the iron goes back, and also the date of the graffiti also clearly has given. Then we are having, first time, we are having a date for sarcophagus. In India, first time, we have dated for sarcophagus that goes back to 17th century. Then we got next excavation we have conducted Mailadumpare, that I have excavated long back. Again we thought that Dr. Selvakumar said that you can't do any periodization as a generalization, but after that vertical periodization will not work. The problem is that within Tamil Nadu, the northern Tamil Nadu, you are having a microlithic, Neolithic and Iron Age, whereas in southern Tamil Nadu, we don't have the Neolithic. It comes microlithic directly to Iron Age. So this is a big issue. That moment you say, we are having thousands of megalithic monuments. So how to differentiate? So that's why the periodization has become a big issue. So Mailadumpare site has given the date of 2172. So slowly from 1600 to we moved back to 2000 BC for Iron Age. Then comes your Sivagalai, and also we have done the Archaeological Survey of India as well as Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department has done the work there in Sivagalai and Adichanallur. Both the sites we are having plenty of urn burials, but habitation, though we are having hundreds of acres of urn burial, we don't have habitation. But luckily that there was a tank nearby, that in the tank there was some repair work has to be carried out. So they have drained out all the water. Below 1 meter, that clay, we are having the habitation. So Archaeological Survey of India excavated the habitation, and also Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department has excavated that. Though we are not having a date for urn burial for entire Tamil Nadu, so we thought that let us go for dating, radiocarbon dating for Adichanallur habitation site. So that date, so that the date, you can see that date goes to 2522 BCE. So from 2000, we went back to 2500, where you are having all the iron objects inside the urn burial. All the urn burials are having iron object, and some of the urn burials are having height in bronze. Then, when we are having up to Neolithic period, what is it, Paleolithic or Microlithic or Neolithic or Iron Age, till that Neolithic period, we are having limited settlements. We have it identified on the ground. And when Iron Age comes in, you see the settlement, every 5 kilometers you are having one site. At least minimum you are having. More than 3,000 archaeological sites have been already identified, bigger sites. And if there is any gap, there are certain gaps here. It is not due to the non-availability of the settlement. We have not yet to do the survey. So we have to do the survey for another 10 years or so, then we can fill the gap. So for the 20-30 years, we are continuously exploring not only Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department, Archaeological Survey, Tamil University, Madras University and Pondicherry University, and several institutions and individual scholars have been fully involved in identifying the archaeological site. So that has accumulated data clearly indicates that there is no gap in the Tamil Nadu land, and every 5 kilometers you are having one settlement. And Lesniki has told that all these people are nomadic because you are having only burials. In the burial I am getting 10,000 semi-precious stone, I am getting gold object, I am getting 2,500 carnelian beads. Instead of being urban, I want to be even nomad. So that much of cultural material you are getting, even in Adichanallur, if you take it into the, for example, so they are not nomads. Actually, we have failed to identify the habitation site. So now re-surveyed all the area and we have identified all the habitation sites. So that way, if you take it a graffiti, in that case, all the sites are yielding a graffiti. Nearly 140 sites are yielding a graffiti marks. All the sites. If you take this one, there is no cultural gap. So completely the entire Tamil Nadu, you are having the Tamil Nadu, you are having a graffiti marks inscribed words available in all the archaeological sites. And if you take it into the account, till today, that means every day the data is accumulating. Every day excavation is in progress. So as on today, we are having 15,184 inscribed pots heard. And out of from 140 sites. The same way, we are having 1,512 in Tamil Brahmi inscribed pots heard. So if you take the entire Indian subcontinent, put all the data together, also will not match of 1,500 inscribed pots heard. Where this literacy has come? Who taught the man sitting near Chennai? And who taught that script, the man sitting near Kanyakumari? Which type of institution, educational institution is having? How it has the script and the language, or that educational system has spread to this region is yet to be decided. So whatever the may, as on today, we are having, in the Kodumal alone, we are having more than 500 inscribed pots. None of the site, whatever we call it Mahajanapathas, the Mauryan Empire, the great Mauryan Empire, we are not having. Even Maurya Panchmar coins, we are not having inscribed pots, which has been issued by the king or by the trader. That itself is not having. So why this region is having this much of value for this language and script? So they have, as you know, the great scholars like Asko Parpala, Irada Mahadevan, and several scholars have listed the entire science from Indus. So we thought that since we are having a 15,000 inscribed pots, we also should have some sign table. So that sign table, there are basic signs. Only we are having so far, whatever the data which we are having, we could able to see 42 signs. That is called base signs. And small variation is there, some of the signs, that we will put it as a variant. That I will show you some of the pictures. So 544. There are 2 signs are coming together, 3 signs are coming together. That comes in almost 1,521. So that we call it as composite signs. And you can see there is a plenty of, every sign has been documented, and each sign, we have documented and given a number for each sign. This is sign number 1. So then we, after creating a sign table, we compared with the Indus signs. You can see that you are having a Kalibangan, several sites, identical signs are there. You can see here, then when we are having identical sign, we are having 2 base signs. That means all composite signs. And we are having in Kalibangan also, and we are having in Kord also, we are having in Kodumalal also. Not only in, if you take it another sign, that is available in several sites like Amri, Navadoli, Faruke, Sanur, and Pudukkottai. Not only one site, in several sites, identical signs are coming. What is the purpose of using identical sign? It is not coincidental. So there is some purpose for that one. Somebody would have been conveyed certain message out of this sign. Then what is called base sign? So that we have taken as a base sign, first one. And if the 2 base signs are coming, then we will compute a composite sign. Then down one is like a Asogan Brahmi Ma, like thing is there, that is also base sign. Then if it is tilted, on the left facing or right facing or down facing, that is we have taken as a variant of the same base sign. And also when we are having two base sign together, then we have taken as a composite signs. So when we are having a small arrow mark, if you take out that arrow mark or small horizontal stroke or vertical stroke, that is not separately coming. It is always associated with one particular base sign. So in that case, something like a diacritical marks, what we are having, that we have identified. So there are several signs are there. Each number is given for that. This number 1 means that sign number 1. That is variant of that one is called given. Like there are 13 variants are available. So each sign is having variant and each sign also having composites. So here 7.17 is a sign number U-shaped sign, and also 17 is the symbol. So that way we have compiled the entire graffiti inscribed potsherds. So for example, if I am excavating one place on one grave, if we have draw all the parts that found in that particular grave, you see you are having identical symbol in all the part. So something like a clan symbol or whatever you call it. So not even, and if you take another grave, it is having another type of sign. So whenever I am having on a particular sign, particularly in Kodumanal and Porundal, immediately I can tell to my student, sir, this symbol has come, you will get this much of carnelian beads, or where they will keep, that also we can identify. And also if this particular sign is coming, 4 vertical sign and 1 horizontal sign, you will not get a single carnelian bead, but you will get a bronze object. Where they will keep, in front of the porthole, on the floor level. So it is associated, this symbol is associated with a community or ritual pattern. So it is not a mere symbol. It is some importance is there given to this symbol. And if you take the sign, which sign is highest value, you can have the number 2, sign number 2, and also sign number 30, 31. So we have compared the entire signs. And also from which side is having more number of signs, but this data may be distorting because from a single side, like a Tulukarpatti, we are having close to 5,000 inscribed potsherds. So naturally the data, the bar will rise. So therefore this data may not be very perfect, but still we could able to know which side is yielding more number of inscribed potsherds. And we have prepared concordance. First, as I told you, I have clearly taken from left to right. So I have taken that first sign, even if I taken this sign, this is the base stem. If any sign prefixing another sign that is given at the left, and any sign that is coming at the right, or that is suffixing, that type of concordance we prepared. And also you can see that on the next one, only comes in the front, never comes at the end. Some of the jar symbol, in Indus Valley, the jar symbol always comes at the end, it is considered as an un. But for me, it always comes at the front. That is why I am telling that the right to left and left to right, that again we have to look into that and we have to see that how best we can interpret these inscriptions. So this is only an example due to the paucity of time. And you can see that one, Lothal, and also Navadadoli, and also from North Arcot, and also these regions. And you can see these are composite. But the first one, Bagalil, Chalkodikar, Prakash, and also Kunnatur, and also Rangpur, and all in Panchmark coins also. So we are having these type of symbols, whether it is individually found as a base sign or in a composite form. You can see that one, and also rock art also we are getting. So it is the entire South India we are having this type of inscribed potsherds. You can see that some of the symbols from Kodumal alone I have given, and you can see the another one, there is home like symbol. So these type of symbol we are getting several in our documentation, like a symbol we are having bow and arrow. It is above facing up, left, right, all that same thing we are getting in Indus Valley also. Then we are having that U-shaped, that jar symbol, double parallel. You can see here, in this here, we are having U-shape. Again, nearby, you are having another sign. That sign always comes at the right end. One always comes in the front only. So in the concordance, you will get tomorrow, we will keep 9 volumes or 8 volumes for your scrutiny in front of this our seminar hall. So you can go through all that. Whatever that academic debate or criticism, you are most welcome. And here, and also we are having the same identical U symbol. And if you take it now, we have prepared 100 plates. That I think we have given in the book form. So you can go through that. We have also given number also. So here, here you can have V-shape. Same thing we are having in the graffiti as well as in the seal. Not only seal, in even Harappan pottery also. Here it is a sign. There it is a graffiti. So these things we should not, we should either you should call it as a sign or we should call it as a graffiti. So these are the left side, is that you are Harappan, and also from Tamil Nadu, this all. So only a limited picture I am showing. So there are several such signs are identical. You can see the fish sign, and also from our inscribed potsherds. From different sites we are given. And here also. So that way, since we don't know what language it is, and we don't know what the name of the script, also we don't know, we have given a name as a graffiti. Whether it is a Proto-Dravidian or Aryan or Indo-European, none of the word we used. That's why we have given the title, a morphological study. Even we have never said that it is a linguistic study. So that way, first I am throwing this in front of you for your suggestions. From whatever the suggestion, any constructive criticism, it will welcome. We will change whatever the way we are doing our methodology also. Okay, particularly this symbol, just for example, I have shown this one, this one, how it could be identical. It is a very complicated sign. So here only, and also the same thing on the top one. I have taken one from this Kodumanal, and also Kalibangan also there. And you can see here also, different sites are available. So under this thing, finally what we learned out of that morphological study, that means that study clearly indicates that 60% of the graffiti marks that found in Tamil Nadu had their parallels to the script found in the seals. And quite interestingly, more than 90% of the graffiti marks of South India and the graffiti marks of Indus Valley civilization that found on the inscribed potsherd goes in 90%. Whether the seal is meant for elite people, this inscribed potsherd are meant for a common man. That's why you are having a more parallels in the inscribed potsherd, less parallel in the Indus, because it is a trade-oriented. I think Ansumali Mahabharata, EC has to express it. So that way there is a difference, we could able to do it. And I think even my future generation is there here, younger generation is there, they are going to accumulate the data, and one fine morning, someone will decipher this script and they will get $1 million also. Okay, thank you very much for giving this great opportunity. And as I told you, it is not of my work, it is a team work. The credit has to go to the team. and all the Archaeological Survey of India, Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department, Tamil University, Madras University, several individuals has extended their help. Whatever they are in their collection, they have given. That way we have documented. We try to document in future also with all this data. We try to interpret. If not, we will leave it to the younger generation to interpret, come with excellent information. Thank you very much for the passionate hearing.
Hardly there can be a word to thank Professor Rajan today. Having said that, as I started, I said how balanced he is. He himself said, having the data, the amount of data he has, he says, I'll put the data on the table for you to verify and I'll change that. Very few people would say that. And we take, in archaeology, we take help of GPR to understand if there is a structure, and the GPR is never 100% right. But if you want to interpret Tamil Nadu archaeology on the basis of graffiti, you call Professor Rajan, he will tell if this is the symbol, you will not get the bead, you will not get this gold. It is more accurate than GPR today. Thank you. Now the floor is open for question and answer. I understand you would have a number of questions and we have time. Yeah. Thank you.
Doctor, if you could, these days, excellent speeches. I am very happy about it. My small suggestion is, if you can use software program, pattern recognition software are already available. If you could make use of them, you can put all these on a very scientific basis. These were done already. See, your biometrics can be easily identified. Softwares are already available. See, the fingerprints are already very quick you can do. Now, AI also has come. Put them together, you will be able to make a real quantum jump in understanding between what you have done and what you will be doing. It's an excellent work. Thank you very much.
We have a question here. Can someone please pass the mic?
No, any student, if they want to ask in any language, Kannada or Telugu or Hindi or English, there's no problem at all. But you should ask questions. Okay? That is more important.
The first speaker spoke about Harappan culture, Harappan identity with the contemporary culture. You have to compare from 3 dimensions. One is cultural identity, linguistic identity, genetic identity. You must find out how these kind of various identities are come closer. And then only we can say finally that this particular culture is more closer to the Harappan culture. I want to know whether, how do we do the future, how do you study?
Yeah, I think already I told you, I adopted Plan A, in which I am just looking at material culture. To look into this literature or language is complicated. I would like to add what Dr. R. Balakrishnan and Dr. Rajan, they did. Their work refers to verticality, which means how Harappan knowledge system continues in the later period. For example, we have Cornelian beads, technology, where Airavadam Mahadevan also used Sangam literature like what Dr. R. Balakrishnan does for the contemporary surviving names. That should come in the verticality. So I did not focus on the verticality. When we want to reconstruct Indian history, you take into the contemporary existing situation like languages. We have Austro-Asiatic, we have Dravidian, we have Indo-Aryan languages. I said I did not get into that. I think it's a very complicated business. Similarly, genetic studies, I said I did not get into it. But people are very curious. This is a position which Shireen Ratnagar also says, why we should identify culture. So I am not trying to go into that. I did not take up that particular problem in my research. To do that, I think we need more interdisciplinary studies. Sometimes there is a gap. We just may not be able to do that. It's like what deciphering, like what Dr. Rajan has done is he has extensively used the graffiti to try to come, to understand why this occurs in the Iron Age context in South India, what is its meaning. Similarly, Balakrishnan, what he has done is, that is another set of study, how place name survives. So that, as I said, verticality, that kind of verticality is related to population genetics. That is one thing. As I said, people themselves are source for history, our own body and our own DNA. But that is much more complicated. We have only one sample studied at Rakigadi. I said the theoretical aspect and some of the conceptual approaches we need to finalize. So your question, I will not be able to answer. We can, but we can try if we use multidisciplinary approaches at a later point. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. We have one last question from Mr. Balakrishnan.
Sir, not even a question, it's an observation. I think today's this session, both the presentations have been very phenomenal. When you were answering, Selva Kumar was pointing out that the verticality versus looking at horizontally and a local culture's point of view. But most of the time, the people like non-academics like us who are venturing into this kind of area, the technical terminologies used by the academicians, actually it creates a huge problem. Instead of adding clarity, sometimes it makes the things very complex. Like, for example, when we are dealing with the BRW pottery, black and red ware pottery, there was a tendency to, wherever it's found, that is call it a megalithic pottery.
Just call it megalith, matter ends. So the fact remains that BRW is found in megalith as well as non-megalith. It founds in not only in South India, outside South India also. So then this kind of sweeping terminologies has created a lot of problem. That same thing holds good for the Iron Age versus Copper Age and the megalithic versus non-megalithic. So that's the reason, in spite of knowing that it's very unfair to put a pottery in a pan-Indian context, still consciously people like us did it. Like say, I need an answer that, in the sense that it's not that immediately thing, like when we find the graffiti marker and all, you mostly find in the BRW context. I don't think that it has been found in the painted graveware yet, in such a number or whichever way. So then, but it's easily people, a huge, importantly respectable scholars have made the statement like Mahabharata age. I'm not able to understand Iron Age, Copper Age, all these things. Mahabharata age, even Sangam age, like in the sense that even when people make a sweepingly a Sangam age kind of thing. So these are sometimes the terminologies add a huge problem, and which needs, as you suggested, both of you, that we need to get clarity about the graffiti versus sign and then the verticality which you are talking about. Thank you once again, and you are a great scholar, both of you, and thanks once again for on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments and observations, and thank you for all those who are sitting on the dais. It was an honor to listen to the session, please. With this, we come to the conclusion of day one. It was a day of interesting sessions and lively discussions. I have a small announcement to make. All the registered participants, we kindly request you to hand over your tags to our team members standing at the entrance, and you can collect them tomorrow. We'll all see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's make this new year faster, sexier, and bigger with the 2025G smartphone, Redmi 14C 5G.